Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream. It's not any live stream. It is not. It is the Beer Patrol 2023 year in review. What does that mean? Just a fancy way of saying we're ranking a lot of beers today. A lot of different beers being ranked. A lot of lists. Going to be a long one. So strap in. If you're here for the long haul, more power to you. And also kudos to you for spending time, that significant amount of time here on the channel, which is ill-advised. For everyone else who pops in and out, I'm going to try after this live stream to put some timestamps in the description box if you want to come back and just see a certain category and the rankings and whatnot. We're also going to kind of recap the year in beer for my channel and the highs and lows, the ups and downs, and shout out some people who really helped the channel this year from a beer perspective and just from a personal perspective. So we're gonna hopefully gonna enjoy it. I mean, I'm gonna enjoy it. I don't know if you guys are gonna enjoy it. I mean, that is the plan. We will see. So first, we're gonna read comments, and then we're gonna get right into it. Because, like I said, I anticipate this being at least a couple hours long. We're gonna be ranking a lot of beers. We're gonna be talking a lot. I'm gonna read some comments. It's gonna be a good time. I don't do this often, so who gives a shit? It's it's a Saturday night. It's the day before New Year's Eve and a couple days before 2024. So we're going to have a great time. So Chris posted this before I started the stream. He says, come on, let's start this shit already. He should have said, come on, let's get this shit show started already. And then he says, hi, Joe. Long time no see. It's been many, many, many years, Chris. It hasn't totally been like 8 minutes. Nope. And then Ranger Parade says, I know, man, Joe needs to have some professionalism to the channel. He's just upset that him and I disagree on the body of Pliny, even though I did call it watery, apparently. I forget sometimes, but I still don't think it's that watery. Maybe a touch watery. Anyway, Craig kept beer review says, cheers, Joe, Chris. Cheers to Craig. Dan pops in, says, afternoon, Joe. Fucking afternoon. Who's on the West Coast? Is that you, Dan? You're in Alberta, or are you in it's mountain time, right? Yeah, it's definitely mountain time. Sam says, good day, Joe. Long time no see. You guys can't make the same jokes. I mean, you did, but you shouldn't. And Tater Dom says, Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, so Happy New Year. I have a special New Year's review tomorrow and then a New Year's Day review coming on Monday. So anyway, let's get on with the show. So we're going to get this out of the way. Let's just talk about the year in beer for the channel. So this entire live stream is pertaining to my channel as a whole. I'm not going to interject a lot of personal things. It's just mostly my channel. So as far as beer reviews on my channel goes in 2023, I reviewed just under 400 beers on my channel. And that includes regular beer reviews, live beer reviews, whodunit beer reviews, which hopefully will come back this year. I do have one in the fridge from a local viewer, so settle down, Ranger Parade. There's a homebrew review. What else am I missing? Oh, non-alcoholic beer reviews, just under 400, which seems like a lot. That's more than one per day, right? I think last year I did about 75 more reviews. However, there was a 2-month hiatus that I took from late July to early October, which put a dent in the amount of beers that I reviewed. But I reviewed a lot of beer. Now, that sounds like a lot of beer because it is, but I drink 1 beer a day, sometimes 2 if it's a low ABV beer. So that's not that much when you consider it that way. Unfortunately, I really don't get drunk anymore. A couple times this year when I went to a beer fest or hung out with FLX boys, I definitely, felt it. Outside of that, I just basically drink a beer a day, sometimes 2, and that's it. But a lot of reviews, but not as many as last year. And I'm okay with that. Doesn't really matter just under 400 reviews is fucking absurd. I also had 20 beer mails sent to me or beer hauls given to me. I want to shout out all those individuals right from the rip so I don't forget. I actually wrote them down. I got a little notepad here so I don't forget stuff because I'm old. Shout out to Hot Butcher for the World. They've been supporting the channel since I think it's been 2020, early 2020, almost going on 4 years. As you can see, the Hot Butcher reviews have kind of slowed down over the past year because they haven't been sending out as many. They're getting, they've been spending the last year pretty much getting their brewery going and whatnot in Chicago. So they've only sent out a couple boxes, which is fine. We do get distro occasionally of their stuff here. So still can review and drink some Hot Butcher stuff, but they sent out a couple different boxes with a bunch of different beers. And, they've supported the channel for 4 years with a lot of beers, and a lot of people know them because of beer tubers and just influencers, Chris, Dan. But yeah, so shout out to them. Shout out to Ross. Ross sent me a cool beer mail. We exchanged some beers earlier in the year. He is friends with Kyle over at No Hype Beer Review, sends him a lot of beers. They actually met in real life this year. It was pretty cool. Shout out to Jeff, aka No Jinx, longtime supporter of the channel. He is somebody that has supported the channel pretty much from its infancy. And yeah, he sent me a couple cool beer mails earlier this year with some Michigan goodness, some Ferndale Project, which you'll hear about later, and some Homes, which you'll also hear about later. Shout out to Steven, aka The Resource. Steven has been supporting beer tubers for many years, started with Matt, and he's hooked up a lot of other of my friends and myself with awesome beers. He sent me a beer mail earlier this year. That's really cool. Shout out to Chris Sheldon. Chris Sheldon sent me a couple cool beer mails with like harder to get Bourbon County beers earlier this year. Still haven't reviewed them, waiting to share them. I might just have to bust them at some point. So shout out to him. Really nice of him. He sent me a couple really cool beers just because he's a nice dude. Shout out to Bud. Bud, also supported channel. Bud is one of the most consistent people to interact, post comments every day. I know he's started pretty much with Kyle over at No Hype. I know he checks out the FLX boys, the Nerd Sense guys, and he there's a brewery on here that he pretty much introduced me to properly this year. We'll talk about that later, but he was kind of a guy that really changed my opinion on a brewery in terms of like the quality of their beer. And shouldn't say change it, kind of properly introduced me, like I said, to him. So shout out to Bud, such a great guy. Bud, if I do see, I'm still looking for a 4-pack of that Utopia's Barrel Aged 120-minute. The places I went to sold out. If I see a 4-pack of it, I will definitely buy it and at least send you a couple bottles, if not the entire 4-pack. I might have to steal one for myself to age, but I haven't forgot about that, so I'll have to hook you up at some point. Shout out to Rick. Rick unfortunately sent me a Untappd message, said he couldn't watch tonight because he's at the in-laws, which is totally, it's Saturday night. I totally get it if no one shows up. But Rick sent me some awesome beers from Connecticut, New England Brewing Company, Fox Farm, New Park. It was awesome. The box contained almost 20 beers. I still have a couple big old barrel-aged beers that I got to get to at some point. So shout out to him for just really hooking it up. Shout out to Wes. Wes is a guy from New York. I think New York City, and he's now in Georgia. And he sent me some beers from Georgia and from the Deep South. And one brewery he sent me in particular, 5 different beers from them, kind of blew me away. Just one of my favorite breweries this year. So shout out to Wes. Shout out to Jesse. Jesse is a California guy that has sent me a couple different beer mails over the past couple of years. He sent me one this year. Really cool guy. And one of the beers he sent my way is definitely on the top 23 beers of 2023. Shout out to Sierra Hotel, which a lot of you guys may remember Sierra Hotel from the summer where he sent me 3 crazy fucking beer mails, West Coast hype beers. He's hooked up a lot of other beer tubers. The dude is just a maniac, very generous individual. Like most of the people, all the people on this list, super just generous, nice dudes, nice people in general. And he just hooked me up with another beer mail that you'll see on Tuesday with some fucking hype beer and crazy, hard to get shit. And yeah, he's a maniac. I can't thank him and the rest of these folks enough for, again, supporting the channel. And really, a lot of the beers that are on my top, list come from people who are nice enough to send me stuff. So it's fucking so cool. Shout out to Ryan over at Ryan's Beer Reviews. Ryan was a viewer of many beer tubing channels, and he finally jumped in the fray this year, much like Sam Smalley is doing. And go check him out, Ryan, over at Ryan's Beer Reviews. Great dude. And he sent me a beer mail for one beer for the 10 Days of Pumpkin and a couple others. I still have to send him a small beer mail back, along with Josh over at Last Beer, who also sent me a beer mail that I didn't unbox because it was during the hiatus I took. Got to send both of those guys boxes because I specifically asked for beers, so I definitely got to send them some stuff back. And yeah, go check out his channel. Great guy, good reviews, and very kind and generous individual. And last but not least, shout out to Sean, one of my Canadian friends that comes down. We hang out occasionally. He came down, was unable to hang out with him this time, but he hooked me up with some Canadian beers that I've been reviewing this past month, and just a great dude in general. And it was really fucked up that I couldn't hang out with him. So with that said, let's read some of the comments. And Dan says, Alberta, it's 4 p.m. Yeah, so mountain time. Billy says, good afternoon, Joe. I haven't seen you, Billy, in a long time. It's been 15 minutes. Jeff says, from Potter's Journal says, get ready for tomorrow listening. Thanks. Great listening. Thank you, Jeff. Another guy who supports the channel. He says, a year well done. Thanks. Thank you, man. Sam says, you got tilted with Craig, Josh, and I when we were live. Yeah, but that was the only time drinking in my house that I got fucking drunk. I was drunk I was 100% fucking yoked. Unbelievably drunk. And you know what? with my medication and everything and not drinking that much, the times I've been drunk this year, like the three different times I've been drunk, nothing happened. Everything's cool. My levels are fine. No ill effects. So that's not saying I'm going to drink more or anything. I'm just saying it can happen once in a while, once in a blue moon. Not the beer though. Jones Street TV says, "What up, big dog? Can I get a yeet?" Yeet. I can't do yeets. I can't do yeets. You know who can though? Jay Uso, or is it Jimmy? Is it Jimmy or Jay? They're twins. I forget. Yeah, that's just hilarious. I love that. Shark Homebrewing says, "Cheers, everyone. Cheers to Shark." Good dude. He does some live streams as well. Go check him out. He goes live occasionally. Then we have Dan come and say, whoa, easy there. Call me an influencer. Ooh, now, listen, the real influencer is Redbeard. He's the only guy who gets free beer all the time. And then Chris says, "Don't forget to hit that like button to support the Beer Patrol." Thank you, Chris. Yeah, hit that like, hit that subscribe. You guys can also, gift me money. Yeah, send me money. It's funny. The only reason I opened up the monetization on my channel, and I think it's called fan funding, where you can whatever, do super chats or whatever, is just because I wasn't letting YouTube take my money. But the last time I did this, I think earlier this year, people sent me $40 and just don't. The only way I would ever accept and feel good about it is if you want me to review a certain beer and you want to pay for the beer, super chat it up. Say, hey, go buy this beer if you can. Here's $5. Outside of that, do not send me any super chats. Pretty sure that Google takes whatever it is, 30% of it. So it's fucking, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But yeah, just thought I would point that out because I did have people send me super chats, and I'm pretty sure YouTube took 30% of that. And I feel bad that you guys, that money just vanishes into the abyss. And it's just stupid. And then Chris says, and the next beer of the night is Loose Lips Sink Ships by local brewery Burnish Beer Company. Is a dark chocolate peanut butter milk stout. It's amazing. Smash the like button. Nice. So is it better than, it's probably better than the Evil Genius, but again, Evil Genius kind of that old school realm, kind of the Sweet Baby Jesus. So I'm sure it's better. Anyway, let me take a sip of this delicious barrel-aged blackout stout, 2023 release, Great Lakes. I just reviewed it. If you didn't see the live review, go back and watch it. Just don't watch the last half an hour. It's just chatting with the folks in the comment section, viewers of the channel, friends of the channel, unless you want to. Some good banter. Anyway, let me take a sip. All right, so go back to the recap of the 2023. So just under 400 beers reviewed, 20 beer mells in hauls. The channel as a whole was pretty successful throughout 2023. Up until the hiatus in July for a small nagging medical issue that I had. I had posted a beer review. I should say beer review. I posted a video every single day for over 14 months, which, if you know my channel, when I am healthy and I'm doing well, I'm very consistent. I feel like most of you know each day when I'm going to post a review, you're probably anticipating a review being posted most days or a video of some kind. However, health issues over the past couple of years, honestly, not related to drinking. None of the health issues are actually related to drinking. They're just random things. I missed a couple months back in 2022 for certain things. Sometimes you get sick. I had the flu the one year. I had a stomach flu, and just you can't review stuff. This year a little bit different. Not going to go into details of the medical issue, but it was something that was supposed to be kind of cleared up in 2 or 3 weeks at the most. Ended up taking a couple months, but eventually cleared up. And the channel had to go on hiatus. Unfortunately, during the middle of Oktoberfest and the summertime, where I wanted to drink a lot of cool beers and just wasn't able to. But it's beer. You know what I mean? If I don't drink beer for a couple months, whatever, it's still going to be here. The channel clearly still going to be here. I mean, the channel went on hiatus for 10 and a half months back in late 20 to early 20 or to late 2021 when I underwent open heart surgery, replaced my aortic valve. So, we're back at it. And everything's pretty good. I haven't been enjoying it. So, towards the end of the year here, it's been a lot of fun. And I'm going to continue going in 2024. People ask me all the time, and by all the time, I mean a couple times. I don't know, I said all the time, everybody asks me this question. They don't. But they've asked me, do you still enjoy beer tubing? Do you still enjoy beer reviewing? I know a lot of people find it mundane, especially if you've been doing this for, let's say 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years. I still love it. Listen, it's just so simplistic, right? You're sitting down with the beer, you're dissecting it, you're talking to other folks who hopefully have had the beer. There's nothing that makes me dislike this or not enjoy it as much as I used to. I'll say this. My channel is bare bones. What you see is what you get. I don't do a lot of editing. I don't do a lot of bells and whistles. I do like channels that do that. There are a lot of good channels that do have great editing, way better than whatever I could come up with. But I try to focus on the consistency when I'm posting beers that hopefully other people could get, and just having interaction. I reply to almost every single comment on my channel. I think that's the key to forming relationships with people who like the same thing you do, in this case, beer. So if I had to edit videos and I had to put in like a lot of effort past what I already do, which is quite a bit of effort, like people just think, hey, I shoot the video and I just upload it. Well, no, I got to set up for the video. I shoot the video. I then got to cut the front and the end. Then I got to render the video. Then I got to update it. I got to put the title. I got to put the description. I got to put tags in. From beginning to end, it probably takes an hour and a half to 2 hours to do just one video. If I had to double that for every video, there's no fucking way that I would probably review more than 1 or 2 beers a week. And I like reviewing a beer every single day. I do. It's fun. Yeah. So anyway, I still like beer tubing a lot. I have not fallen off as far as my enjoyment level. So I just thought I'd throw that out. There was one low point this year, like real big low point, was during that hiatus I took. Unfortunately, I missed the 2023 Beer Tuber Palooza, originally spearheaded by Matt over at Massive Beers. And this year was hosted by the aforementioned Steven. Steven hosted at his house. He got a brand new house this year, and really kind of him. Unfortunately, the travel was a thing that, was definitely a roadblock for Dan and Mike over at FLX Beer Reviews, along with myself. You're talking like a 7-hour trip. It was like 6. It was like a round trip was like 13 hours. But I ended up getting, that health issue. I couldn't drink alcohol, so I ended up not going. But as somebody who's went to the first 3 Beer Tuber Paloozas in 2019, 2021, and 2022, it was a really bummer missing out. And it was even more of a bummer that I didn't get a chance to check out Fox Farm Brewery, one of my favorite breweries this year, which you'll see later on list. All the boys that went to the Beer Tuber Palooza went to Fox Farm, and I was super jealous about that. I'm not going to lie, super jelly. Looked like a fucking great time, great facility. Just, I would love to drink there. And Rick, who was missing the show, as I mentioned earlier, he was like, we got to get you out here at some point, and hopefully at some point I'm able to do so. So that was definitely a bummer. On a more positive side, I hung out with the FX boys 3 different times this year. 2 times we reviewed beer. The other time we went to a beer fest in Rochester. That was a lot of fun. That was one of the few times that I actually, got drunk. And we always have a good time. We were considering hanging out around the holidays. That did not happen. We're going to try to get together probably in the next month or 2 and shoot some reviews. I love those dudes, just great guys. I'll always be indebted. When we went to the aforementioned 2021 Beer Tuber Palooza, they took care of me. I was 6 weeks removed from open heart surgery, so they took care of me. And then this year, first time post-surgery, I went to beer festivals. I went to the one I went with the FLX boys, and I went to another one by myself. And it was a lot of fun. It's fun to check out beer festivals. A lot of great beer consumed. And I'm going to go to some more this year, hopefully. So, and same thing with the beer shares. I'm going to do some more beer shares with friends. We'll see if I film anything. I feel awkward. I mentioned before, I feel awkward doing like on-location stuff. Just, it is what it is. On-location stuff is, just being in public and being like, look at me, let's check out this. Like, I can't. Like, we'll see if I'm able to, if I can at different places, like sneak away and get away from the public. But I just feel like a douchebag doing the whole live vlogging thing I do, and probably nothing that can change it. So yeah, that's pretty much the 2023 year in review. It was a really good year, and I enjoyed the vast majority of it. So we will go to comments, and then we'll start getting into the list. Let's see what we got over here. We got Shark says he's sipping on a Scotch ale. Awesome. And then Chris, I just told you not to send me fucking money. He says Swiss Chalet money for when I come over the border. He sent me $20 Canadian, which is what, like 33 cents American. So, and then YouTube takes a third of that. So 22 cents American by Chris. Thank you, Chris. No, I appreciate it, buddy. I will use it. I will use it for sure. For Swiss Chalet, I'll be able to buy like maybe a roll and a side at this point. I don't know how expensive Swiss Chalet is. Next, we have Rick, who I was talking about. He says, sadly, won't be able to tune in tonight on account of some obligations with the in-laws, but look forward to watching the recording. Cheers on another epic year of beer, dude. Rick, I've already referenced you twice, and now that you have officially said that you won't be watching, you're dead to me. No, like I said earlier, I totally get it, man. I don't know if you'll want to watch it back. It's probably going to be a long stream, so ill-advised, but, you do you, and I appreciate it if you did, Rick. But thanks for chiming in. Thanks for all the cool beers this year, and thanks for the good conversations we've had over the year. Rainier Prey says, check out Off the 10th, dropping bills like a pimp, like you do in the hood. I don't know what just happened, but I feel like I read it in the exact manner that he would have said that. So there you go. Fox Farm is from Connecticut, and I'm in Rhode Island next door, but their beers aren't sold here, and I don't feel like driving to the brewery just to get their beer. Here's the thing, Chaz. If there's one brewery that I would say is worth the drive, it's Fox Farm. They make They are the rare brewery that makes fantastic beer across the board, from like a bunch of different lagers to barrel-aged stouts to just like porters. They do like a nitro English mild. And yes, their price points are more expensive, right? 100% they're more expensive, but they're not crazy expensive like some places. And you can buy singles of everything at the brewery. So you don't have to buy a 4-pack. Like, a lot of these breweries are $20, $22 a 4-pack, $18 a 4-pack. No, you can just buy a single for like $3.50. And they make, I would only advocate them, especially in the New England area, of like definitely make a trip and you get a whole range of different beers that are pretty fucking good. That's at least my opinion. And Green Sabral says, if you do a live one, come to a Brewworks East Aurora. I'll only come there if you show up and we hang out and have a beer or two. How about that, Green Sabral? Even if I don't shoot anything, just maybe I come out to Aurora Brewworks at some point, go over to fucking Barbill, get some wings, and go over there and have a couple cold ones and just chat it up, man. Let me know. We can figure something out for sure. I like how you support all the beer tubers. I've seen you in comment sections of other folks, and really cool to see a local guy enjoy beer reviews. Just pretty cool. Chaz says, but we have Tilted Barn, and is it just as good as Fox Farm? Well, the one beer I've had from Tilted Barn is on a list tonight, and it was fucking delicious. So I don't know. I can't answer that question because I've had one beer, but that one beer was fucking tasty. So maybe. Broad F. George says, Sierra Nevada needs to give people a winter lager seasonal. They need to take that summertime, which was fucking delicious in my opinion, and just make a winter version of it. Make it like a dark lager. Make like a dark Czech or maybe a German Schwarzbier, and just fucking, they do amazing stuff. So just fucking do it. Charge us $10.99 a 6-pack, and everyone rejoices. And Green Sombrero says, I will do it for sure, man. Cool. That'd be, there's, especially like in the winter, if we do it in like the next 2 or 3 months, if you want to hang out at some point. Yeah, I mean, nothing better than, snowing out or like, shitty cold weather, chopping on some wings and drinking some great beer, right? All right, so all caught up on comments. We're going to do something hopefully kind of fun here. Hopefully kind of fun. Like I said, there's in StreamYard, I'm getting a little bit more familiar with like what you can do. You can do banners, which is basically you can make a ticker. You can just put something at the bottom. I went through every single list, put all the beers in the list, and they're all going to be a streaming ticker. So if you just pop in and you hear me talk and maybe I'm reading comments, you'll see where I am in the middle of the list. So you just won't have to guess. You'll know what the list is. You'll know what the beer is. You'll know what number we're on. I have put some effort in. It took me a while to do that. And I made specific playlists for all of the lists that I will reference. I'm going to do the whole share screen. We're going to look at the reviews while, you get the ticker going, looking at the reviews, talk about each beer, so on and so forth. So with that said, we're going to share the screen here, and I'm going to try to do it to the best of my ability here. So we're going to present, we're going to share the screen, and we are going to do this here. And I'm going to share this. And what we're going to do here,
back for another.
You're going to see my stupid face and me talking, because that's what I do as a whole. So first things first, the first beer list of the year is not a beer list. No, it's not a beer list. It's actually just my favorite non-alcoholic beer. And here we go. Tell me is the banner up? Let me know if the banner's up. I just want to know if the banner's up. Is it showing the banner? Please tell me it's showing the banner. I can see it on my screen. I don't know if it's showing up on your screen. So the first category is just, again, not a list. It's my favorite non-alcoholic beer of 2023. And that beer is actually a tie from one brewery. It's from the Athletic Brewing Company, and it is their Garrett's Gold and their Right Pursuit. So Garrett's Gold, as you can see here, they call it it was a collab with the Witcher show on Netflix, which I'm sure some of you have watched. I have not yet watched it. I plan on doing so at some point. It is a hoppy Helles lager, 0.5%, 35 IBUs. And honestly, this was one of the first non-alcoholic beers that kind of just tasted like an actual beer. Like it kind of tasted like a decent Helles lager. And Athletic is probably one of the best non-alcoholic beer makers currently. And this beer to me was pretty damn good. Now, a lot of you don't watch the channel for non-alcoholic beer reviews, and I get that. Totally get that. I understand that. But with everything I just said about open heart surgery and not drinking a lot, sometimes I sneak them in. Sometimes I drink them off camera because they don't have 0.5%. And I'm going to try to review at least once a month going forward, just for myself. They get way less views than everything else. They really do. And I get why. you come to my channel, you want to watch regular beer reviews. But for me, it's something health-wise that I do. And I'm very curious about like non-alcoholic beers in general. Like they've come a long way since O'Doul's for certain, right? So this was my favorite of the year. However, we'll see. Let me see if I can just paste. Let me see if I can just paste this. See if we can do this. And see if it changes to the other one that I had. Yeah, so it should have, right? Right Pursuit. So this was a lemon radler, and a lot of you, and I've got a couple comments. They were just like, "Why the fuck would you want a non-alcoholic lemon radler? Don't lemon radlers already taste like non-alcoholic beers anyway?" Yeah, but here's the thing: a lemon radler, typically, whether it's 3.5, 4%, still has alcohol. You could drink 6 to 8 of these for one lemon radler, and it tasted exactly like a lemon radler. Like the best beer that tasted exactly what it's supposed to taste like. However, wasn't as good as that Garrett's Gold. So my thing is with non-alcoholic beers, to leave you with this so we can go on to the other regular beers. My 2 favorite breweries, Athletic and Untitled Art. Untitled Art's super expensive though for non-alcoholic beers. Athletic more affordable. So if you want like regular styles, light lagers, American lagers, IPAs, Hellas lagers, lemon radlers, yeah, Athletic's more your speed. If you want the crazy, like, pastry stouts and heavily fruited stuff and all that crazy shit, Untitled Art's your jam. But for the most part, I think those are the 2 best non-alcoholic breweries, hands down, not even close for me. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get all right, hang on, let me see. Can I put these over the banner? All right, let's see. I can. Oh my God, so much shit going on stream. I love it. I don't know what I'm doing, by the way. So if something fucks up, let me know in the comment section. I would enjoy it. So Chris says, "What's everyone drinking?" I did forget to ask again, although I did ask last live stream, but whatever. And then Broad says, "Hells yeah, now we're talking. Joe for president." That would be probably the worst thing that's ever happened to everybody in this world. And then he says, "Sam Adams, breakaway a blonde ale." Okay. Chris says, "Up," to confirm that I'm doing it. Chaz says, "The only non-alcoholic beer I had this year is Bud Zero." Well, how was it, Chaz? Was it basically Bud just with no alcohol? Because sounds terrible. Gregory C says, "Full belly, come back from eating," so that's awesome. And then Broad says, "I give it a go. Blonde ales aren't typically hoppy enough for me, but I ain't scared though. Ain't never scared. Ain't never scared." And then Chaz says, "Yeah, it's not super hop forward." Well, that's good. And then Eric Reyes says, Newcastle Brown Ale he's drinking. Nice. I haven't reviewed that yet. I haven't had a Newcastle in a hot minute. Maybe that has to be like is Newcastle basically macro or not? Or is it still like technically craft? Are they, I forget, are they owned by like a bigger macro brewery? I don't know. I feel like they probably are at this point. Green Sombrero says, "Other half True Green right now." I do enjoy True Green. That's like one of their like Shelfie staple beers, honestly. And then Random Price says, "Why is it you can drink 2 beers but not 4 per day? What would happen if you consume 10 beers? What side effects?" Well, what happens, Random Price, not to get medical, we'll just quickly mention it. I'm on a medication where alcohol affects the level at which my blood clots. So if my alcohol level goes further and further, my INR, it's called, will get higher as it over the next couple of days. It takes a while to actually hit it. So like if I drink like 6 of these today, in like a day or two, it would be to levels where I would be at risk at potentially having a bleeding episode in my body. So that's why I'm not supposed to. It messes with my medication. If I drink a beer or 2, it doesn't usually raise it that much, unless again unless I'm getting basically drunk, right? So it is what it is. That's why I try. And the other reason is, at least what my doctor told me, was that for being drunk or anything like that, or even like high, you can get injured easily if you fall down. And if you fall down and you start bleeding and you're hammered, it is what it is. So that's pretty much what I know about my situation. I've done some research and I try to be safe. John Rafferty says he's drinking Celebration IPA, which is a classic and will be on a list. Well, it's not officially on a list, but I will mention it. And Bud Rhodes, Bud's a fantastic dude. You know what? Did I not mention Billy? Did I mention Billy earlier? Didn't I? Or did I say Bud? Billy, did I fucking miss you earlier on the thing? I wrote your name down up here. You know what? My apologies to Billy. Billy, if you're still watching, Billy was the one who turned me on to Russian River, not Bud. Bud turned me on to fucking Monkish and everything. Billy, you're the guy. Please be watching. Billy, I'm sorry. Billy's the one that turned me on to Russian River. Bud's the one that turned me on to like Monkish, Green Cheek, and North Park. Damn, how did I mess that up? I don't know. So, Billy, my apologies. You are the one that you're the Russian River dude. Love you. And Bud says, just tuned in, buddy. In honor of you, I'm drinking a new batch of Swim Test. Spoiler, Swim Test is definitely on my top 23 beers of 2023. So, and then Billy's still here. He says, I hear that Sierra Nevada makes a non-alcoholic beer. I just saw that. It did not show up here yet. I will definitely read that. I will read that. I will definitely drink that. So, God, Billy, I feel so bad. I'm gonna have to, and I told earlier, I was like, Bud and Billy, you're the one that had the 120 Utopia's Barrel Age 120 minute. I'm gonna try to get some for you. Chris says off the 10th. Chris says, "Am I getting? I think I'm getting hammered." He says, "I wanted to say, I don't know why I said Chris says off the 10th because that's the name of his channel, but off the 10th, Chris says just poured Synergy from Counterpart Brewing, a blend of barrel aged imperial stout, 60% imperial stout aged in 24 months in Booker's bourbon barrels, 40% imperial stout aged in 22 months in maple syrup barrels, 13%, 500 mil." What was the price point on that, Chris? Because that sounds fucking absurd. In the best way possible. Sunshine Bro says he's drinking Veil. I don't ever want to be you. Is that the no IBU like double IPA, triple IPA? Yeah. So yes, it is. Big boy beer at 9.3%, but drinks like a 6 to 7, zero bitterness, wild brew. That's fucking fantastic. Dan says in a bit I'll be drinking a Trillium when I get back here in honor of this video or something. Holy fuck, you got Trillium out there, Dan? That's awesome. I can't wait to see which one it is. Rainer Prey says, don't get me going on how great Newcastle was back in the day. Is it shit now? Like last time I had it, it was all right. It wasn't great to me. Gregory says, you could share 6 beers with 2 friends. You could. You could. And that's what we usually do at beer shares, like the FLX boys. And then Rainer Prey says, I was the one that told Joe about the Russian River STS. He said, I didn't know they made lager. And that's the beauty about Billy. Billy, why Russian River is going to get a lot of love tonight, just spoilers, is because he properly introduced me to Russian River as a whole, not just Pliny, not just Blind Pig, not just, Damnation, Consecration, and the beers they're known for. Like, he sent me a great mixture of like their normal beers, and they were so fucking well brewed. It was absurd, honestly. And STS Pills, in my opinion, deserves all the praise it gets from anybody. And it's a 3.65 on Untappd. Fuck Untappd. And then Chris says $20. So $20. So you could have went and bought another bottle with the money you donated to me, Chris. What the fuck you doing? I would totally rather have another bottle than that than sending me money. Joke's on you. Electric Record says, I tried Rasputin Stout over Christmas. Loved it. That's awesome to hear. Old Rasputin is one of my favorite, like Russian Imperial Stouts in general. Just so fucking just well made and delicious. So that's pretty awesome. And then Chad says, I had Foster's Lager on draft at Outback Steakhouse. That has to be the only place to get it in the U.S. because local bars aren't going to have it on draft. I've never seen Foster's on draft, probably outside of that. I just see the big oil can fucking, you see that, and occasionally you'll see the L, but like, yeah, you see it on draft anywhere. And then Dan says, yup, have a few, but picked up the Franklin Park double dry hopped IPA. Never had Franklin Park. And then Sam says, I'm just about to crack my first now that I've had a brekkie and a coffee. All right, Sam. So we're done with non-alcoholic beers, but I wanted to show them some love because obviously it is what it is. That's where I am in my life and how I got to approach stuff. So I like to work them in from here to there and from now to then. I think I said that like sideways. All right. So the next list. The next list that everyone's super pumped up. I'm the only one that's really pumped up about it. But the next list is going to be this list. And I just want to say that I messed this up. So I'm going to change this after the fact, but I didn't change it. But we're gonna put this so you don't. I probably spoil a little bit there. So the next list, we're going to change the banner, and we are going to officially say the next list is, without question, the top 10 session / low ABV beers of 2023. So the first thing I want to say about all these lists is there's one general rule of thumb, plain and simple. These beers had to be reviewed on YouTube in some form or fashion, whether that's my channel, another person's channel. It could be a live review, it could be a group review, whatever the case may be, it has to be reviewed on YouTube. And the reason for that is because this is the Beer PaTroll 2023 year in review. It's not the Joe 2023 year in review. So beers that I drank off camera, beers that I had at Beer Fest or bottle shares or whatever, or at a brewery, those do not count. I'm not counting them. I'm just counting whatever I reviewed on YouTube. I've reviewed, again, almost 400 beers, over 400 if you count the reviews I do with like FLX and on a couple other channels. So I just want to forewarn you. Also, every single list is going to have 3 honorable mentions, just because why not? There were some that, should have got in the list and you just didn't because of other reasons. So this is going to piss off Bud, this list, because he's going to be like, what? But yeah, no, when I was doing it, it is what it is. So the first thing we're going to do here is we are going to do, as you can see at the bottom, the top 10 session/low ABV beers of 2023. Honorable mentions. Number 1, North Park Brewing Company. Their Save versus Fire. So earlier we had a little bit of discussion about, and also in the Barrel Age Blackout review, Alpine and their Nelson, which was a Nelson Rye IPA. That Save versus Fire is a Nelson Rye Pilsner. And it was really good. And I know, Bud, you love this one. I think you gave it like a 4.75, maybe a 5 out of 5 on Untappd. I really liked that. I gave it a 4.35. Absolutely awesome beer. It just didn't make the list for whatever reason. I think a lot of these other beers are just good, if not better, for my own personal palate. But one of the better low ABV rye beers that I've had, like sub 6%. It was pretty fantastic. Next, we have from 3 Taverns Craft Brewery. I think they're out of Georgia, and it was their Lord Grey. Now, this was a Earl Grey tea sour, I believe. I think that's all it was. So Earl Grey tea in a sour ale, really weird, but really delicious. The only reason it really didn't get in the top 10 is because I don't know how sessionable it is, but it was one of the better low ABV beers I had. One of the most unique low ABV beers I had as well. And then last but not least, we have a somewhat of a bucket list beer that I got to try this year. It's from Dancing Gnome, and it's their Lustra. So this is just like an old school, I should say old school, but relatively old school hazy pale ale from like the mid 2010s. We started getting a little bit of Dancing Gnome distro here in Buffalo. I picked that one up, and it kind of lived up to the hype. I gave it a 4.25 or 4.3 out of 5. Really good beer. It's just, it's tough for, pale ales to really blow me away unless they're really delicious. And that was really good. But again, maybe lost a little bit luster, just because when I first heard about that beer was many, many years ago. So keep that in mind. All right. So number 10 on the list comes from the Wondrous Brewing Company, as you can see in the video here, and it is their Gromke. This is the wrong one, though. And I'll fix this when I do make these playlists public in case you want to go check out the reviews. So this beer was sent to me by Jesse, and it basically was a Peacherine Pilsner. So Peacherine hops from New Zealand, and it was like a hoppy Peacherine Pilsner. Absolutely delicious. Jesse sent 2 beers, this and the Gromke, which is a West Coast Mosaic Pilsner. Both of those beers absolutely delicious. I give the nod to the Peacherine Pils. The aforementioned Dan over at FLX went nuts, gave it a 4.8, just loved it. He said this would be my fridge if it was local. For me personally, I really did enjoy it, just like that Save versus Fire, but it kind of didn't like blow me away per se. So I would definitely say the Peacherine Pils was a little bit better than the Gromke. But I will say this: if you're in California, you haven't had Wondrous stuff, and you love low ABV beers, they do Pilsners and like they do a lot of lagers. Go check them out. They do great stuff with hop forward lagers, but also just by the book lagers. And Jesse introduced me to this brewery, and I thank him for that because I want more from them at some point in the future. And then we have a comment here from Broad that says DG started brewing a Lustra lager. Yeah, they have a whole Lustra Day, right? They have a Lustra Day now where they do all kinds of different versions of Lustra. The old school, just Lustra Pale Ale, the OG, is what I always want to seek out. But I do want to try other Lustras. I think going to Lustra Day would be, Pittsburgh's like 3.5 hours from me. It's not too far of a drive, so maybe someday. And then Josh over at Last Beer says, cheers. Cheers to Josh. I spoke about your awesome beer mail earlier, Josh, and I still owe you and Ryan a beer mail at some point here in early 2024. I have not forgotten, as I said, sent you guys a message a couple weeks ago, but you guys will definitely be getting some from me at some point soon. Next, number 9 on the list, and we're going to move here if I can go up on the playlist. We have from the Suarez Family Brewery. So if you are into low ABV lagers for the most part, you probably know about Suarez. They are one of the better, lager breweries in New York State. I thought the stuff I had from them, I had their State Pils and I had their Palatine Pils, both just like classic Pilsners. They were both really good, and they deserve to be on this list. I think the State Pils was better than Palatine Pils, and I think it's actually flipped for most people, but for me, really good. If you're in the East Coast and you're in New York State specifically, you got to search out some Suarez. They do some great stuff. first beers I had from them were, I think, last year and then into this year. So definitely a brewery that deserves more love, in my opinion. And Josh, yeah, I got your text, Josh. I read it earlier. I was going to send you something. I just forgot me, but he got a Schlenkerla Hellas. Yeah, we'll have to do a live stream at some point next year, early next year, with Sam and whatnot. I think it'll be a fun time. So Suarez Family Brewery State Bills, number 9. Yeah, I could session the shit out of this beer and the Wondrous beers without question. Number 8 on the list. So this will make back for another beer review, and to Chris and Broad and a couple other people happy from Landmade, we have their Ewing. But I would also say their Julie. I gave both of them a 4.35, but because I enjoy dark lagers more than like Pilsners, Ewing gets the nod here. This is a Czech style dark lager. And we got one drop of Landmade back in let's see, I reviewed this one on March 28th. I think we got it. Yeah, we got it on, I think it was like early February. I've not seen another drop of Landmade, period. So I don't think we're going to get any more Landmade here in the West New York area in the foreseeable future. The only issue I had with their beers is they were expensive. And they're expensive at the brewery. I think it's like $17 or $18 a 4-pack for sub 5%. Don't get me wrong, well-made Czech style dark lager, but that's pretty fucking pricey if you're asking me. And I probably nobody is, but Rainier Priest says, has got some rules. All beer males have to have paper wrapped around the label. Long live whodunits. You are one of the few guys that just loves the whodunits. Like a lot of people seem to don't enjoy them as much, but I love them because it's honestly the only real way to review beer. I mean, like authentically speaking, anyway. Josh says, got some more Spyglass, some Hop Butcher, Bottle Logic. Yeah, no, those are all trash beers, Josh. I thought you're done with craft beer. What happened, Josh? Jesus, man. Unbelievable. All right. So, again, shout out to Landmade, doing great things in Maryland. Fantastic brewery. Where are they out of again? Let me see here. They are out of Poolsville, Maryland. So, check them out if you haven't had any of their stuff. All right. Now, a beer that I reviewed this month that deserves to be on the list comes from, it's a collaboration between Von Trapp and Human Robot. It is their Stowe style Czech. So, this was a Czech style pale lager, essentially a Pils. Listen, this entire fucking series of beers from Stowe style. So you had the Czech. They did, I think I have a list of it here. They did that. They did the Tamave Pivo with Counterweight, and they did the Fest beer with Narragansett. All of them extremely well made, great beers. Von Trapp makes some good lagers. These are top notch. And when I reviewed this, I was like, this is definitely going on the list. 100% going on the list. No questions asked. So here we are. And if you get Von Trapp or you can get this beer and you haven't, it's probably still on the shelf. Go check it out. By the way, this beer is still just fantastic at room temperature. Just so good. All right, so number 6 on the list. We have from the Schilling Beer Company. We have their, I forgot how to say it, Aosta, Italian-style Pilsner. Best Italian-style Pilsner I've had to date. And most of you know Schilling does amazing stuff with like the old world styles, especially here in the U.S. And this was my favorite from Schilling. Shout out to their a couple other ones I had this year from their Modernism, which I think was a Czech style dark lager, and their Old Mission, which I think was maybe like a hoppy Helles or something like that. This was by far my favorite though. I haven't been I shouldn't say I haven't been overly impressed with Italian style Pilsners, but I haven't really found any that kind of blew me away. This blew me away. So I cannot recommend this beer enough. And then Josh says, have to send you some bottle share, but never had any of them. So I'd be down for that. And then Broad says, the Landmade Italian Pilsner is like, gosh darn, call me Sally. See, that if I see Landmade show, something from them show up again and it's a fucking Italian Pilsner all day, every day. And then Josh says, have you had any halfway crook stuff, Joe? I have not. I had one collab with Other Half, but it was brewed at Other Half. Chaz says, did you have the Von Trapp Schwarz in 2023? It was good. Was it just the regular Schwarz? I don't think I saw that. We get drunk a bunch of Von Trapp stuff. Huh. I do not remember that. What was do you remember? Did they just call it the Schwarz? Let me see if I can look it up on Untappd here. Huh, yeah, no, I did not see that. Nope. Probably still have some at the store. Was it like earlier this year that it was on the shelves, Chaz? Because if it's relatively fresh, within like 3 or 4 months, I would still pick it up. But I did not see it. All right, next we go to from Fox Farm. So the
What's up, everyone?
Farm, I said I would 100% go to this brewery if I were you, Chaz, at some point. Number 5 on the list, it's their Helmhold. And their Helmhold is a Munich style Dunkel. And holy shit, was this beer just so fucking good. Like, most of their beer is good. This just kind of blew me away. And when you read about, like, I mean, if you read, like, you probably can't see it as well on the screen, but here's, the commercial description. I always push it. I put it in the commercial description box, in the description box for the review, and they kind of talk about what they do with it. And I'm telling you, best Fox Farm lager, best Fox Farm low ABV beer I've ever had. Just fucking phenomenal. And Chaz says it's a Schwarz beer called Schwarz. I think it was a fall release. All right, I might have to check that out. Josh from Last Beer says Halfway Crooks makes a lot of lagers and pills. Nice. I'm starting to enjoy them. The Charleston was delicious. Again, smoked dark lager. I did see that at some point. I need to just grab some more Von Trapp regular stuff. It was maybe like 3-4 years ago when they first showed up. I did like their just like year-round lineup they had. I did like 4 or 5 and was pretty impressed with them. So, but since that point, I've really grown to enjoy more, lagers and a lot of darker lagers as well. So, definitely a beer that, brewery that I should definitely drink more of. So anyway, to go back to Fox Farm, this was my favorite low ABV session beer from Fox Farm. And this one was sent to me by, I think it was Rick who sent me this, right? Did I post that? Yeah. So Rick sent me in that big beer mail, and he sent me a bunch of Fox Farm in that beer mail. So pretty fantastic. So number 4 on the list is from Highland Park. They're out of, I'm pretty sure it's LA, right? Yeah, they're out of LA, and this one came from Sierra Hotel, and this was their Timbo Pils. So they're kind of known for this beer, basically a West Coast Pilsner. Comparing this to the Gromke from Wondrous, this was definitely better, but Wondrous Gromke was still pretty good. This was definitely better, though. And I kind of got an idea of what Highland Park's all about with this beer. They've done like double dry hop versions of this and different versions of it, but I just had the regular one. And here's the kicker. I drank this one over 3 months old because by the time I got to it after my hiatus, it was still like, in my fridge, but definitely older, and it was still fucking phenomenal. Definitely a fantastic low ABV beer, without question. Next on the list, we have from Augustiner Brau. This one was also sent to me by the aforementioned Sierra Hotel, and this is their Edelstoff. So this is a Dortmunder export lager, and it's a shame we don't really see the Helles almost ever here in the States, because Augustiner Brau, Helles, I know, Craig, if you're still watching, or other folks in like the UK and Europe, you probably don't believe that, we don't get the Helles in here and you guys can just pick it off the shelves or order it online for delivery or whatever the case. But this beer was absolutely phenomenal. Like, it was great. And he sent me an entire 6-pack, and I shared some with the FLX boys, drank a couple off camera, and it was just fucking delicious. Like, no questions asked, delicious. Yeah, not much more to say about it. I also want to go back to Fox Farm. The other 2 beers that were in the conversation to be on this list was their Pip and their Phone. Again, lagers, low ABV beers that were just really delicious. So we're now getting to the top 2 here. And the top 2, number 2, is one that, believe it or not, this was the best like Czech dark lager I've had maybe to date. And who does it come from? Motherfucking Jack's Abbey. Sons, Jack's Abbey. What's up, everyone? Their Bohemian Dusk blew me away. This is so... I'll be 100% honest with you. I love Jack's Abbey. I have loved Jack's Abbey for about 10 years now. We started getting distro of their stuff, I think, back in 2012, 2013. They were the first brewery to introduce me to India Pale lagers, aka IPLs. They do only lagers. And somewhere along the way, they kind of fell off a little bit for me. Like their Framingham lineup, some of the variants fell off a little bit. Some of their other beers, not that great. They kind of won me over the past year or so. And this was one of the beers that kind of won me over. Just an absolutely fucking fantastic Czech style dark lager, without question. And I just kind of bought it because I was like, wow, they did a Czech style dark lager. When I got it, it was relatively fresh. I'm like, fuck, man, I'm going to give it a go. And guess what? I'm glad I did. And that's why, a lot of times favorite beers or beers that you end up enjoying are ones that you didn't even anticipate buying. Like when I went to the store and bought that, I had no idea they released it. And B, I was just like, oh, hey, Jack's Abbey, check style dark lager. I fuck it. We'll try it. It's like $3 a can. Yep. No, I'm glad I got it. Definitely worth it. Craig says, yeah, a great beer. What, that Helles from Augustiner Brow? Yeah, no, I'm sure it's fucking delicious, but we'll never see it here in the States. If you come over, Craig, again at some point, bring like a couple bottles of that so we can properly enjoy it and review it. Do it. You want to. Anyway, so we're going to wrap up the list. So my favorite session / low ABV, low ABV. I just combined that. I said a low ABV beer. I just said low ABV beer of 2023. Not a surprise to many folks out here, Raining on Your Parade, all the others. Russian River Brewing Company's STS Pills. If I could write music or write in general, I'd write a love song to this beer. This is a beer that dumbfounded me on how good it was, but also opened my eyes to how good like an American version of a Pilsner could be. Because it's not like an authentic, it's like not an authentic Pilsner, whether it's German or Czech or whatever. It has its own twist on it. This was a fucking amazing beer. And again, I hate mentioning Untappd because Untappd is so fucking just ridiculous at times. This beer gets a 3.65 on Untappd, like a 3.65 out of 5 on Untappd. Like, what are we doing? Like, listen, I'm not saying this has to be everyone's favorite, American Pilsner or whatever you want to call it. But this is at least a 3.75. Like, at least a 3.75. To average a 3.65 is fucking bonkers and stupid, and I don't get it. But again, it's Untappd. If not for friends on Untappd and keeping track of beers and seeing what others are drinking, which I think is the point of Untappd for myself, I probably wouldn't have Untappd. Not that I don't like it. I just think the fucking all the ratings are skewed to the point where it's fucking just absurd. Like, it's absurd. Any mediocre hazy's automatically like a 3.9 to a 4. And then like any Pilsner, unless it's from like a super hype, ridiculous brewery, is like, 100% a sub 4 and probably like a sub 3.8. So this beer blew me away. This was the best Russian River beer I had this year. And I had Pliny. And I had a host of other beers from them. This was my favorite. And it was my favorite lager of the year and my favorite low ABV / session beer. I could drink fucking 3 or 4 bottles of this. I wouldn't be allowed to, but I could. To go back and answer, and not even answer, but just respond in some ways to Rainer Prady says, Jack's Abbey really impressed me in 2023. The Fest of the World Copper Legend. I've always enjoyed Copper Legend, but you're right. So the other beer in the running for this list for Jack's Abbey was Fest of Both Worlds. I gave it a 4.35. Amazing collaboration with Weihenstephaner. You're right. Jack's Abbey did win me back this year a lot. And I just had one of their Framing Hammer variants at a bottle shop here. We did like a small share on a Monday last week. And their chocolate, German chocolate cake Framing Hammer barrel aged version. Dynamite, as Rick would say. Dynamite. BC's beer review says, cheers to everyone. Cheers, BC. Hope everything's going well, buddy. Good to see you. But yeah, so that pretty much wraps up the low / I want to say low / session ABV beers. Like, yeah, I'm definitely feeling it, just so you know. That wraps up the top 10 session / low ABV beers of 2023. Yeah, it was here's the thing. I don't think I could have honestly done this list last year or even the year before, because I didn't used to drink a lot of lagers, whether dark lagers, regular lagers, pilsners, the whole nine. And I'm really getting into them. And it's nice to see what separates, certain breweries. Like, it's just crazy how many good breweries are coming out of the woodwork here in the States, as far as like traditional, like German and Czech styles, but also doing an American twist on them. So yeah. So we're going to move right into the next list. And this one should excite Chaz and other people out there who like Shelfie beer reviews. So the next list is the top 10 Shelfie beers of 2023. So first things first, again, had to be reviewed on YouTube at some point, wherever, whenever, but in 2023. This is the only list where, and I don't know if I mentioned it for the session / low ABV beers, but this is the only list in which I didn't have to review the beer or try the beer for the first time to be on the list. So every other list is brand new beers to me in 2023. So I'm not putting, like in my top 22 beers, I'm not putting beers that I've had before. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like it should be newer beers that I haven't tried up until 2023. The lone exception is Shelfie beers, because the spotlight of Shelfie beers is beers that are Shelfies that I've had numerous times before. So it doesn't make sense to pigeonhole the rankings and the lists based on that criteria. So it's the only one of all the lists that I'm allowing it. So let's go over these. I'm going to throw the playlist up here so I can show you the video of each, and then we'll do the scroll, and everything will be fucking la-di-da, except for it won't. So this is going to be the number 10. You'll see it already. But first we have the honorable mentions. So the honorable mentions for Shelfie beer reviews. You'll see the three right now. So the first honorable mention is from the Boston Beer Company. It's Old Fezziwig. So I've had a mixture of people tell me that this year's Old Fezziwig kind of reminds them of when they first had it and they thought it was delicious. That was my opinion. Some said they thought it was still not that good. I used to love Old Fezziwig back in 2019. I was underwhelmed. I tried it last year and I thought it was pretty good. And I tried again this year and I really liked it. So it doesn't make it in the top 10, but it's still a Shelfie beer that I think belongs as an honorable mention, because I think it's back to where I remember it being. And for me, that's all that really matters. Next, from Dogfish Head Craft Brewery, their Pennsylvania Tuxedo. This was another one where people said that they remember this beer being more sprucey and piney. I thought it had enough sprucey kind of characteristics to it. Maybe I would like a little bit more spruce tips to it, but for the ABV and what they're going for, price point, availability, and everything, I think it's a fucking delicious beer, and it deserves to be an honorable mention. And then last but not least, a classic of a beer, Stone Brewing Company's Ruination IPA. So this is a beer that I'm sure most of you have had out there if you've been drinking, craft beer for, a good, 5 to 10, 15, 20 years. Shout out to the train. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a Stone classic, and it's still fucking really good. And it's a Shelfie, and it's really good. It really is. I want to say I gave it like a 4.2 this year. Yeah, I gave it a 4.25. Also, honorable mention, another Stone beer was their Enjoy by 42023 Smoke Up. I gave that a 4.20 as well. But that was a good, hazy version of their Enjoy by series. Still doesn't touch the old school Enjoy by variants you'd see from time to time, at least in my opinion, but still pretty fucking good. What do we got going on here? We got Rajay says, cheers, buddy. Cheers to Rajay. Rajay's an OG. It's my boy. Shout out to Rajay. AMED says, cheers, cheers. And then Dr. Shut Up says, love that Ruination release in the little gold cans. Yeah, man. Dude, it was so cool that it came back, without question. So Green Sombrero says, onto other half dank. Nice. That's actually one of the few beers I haven't had from them. I know Dan from FLX likes it because he's Dan K and his nickname is Dank. So that makes sense. But yeah, I haven't had that. I need to pick that up at some point next time they release it. So yeah, so those are the the honorable mentions, whatever you want to call them. So we're going to get into the top 10. As you can see on the screen from Iyengar, their Brauweiss. So this is just their Shelfie fucking Hefeweizen. And guess what? That's exactly what it is. It's just a well-made, tasty German Hefeweizen. Your typical banana characters. Your little bit of clove. It's silky smooth on the palate. Just a fucking awesome beer. I would say if folks out there don't drink enough imports, just go to the German section and just start buying Iyengar stuff and Weihenstephaner. Just those two breweries. Just go through their fucking lineups. Just take them to the dome piece. They're all relatively priced, relatively well priced. Listen, if you haven't had any German imports or imports in general and you want to drink more, go pick up those two breweries. You won't break the bank, and I'm pretty sure you'll understand the quality of the beers, because this was one of my favorite Shelfies this year. It was absolutely delicious. And also another shout out to their Maibach, which I also reviewed and gave a pretty good score, but didn't make the cut. Next, you can debate whether this is a Shelfie, but it's from a Shelfie brewery, so I am allowing it. It's my list, and I do what I want. But it's from it's from Three Floyds, and it's their Zombie Ice. So this is basically their imperial version of Zombie Dust. It was fucking really good. What else do you want me to say? It's really good. It was basically Zombie Dust imperialized. Do I think it's a necessary beer? No, I don't. Why do I think it's not a necessary beer? Because Zombie Dust is already pretty fucking good. Okay, Zombie Dust is a good beer. I don't think you need that beer imperialized. I don't. However, they did it, and I don't hate it. It's actually really fucking good. And it was one of the better Shelfies I had this year. I'm pretty sure I gave it like a 4.3. It was a really good beer. But like if I was in the store and I saw Zombie Ice and I saw Zombie Dust, especially with what's going on with me, like health concerns and all that stuff, I would 100% pick the Zombie Dust. Lower ABV, still impactful flavors. But I don't dislike Zombie Ice. I think it's really well made, tasty, delicious beer. So that has to be a part of it. So number 8 on the list is a beer that I was so happy to be able to try relatively fresh. And I got some bad news for those folks in New York we'll talk about momentarily, but it's from Firestone Walker, and it's their Wookiee Jack. So I've mentioned this on the channel before, and I am not a huge black IPA guy, okay? They have to be done extremely well for me to really enjoy them because I don't love hoppy. Like I feel like the hoppiness associated with like a darker beer that I know black IPAs aren't supposed to be like hoppy porters or stouts, but I think the poorly made ones are, and it's not necessarily my jam. But when you get a good black IPA like Wookiee Jack, sign me the fuck up. However, the bad news about this Wookiee Jack in general is that in New York, Firestone Walker is apparently pulling out of New York State. I first heard about this a couple weeks ago. Conflicting reports on exactly why. The last thing I heard was that they didn't want to pay for like shipping their bottles and cans and stuff across the country. It wasn't worth it to them. We'll see if that actually holds true, but I am super disappointed as somebody who has, Parabola and Tsukaba behind me on the pretentious wall of bottles and cans, somebody who loves a lot of their core lineup and a lot of their barrel age releases and everything. It fucking kills me. But here's the thing. A lot of their beers never showed up fresh, at least from their core lineup or like their seasonals. So I just wouldn't pick them up. Like I wanted to review Union Jack, and like the freshest Union Jack I could find was like 4.5 months old. Like that's ridiculous. So if they're going to pull out because maybe they can't keep the beer fresh, maybe they don't sell well, whatever, I get it. But the fact I can't get Parabola or Tsukaba or like the Anniversary Island shit going forward very easily, upsetting to say the least. Very upsetting. Shad says, was Zombie Dust Ice a wide release? It was pretty wide. Like, I'm pretty sure it got to most of their distribution. Yeah, because a lot of check-ins on tap, a lot of people drinking them all over the place. So I'm pretty sure it was for me, it showed up. It was in a couple grocery stores here. So it was definitely a Shelfie. I just don't know how wide the release was. It probably pretty wide. Dr. Sharp says, I feel similarly about the Pseudo Sue and the King Sue as the Zombie Dust. Yeah, I mean, I really, the first time I had King Sue, I loved it. But Pseudo Sue is such an awesome Citra Pale Ale that, like, yeah, I don't necessarily need that extra, 2.5%, 3% alcohol. I just give me the fucking, Pseudo Sue or 2% alcohol or whatever the difference is. Yeah, I can see that. And it's funny because for many years, Pseudo Sue and Zombie Dust always got compared because they were Citra only Pale Ales. Neither of them drank like a Citra only Pale Ale, and they were not the same beer. One was pretty much a hazy, and the other one was fucking not a hazy. And I don't know. Both classic beers that are now shelf turds. I never thought I'd see the fucking day, but here we are. So next we have from Trogs, their Nimble Giant. So I never had a Nimble Giant. And going into this review, I was confident that I had Nimble Giant. Turns out I never had Nimble Giant. Listen, this was a good like old school with a little bit of new school influence as far as like a like an imperial or double IPA goes. Big beer, 9%, almost 70 IBUs. But man, it was really fucking good. And let me tell you, there's a lot of breweries out there that people kind of, I don't say shit on, but maybe don't buy or think they fell off. I almost never hear that about Trogs. Like Trogs is one of those breweries that like I never heard of. Like, oh, I used to like Trogs when they were good. I feel like their beers were just always really consistently solid. And Nimble Giant's probably a perfect example. I mean, I think they released this for the first time maybe like 5, 6, 7 years ago, somewhere in that range, maybe mid to late 2010s. But their Mad Elf, which I am reviewing for New Year's Day, just well made. I reviewed other beers from them. There's another beer. What was the other beer that could have been on this list? They're Double Nugget Nectar, one of the newer beers over the past couple of years. And okay, we'll go back. So Dr. Sharp, we'll go back. Double Nugget Nectar. I don't know if you've ever had Nugget Nectar or even Double Nugget Nectar, but I don't feel the need to get Double Nugget Nectar after having Nugget Nectar. Like it's definitely a little bit bigger, a little bit better than Nugget Nectar, but enough to make me want to drink a 9% version of it. Not really. So yeah, I mean, Trogs, Nimble Giant, really good beer. Rod says Trogs pretty solid. just did their Perpetual IPA. I don't think I've reviewed that one, Rod, and that's another like staple of theirs that just, again, it's a Shelfie. You can find it everywhere. You can easily grab it. Same thing with the Nimble Giant. Like every year it shows up, it just hangs out on the shelves for a couple months, and but yeah, Perpetual IPA is pretty good. I remember having that a couple different times and enjoying it for what it is. So, yeah. So Strokes. Next, we have a nice Belgian beer from Brasserie de Chouf, and it's the Nichouf or Nichouf. So this is a big Belgian. I think it's a Belgian strong dark, and they brew it with orange peel and thyme. This was my favorite of the mix pack I bought. I bought it last December, but reviewed all the beers in January, I think. This was my favorite of the bunch. Just really resonated with me. The entire gift pack for the price point and the fact you get a glass, pretty good value. A lot of the Belgian beers just hold up, man. They just do. And the Belgian beers are the definition of Shelfie beers here in the U.S. Like if you go to your local bottle shop or a decent grocery store that has a solid selection in their beer area, you'll see a lot of like gift packs. You'll see a lot of staples. You see the Rocheforts and the St. Bernardus and the Deliriums and this and that. And I think this was my favorite of the gift pack that it came in. And I was glad I picked up that gift pack. I like the glass, although I don't drink as many Belgians as I should. We'll try to fix that in 2024, but that's a really good beer. Rainier Parade says Shelfie beers year round, Shelfie beers budget. Yeah, I mean, you could separate it. I just all inclusive this year just because I have like 7. Like, how many lists could I do? I could have done like top 4 beers, top barrel aged beers, top darker beers, top sours. I could have done top Shelfie beers, top Shelfie beers budget, and you said year round as well. I could do. Someone asked to do like seasonals. I could have done top seasonals. I just went with this year just to see how it goes. I'm already an hour and 7 minutes in. I'm gonna lose my voice. I think I need to drink more and talk less, but that's beer patrol. It doesn't happen. But yeah. Broad says, love me some Trogs. I've had a Trogs beer I didn't like. I've never had a bad beer from them. Yeah, so I've had a Trogs. I've had a beer. I've had a Trogs beer I didn't like. I've never had a bad beer from them. Did you say I haven't had a Trogs beer that I didn't like, or are you saying you did have a Trogs beer that you didn't like? And then Green Sparrow says Belgian beer is my Euro favorite. Big fan of a Duvel. Yeah, I haven't reviewed Duvel. That's a fucking definition of a classy. Brother Thelonious. So here's funny thing, Broad, is that I almost grabbed that for January Shelfie beer reviews. I was looking at it on the shelf. I'm looking at it, and I just didn't grab it. Maybe next month or in February I'll do it because I remember enjoying it. I've had that beer only once, and I remember really enjoying it. So I'll have to grab it. And then Green Sombrero says for quality versus price, you cannot beat Germany. No, I mean here's the thing. Do we all like, like you're drinking another half right now. Do you like other half shit? Yeah, of course. It's delicious. A lot of us drink, a lot of hype stuff. Some of us like the Shelfie stuff. But at the end of the day, when you go to the import section for a German beer and quality versus price, as you said, it is very hard to beat the Germans. Like, especially when you get to the upper echelon, like the Eyingers and the Weihenstephaners, they just make absolutely fucking phenomenal beer. Like almost anything they make is just top notch. So I can't disagree. Totally agree with you. And then Rainer Parade says, cheers to Rajay. All right. So we're entering now the top 5 of the top 10 Shelfies. And number 5 is from Sierra Nevada. And it's this year's release. Wait, did I mess that up? I did. Why did I think it was Sierra Nevada? Incorrect. Error. It's from this brewery. And it's Chillwave. What's up, everyone? It's Chillwave from Great Lakes. I spoiled number 3 or number 4. So anyway, number 5 is from the Great Lakes Brewery. It is their Chillwave. This is a beer that it's a Shelfie, but it's a seasonal, so kind of can count as either or. This was the first beer I think that I really got to know Mosaic hops in because it's brewed with Mosaic hops, and yeah, it's a fucking phenomenal beer, and it was just as good as I remember it being. I think I actually liked it a little bit more this time around as opposed to in prior years. I think I gave it like a 4.35. But to be fair, when I first had this beer going back 10 years, I wasn't huge into like hop forward beers, certainly like big Imperial hop forward beers. But Great Lakes. So this brewery right here, Great Lakes, I think is one of the most underrated breweries in the Midwest into the Northeast. Chaz, I know you guys don't see it much in the New England. They have some weird distro. Like they get to some weird states that I don't feel like they should, but then they completely neglect the New England area. Like you don't go in Vermont, or I don't think they're Vermont, Rhode Island, Maine. I don't know, but you look at their distro on their site in the states that they distro to, and yeah, I don't know. Broad says the beer I didn't like was personal preference. It wasn't technically bad. Oh, okay, so you did have a single beer from them you didn't like, but it was more of I don't like a certain thing in there, or I don't like the style or whatever. I got you. Dr. Sharp says Chill Wave is a sleeper, 100%. Like I said, one of my favorite Mosaic beers going back, 8 to 10 years ago. And then Random Priest says when people hear Shelfie beer, they think of a budget beer. They might. I mean, for me, when I hear Shelfie beers, here's the thing. I try to get a combination of those budget beers, budget craft beers, though. You know what I mean? Like budget craft beers. What would you consider a budget craft beer? For me, it's like anything at this point that's like 11 or 12 bucks a 6-pack or cheaper. So I feel like Sierra Nevada fits the bill, Lagunitas fits the bill, Bell's fits the bill for most of their stuff. Great Lakes fits the bill. If you start getting the special releases from them or like the seasonals, yeah, a little bit more expensive. But like that's what I feel like a Shelfie beer. You could call it a bunch of other stuff, like maybe like I don't know, like I don't know what word you could use or what you could replace Shelfie with, but that's what I think about with Shelfie. I feel of like old school, bigger craft breweries that have a cheaper price point than your hyped local or regional ones. So that's kind of what I run with to try to get a good mixture. And honestly, the word itself, Shelfie, just kind of to me feels like it should be taking as is, like a Shelfie. As I say when I do the vlog, it's beers I can easily grab off the shelf here in my area. And I try to get a mixture of bigger regional, national, international breweries. And that's what I usually do. I usually don't throw in like, I'm not going to, pick up another half, even though other half is technically a Shelfie, but it's not a Shelfie everywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's so, certain states you can get their stuff in and maybe it's a little bit harder. So, it's one of those things where it's, and this is a perfect example too, which Chaz said, he says, but there's Shelfies like Captain's Daughter that aren't cheap and aren't sold in most states. Yeah, there's local Shelfie beers as well. Like the reason I don't do a lot of local, like hyper local, like, not sold out of, maybe 1 or 2 states is because the Shelfie beers are trying to attract people that drink a bunch of stuff that they're at their local grocery store. They're fucking picking up dinner and they're like, oh, hey, Sierra Nevada, celebration's out. I'm going to grab a 6-pack or a 12-pack of that because I like it. That's my definition of a Shelfie beer. You know what I mean? Like that type of beer, in my opinion. But, I could be wrong. Yeah, like Lawson's is definitely a Shelfie. I mean, fuck, man, Fiddlehead's a Shelfie. I never thought 5 years ago I would say at any point Fiddlehead would be. Fiddlehead, according to the Brewers Association, is in the top 40 in terms of production. Fiddlehead, yes, Fiddlehead Brewing Company. That's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy to me. How many states are they in? I think they're in like 8 states maybe, but like that's a Shelfie. Like I can get like, fuck, man, I can get pretty much anything from Fiddlehead. Fiddlehead's on this list. Fiddlehead might be close to being on this list soon. No, Fiddlehead's not on this list, but they're going to be on another list. Anyway, so Chill Wave, awesome beer. The next beer is the one that I already spoiled from Sierra Nevada, and it's their Optimum. And this to me is just a delicious, absolutely fucking delicious triple IPA. This is old school through and through. As the kids say, they don't miss. And Sierra Nevada, for me, rarely misses when it comes to like their old school year-round and like seasonal/rotating offerings that have been around for a while. And Optimum was one of those beers where it's just like, yeah, no, this is everything I remember this beer being and then some. It was just fucking delicious. It was such a delicious beer. Definitely one of the best Shelfies that I had this year, hands down. And it's funny to see Sierra Nevada too. Like, they got the 2 facilities. They got the one out in California and Chico, and then they have the Mills River location in North Carolina. And I think most of the stuff here in New York we get from the North Carolina facility. It's just as good as I remember it. Like they've definitely figured out water profile and all that stuff. I'm sure everything's like spot on. So yeah, for me, Optimum is definitely up there. And shout out this year though. Here's the thing. Shout out. I was trying to think. Shout out to their Powder Day IPA. We already talked about Celebration. Obviously, Celebration is a fucking fantastic Shelfie. Their Oktoberfest this year was also back to being fantastic. In fact, Sierra Nevada as a whole, you could just put like whatever I reviewed from them, they're just in the number 4 spot here on the Shelfie beer reviews, because most of their beers this year scored really high for me. I'm omitting their summertime, which a lot of people are like, yeah, it's okay. I fucking love that beer. That was and I don't remember liking it as much as I do. Fucking great beer. So Sierra Nevada definitely is like, yeah, they should be in the Shelfie discussion 100%. Next, we have a beer that I haven't had in quite a while. I was glad I was able to pick it on my travels. What's up, everyone? Travels to Ohio. It comes from Deschutes as their Black Butte Porter. Now, I've had discussions before because American Porters are one of my favorite styles for many, many years. And there are some that always just in the back of my head are there. Anchor Porter, which unfortunately, I guess we'll probably never see again, or if so, it won't be, probably the same beer. You have, this beer. You have from Great Lakes, Edmund Fitzgerald. You have Smutty Nose Robust Porter, although last time I had it, it wasn't as good as I remember it. It was still good. You have Founders Porter. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. If you guys remember any, there's a shit ton of good American Porters. Black Butte, though, to me, definitely one of the best. And look, I'm wearing the same getup, and here is like wearing the same thing, same hat, same shirt. I swear, I didn't mean it to go that way. Also, the one thing I will say about Deschutes, plain and simple, for me, is that it's a bummer. They've never, as far as I know, distributed to New York State. So all the beers I've ever had from them were either sent to me or I picked them up on my travels to Pennsylvania or Ohio. I don't know why they don't get into New York State. Maybe it's similar to why Firestone Walker is pulling out of the state, but it's very disheartening because the Abyss is a fucking phenomenal beer. I used to like a lot of their hop forward beers, like Fresh Squeezed, was their IPA, their Mirror Pond Pale Ale, and a bunch of their barrel aged shit, the Abyss, the Dissident, the different anniversary imperial versions of this beer. So Black Butte, to me, man, Black Butte's a fucking... If you've never had Black Butte, you got to try it out. It's just the quintessential American Porter, in my opinion. Number 2 is a beer that I believe just came out recently. And I heard a lot of people saying this year's version is not as good as last year's and prior releases. So this is where the comment section would be nice if you've had this so far. So this is from Lagunitas, and it is their Willetized coffee stout. So this is, the one I reviewed was the 2022. I reviewed it back in, I think, January of this year. Right? Where was it? No, I reviewed, January 15th. Awesome beer. Absolutely loved it. Great. Willetized. I reviewed it before. Great. It's always great. Always reasonably priced. $13.99 a 4-pack. A big barrel aged behemoth. 13.1%. It's just fucking it's an absolutely great imperial coffee stout aged in both rye whiskey and bourbon barrels. This year, though, I've seen a couple people say, it's all right. It's not as good. It's a little bit lacking. Has anybody else had the new version of Willetized 2023? If so, I'd be curious to know what you think about it. Great Sparrow says, friends, I must run out to a going away party for a young man going to Ranger School. Cheers. Happy New Year. Love this channel. Awesome. Great Sparrow. I hope you have a fantastic party and hopefully everything's cool, and Happy New Year. Hopefully your holiday season has been fantastic. Always appreciate the support, the comments, everything. Thank you very much for stopping by. And we'll see. I'll see you in the comment section. And maybe at Aurora Brewworks in East Aurora at some point, 2024. By the way, as you can tell, English usually tough for me. This is starting to hit me. A little bit of slurring. Not hammered, but I have to think about everything I say, which means it's getting to me. So, Broadcast, did you hear Sierra Nevada makes a beer called Selly Drippings, which is made from the liquid from the hop eggs after all the regular celebrations packed from the tank? Mills River only. I have not, and that sounds fucking amazing. Is it only draft only, or did they just do like a can or a bottle release at the Mills River facility? Because if that's a thing, I would love to get a can or bottle of it. But if it's just draft, probably won't get there, obviously. But yeah, that sounds awesome. I would definitely drink the shit out of that. So I told you that I was going to not try to have like, replicates as far as like on these different lists, like I'm trying to keep them where they're exclusive to one list and whatnot, but it's hard to do so. This is the one case. Now, you can argue whether or not Jack's Abbey is a Shelfie brewery. 100% in my opinion are. They are on the shelf everywhere. They're in a bunch of different states. So I cannot put or I cannot omit this beer from this list. What's up, everyone? I'm not going to talk about it, obviously, too much because I already talked about it. But the number one Shelfie beer for me in 2023 was Jack's Abbey Bohemian Dust. Already discussed it. Fantastic Czech style lager. Deserves to be on this list. And 100% a Shelfie beer, in my opinion. And this, if I go back to one Shelfie and just drink one beer for like the rest of the year or for like a couple month period, this would be the beer 100%. I love Willetized. I love Top-23. Those are all beers where it's like, I drink one and I'm happier. I get a 4-pack. I drink it. This I could drink a case of, and it's fucking just phenomenal. Chaz says, did Lawson's Nitro Stout show up in your area? It did, and I did not grab it. Is it worth grabbing? Did you have it? I'd be curious to know. I love Nitro Stouts. I just didn't grab. When I saw it, I was only grabbing holiday beers, which is why I didn't pick it up. I didn't pick up anything other than holiday beers, so I didn't grab it. But last time I went to the beer store, I did not see it again. But then again, I wasn't looking for it, so I might have to grab it. Chaz says, Jack's Abbey is a Shelfie. I'm glad at least one person agrees with that because I'm pretty much, yeah, they are. Broad says, draft only about 6 barrels, so I'm going to try to make it next year. If they do it again next year, yeah, that would be fucking real cool. Real cool to be able to try that straight from the source, something as unique and cool as that. And Chess says, I didn't have it, but I saw it. Yeah, no, I saw it, but I was picking up holiday beers, and if I do see it, maybe I'll grab it and give it a go. I do like nitro beers, especially like classic styles that are nitroed, like your Guinnesses of the world, the nitro Irish stout. So I will definitely grab it. Okay, so let me take a drink of water here, and then we'll get into the final 4 lists. There's a lot of lists. Hey, I said strap in, right? Like I wasn't bullshitting. This is if we're done before 10, I'm gonna consider that a win. But there's a lot of fun lists to be had here. And as you can tell, I'm trying to be positive about these lists. This next list is the only negative list in terms of like, I'm not gonna shit on beers because if you follow the channel, I don't really want to shit on beers because there's a time and place for every beer. Certain people like them. If they're not for me, I don't trash it. It is what it is. I try to be nice about it because even the worst brewers or perceived worst brewers and breweries out there, people trying to make a living and doing their best. And, me sitting here on YouTube going, oh, this beer's trash. Why do they even make it? Oh my God. That's not what it's about. But there are beers that I do not like, believe it or not. I mean, I would say I rate a bit higher than most people. Like my average rating this year is probably like close to a 4 out of 5. That's because I buy beers, obviously I enjoy. But I do buy some beers that I have an understanding that maybe I won't enjoy. And then there are beers that kind of complete this list. So before we get into the list itself, we're going to do the honorable mention. So this list is the most disappointing / overrated beers for me personally in 2023. I don't know why I had to throw in the me personally. Obviously, this is my list. But these beers are either disappointed me from an aspect of there was a lot of hype going into them, or maybe I was hoping for more, or overrated in that sense that like a lot of people enjoyed it and I didn't. I thought a little bit overrated. So one of the two, fitting it all into one list. So the first, so we'll read the comments and then we will do that. So Rand Prairie says, got 2 cases Willetized last year and was killer, same as always. It's always the same. No Born yesterday and Willetized so far this year. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, I always felt like Willetized was very similar outside of the ABVs and maybe the IBUs being a bit different from year to year. Like there's certain breweries and super beers that come out like Celebration, like Willetized, where most people are just like, it's fucking awesome each year. You can't really complain too much about like the distribution or, the price point or whatever. And then like the last couple of years, distribution's been wonky. Another good viewer of the channel. He hasn't shown up for any of the live. He hasn't commented a lot. He's probably a busy dude, but Sadiq down in Georgia, he always used to get very weird distro, kind of like Chaz, where like certain things would show up or not show up. And it's just like, fucking distro is just crazy. So, Allagash Hop Reach IPA says, Broad. Was that one of your most disappointing? I thought it was pretty good, but I also went into the review just thinking like it's Allagash and it's an IPA, and it's like, if it's just solid, I'll be happy. And I thought it was solid, but I didn't really have any preconceived notions too much on it other than it's Allagash, right? All right, so the honorable mentions. Number 1. This is crazy. Russian River Brewing Company, Mind Circus. So you're going to hear more about Russian River in the next couple lists. That Mind Circus was their take on a hazy IPA, okay? Here's the thing. Russian River is not known for hazy IPAs. However, I was disappointed by that beer. Why? It's Russian River. And after running the gamut of all the different styles I reviewed from them this year, courtesy of Billy, who really hooked it up, I was expecting more. It's a West Coast brewery. A lot of West Coast breweries are doing crazy, hazies and New England styles and everything. I was just expecting more. So Mind Circus, to me, I called Mind Circus in the review, and I remember this specifically. I called it a Shelfie hazy IPA. Not all breweries are going to produce winners. It was solid, though. I give it like a 3.9 or something like that. Like, it was fine. It just, I wanted more. The next beer was a collaboration between Evil Twin New York City and Other Half, and it was their Creme de la Creme de la Creme. It was a big, like, oat cream triple IPA. Look, Other Half, king of the oat cream IPAs, whether it's a single, double, or triple. Other Half, or Evil Brewing New York City, I haven't had a lot from them, but you're doing those, both of the breweries are pretty well hyped and get a lot of love. Very underwhelming. I was expecting from a triple IPA that's an oat cream to be absolutely fantastic. I still gave it like a 4 or something, like a 4.1. Don't get me wrong, still a good beer, and I enjoyed it. Don't get twisted. But I was expecting like fucking just amazing stuff. No, it wasn't amazing. It was just a good solid oat cream triple IPA. Wanted way more. And then last but not least, North Park Beer Company and Magnanimous Brewing, their Charlie Foo. So I've reviewed a lot of North Park on the brewery, courtesy of Sierra Hotel and Bud this year. And then Magnanimous, this was the first experience I had with Magnanimous. Now, keep in mind, North Park brewed the beer. So Magnanimous, when you do collaborations, what are they doing? They're just probably hanging out, maybe on a conference call, maybe texting back and forth, like whatever they're going to do for like the ingredients. But this was the worst North Park beer I've ever had. I still gave it like a 3.7. I think it was like a 3.7, 3.75. But for North Park, that's a substantially low rating. And the aroma was pretty good, and then the taste was just so flat. I reviewed this one with the FLX boys, Dan and Mike, and we all just had the same kind of thought. It was like, where did the taste go? So that was my first experience with Magnanimous. They made up for it, and we'll get to that a bit later. But they made up for it with the other beer that I reviewed from them this year. So those right there are the honorable mentions. Now we'll get into the main list here. Let's do that. I will see here. All right. So number one on the list for me, most disappointed beers. Right there. There you go. Number 10, we have from Firestone Walker, who I mentioned earlier, pulling out of state, their Parabolita, the salted caramel variant. Although I don't know if they're going to do more Parabolitas, but they do specifically say Parabolita salted caramel. Whatever. If it's just Parabolita, that's fine. Listen, was this a good beer? Yes, it was. It was a good, barrel aged imperial stout with a little bit of salted caramel flavor is fine. It's fucking Parabola. Here's the thing. You're not calling Parabola, but you're calling Parabolita. Parabola is usually big in ABV. It's fucking this big beer, very intense. This was like somebody wanted a sessionable version of Parabola, and they dumbed it down with a salted caramel flavor. Still a solid, good beer. Very disappointed based on my experience with Firestone Walker over, the last 10 years. Like every single beer I typically have from them that's barrel aged is usually really fucking delicious. And this was not. This was just a good beer. And maybe I psyched myself up for it, whatever the case may be. Definitely falls in the disappointing category for myself. Now, I know there's others. I recently saw a review from Matt over at Massive Beers. He loved it. I should say he loved it, but he understood where they were kind of coming from. I do, but I still think it's just massively disappointing for what I'm wanting out of the beer. Rainer Prey says Hop Reach at $13.99 is not a bad deal. I don't think so. And then he says $19.99 for a 12-ounce can, 12-pack. Yeah, I mean, it's a Shelfie IPA from Allagash. And the bro says, certainly a good deal. My issue is when breweries try to match the best of both IPA worlds. And then he says $13.99 4-pack cans, Whole Foods, Portland. I just think, here's the thing. I don't like using the phrase stay in your lane because I don't think you necessarily have to, especially if you're a brewery. But what do we all know about Allagash? We know Allagash makes fucking, in my opinion, really good Belgian style beers. That's what they're known for. They're fucking Allagash White is to me a top tier Belgian wit beer, Belgian style wit beer. They do a lot of cool like fermentation styles too within the Belgian style, saisons, tripels, things of that nature. I know why they went with an IPA, and I remember doing the review and reading everything. That like they wanted an approachable IPA for people who come to the brewery and like, hey, I don't like Belgian beers, I want an IPA. But I don't think that should be a beer that's fucking everywhere. That should not be like their top seller. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. It was good, but kind of I guess pointless for me. But Allagash is trying to stay in the game. How sought after are Belgian style beers here in the US? Not authentic Belgian beers from Belgium. How, like, I know Allagash White's their fucking, flagship beer and everything. So I guess they just wanted a hop forward beer to kind of go along with it. I don't know. Chad says, do you have Allagash White on draft in New York? Yeah, I've a bunch of places. I've had it on draft before. Yep. 100%. All right. So number 9 on the list for most disappointing beers of 2023 or overrated is our friends over at Equilibrium in collaboration with Other Half. It was their Lucid Dreamwave Batch 3. So this was I'm pretty sure it was like a double IPA. Yeah, double IPA brewed with lactose. I'm sure they're using oats, so probably like oat cream to some extent. 8.2%, just over 5 weeks old, and it's all right. It's all right beer. Gave it a 3.8. I guess the best part about this beer was that it wasn't oxidized. I know anybody out there who has been drinking EQ over the past couple of years, hit or miss, especially from an oxidation standpoint. For me personally, I haven't really dealt personally with oxidized beers from them too much, but I've seen so many friends, so many pictures, so many reviews where the beers look oxidized and definitely taste off. This did not. This just was meh. And this is coming from an Other Half person, to the core. Like, I love Other Half. Like, we always talk about, like, Dan over at FLX, loving Other Half, and he does. If you check my reviews on my channel, I've reviewed over 100 different Other Half beers. Yeah, I've almost 2,000 reviews, and like literally 5% of those reviews are Other Half, basically. So I love Other Half. I've reviewed a lot of their beers, and 2 of the beers on this list are collaborations with Other Half. But keep in mind, neither of these beers, whether it was the Evil Twin one or this one, were actually brewed at Other Half. Food for thought. And then Rare Pierce says, have not seen a 12-pack. They're still talking about the Allagash Hop Reach. Okay. Next, we have a beer from a brewery that I reviewed a couple beers from this year, and I've had so many from them in the past. It is a Canadian brewery, Brasserie du Ciel, and it was their Péché Mortel, the Mexican stout variant. So this was your Mexican style stout, which you're like, I sit here and try to think off the top of my head, but it's in the description. Coffee, cocoa beans, ancho and guajillo, peppers, cinnamon, and vanilla beans. Yeah, this was not it for me. Like, I gave it a 3.7, which is for any Péché Mortel variant, very low. Like, I've had a bunch of the variants of Péché Mortel, and this was probably one of my least favorite. I also reviewed the regular, which is just a fucking classic. But this beer, no, if I'm going to pick up a Péché Mortel variant, it's going to be like the barrel aged version or something that isn't this one. Usually I like it with like a little bit of like a fruit in it. Like, I've had I think it was a cherry one or maybe like a berry one. Fuck, I can't remember the one they did a couple years back, but man, it was good. This, totally not it. Next, believe it or not, from a brewery that is going to get a lot of love tonight, just not right now. It's from the Monkish Brewing Company. And it is their Brainwave Swell. So this was a double dry hop Citra IPA, basically a hazy IPA, 7.3%, focusing on Citra hops, brewed and double dry hopped with it. And guess what? No. The hop burn was through the roof. And having as many Monkish beers as I've had on the channel over the past 2 or 3 years, this was definitely the worst that I've had. It just didn't do it for me. And again, I try to always be honest with my reviews. And yeah, Monkish makes some fucking fantastic beers, but I always say there are certain breweries that you're going to drink that you love or you hate. And maybe the ones you love, you'll occasionally get a shitty beer that for you, it doesn't work for your palate. And then you'll get a beer from what you think is not a great brewery that kind of blows you away. Go earlier to what Broad said about Trogs. He had a beer from them that didn't like. but it wasn't because it wasn't well brewed. It wasn't because it was for them. This beer, however, I think had too much hop burn. And considering I reviewed this beer just over 5 weeks old, that's kind of absurd. And let me make sure this is the one that had the hop burn, because there was another one that was kind of, I think, Galaxy Focus that was kind of off. Yeah, there was just a finish of a hop burn, like green astringency, that I couldn't tolerate. Ray Airplay, love EQ when it's not oxidized. Yeah, well, I also like unicorns. Got him. No, I don't know. Here's the thing about EQ. EQ used to fucking make killer beers, and then at some point over the last couple of years, like the canning issue, just terrible. I don't know what they're doing. Like it's sad, and it makes me not want to buy their beers, because I don't want to waste fucking $4, $5, $6, $7 on a can of their shit. Like it's not for me. We'll see. Maybe I'll buy a couple in 2024 and give them a go. Next, we have a beer that maybe the coolest artwork out of everything, especially if you're an 80s/90s kid, from the Voodoo Brewing Company. Their Lacto Cooler. So this was a sour Berliner Weiss. Well, Berliner Weiss is sour, but they call it, I think, a sour Berliner Weiss, which I think is funny. So this is a Berliner Weiss, and they brew this one with natural and artificial flavors and certified color. And what I think is hilarious about this beer, but also is not that hilarious, is they just says it says Lacto Cooler brewed with green. The fuck does that even mean? Brewed with green. What does brewed with green mean? Listen, you like Ghostbusters, you grew up in the 80s, into the 90s. This can's fucking fantastic. You got Slimer on there, or a version of him. It fucking, there's glitter in it. It fucking probably glows in the dark, all kinds of cool shit. It was all right. It kind of tasted like a weak, what you call it? Lacto Cooler, or Ecto Cooler from High C. It tasted like somebody took Ecto Cooler from High C and watered it down. Was it bad? No. Was it offensive? No. Was it worth fucking $7 a can? Fuck no. It was three. Give it a 3.75. It's fine, but nah. Yeah. Doctor, shut up. Green. Yeah, brewed with green. I don't know what the fuck that means. Still don't know what that means. I probably don't want to know what that means. But when I see artificial and natural flavors and then certified colors, I'm like, yeah, get me the fuck out of here. Now we have a beer here. If Josh is still here, or Craig, we reviewed this one on. I should have this in my. Let's see. Yep. So this is the. So as you can see here, I reviewed this one with Josh. This is Josh over here from Last Beer. This is Craig from Kent Beers Reviews. Go check out both of them. Josh does like live streams here and there, and a panel examination like this. Craig obviously is an OG beer tuber. Going back, I think he's been doing it for close to 10 years. And then you got me, who's just fucking horrible at what I do. And I just want to clarify, based on this review, there is no okra in this beer. Just want to throw that out there. Anyway, so this was from the Parish Brewing Company, another half brewing company. It was their okra, and it was basically a double IPA. It was so boozy. We didn't give it a bad. Put it this way, I didn't give it a bad score. I gave it a 3.9. But considering it's Parish, who's known for Ghost in the Machine, and other half, who's known for deliciousness, at least in my opinion, this was one of the worst collaborations I've had in a hot minute. It was just boozy, not all that flavorful. I think most of us had very similar cans. I think mine was like 6 weeks or maybe like just under 2 months old. I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. And it's funny because I got a couple different comments on Untappd, and in the comments were like, hey, or not in the comments on Untappd, and where the fuck else? Somebody else mentioned it. They're like, oh man, I really like that. And I was just like, we all thought it was boozy and kind of disappointing. I mean, this is a perfect example of why collabs don't always work out. Just because you think there's two great breweries doesn't necessarily mean anything. So yeah, kind of whatever, not a big deal. But it was definitely disappointing. Next, so I'm probably going to go on a mini rant here. Probably going to lose a lot of viewers, I would assume. So the next beer is not a beer as much as an entire mix pack. And I know there's some people that agree with me, some people that disagree. From the Bell's Brewery, there's Citrus Oberon, but you could literally just lump in the entire Oberon variety pack they released this past year. It was not my jam. Citrus Oberon, a miss. Cherry Oberon, a miss. The only redeeming quality to that mix pack was mango Oberon, or mango habanero Oberon. and they still only gave that like a 3.8, 3.75. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and tell you that I do not like Oberon, because I do not like Oberon. Like, I don't. Oberon, to me, is one of those beers that is just, it's okay. I know a lot of people love it because it just signifies the beginning of fall, and March comes and everyone goes and buys cases of it. And it's a great, beach beer. It's a great barbecue, pool beer, and everything. And that's fine. You, as we talked about earlier, you like what you like. I like what I like. Oberon, however, I've never enjoyed. And I was hoping that the variants would kind of win me over, because I really enjoy tropical Oberon. I thought it was a delicious variant of Oberon. Nah, this pack was not it. I still actually, I think I have like 4 or 5 cans from this in my fridge that I just did not drink because I just can't. Like, I should probably just drain pour them. But yeah, I gave Citrus Oberon a 2.4. It's very rare for me to score a beer under a 2.5, which I find is like passable. I gave a Cherry Oberon like a 3.3. Regular Oberon typically gets like a 3.4, 3.5. One of the worst variety packs that I've ever bought. Period, for me personally. Like, I'm sure there's people out there that's like, yeah, I bought 33 of those over the course of the summer and I loved it. It's not me. It's just not me. Just not me. Rare Prairie says, why not hit the like button? Everybody hit the like button and then unlike it real quick. Chaz says, the Oberon Variety Pack was a total miss. I agree. Yeah, it's fucking true. Listen, as I said earlier, I don't like to trash it stuff. For me, that pack was trash, but that was trash for myself. I think there are a lot of people that got a lot of value out of that mix pack. It wasn't crazily priced. I think it was like $19.99 for the 12 pack, or like $18.99, $17.99. Fine. That's, hey, go to town. If you like Oberon and you want different fruit flavors in it, cool. I just think Oberon is such an underwhelming, overrated American Pale Wheat Ale that, like, I don't get it. I mean, I'd rather have fucking Blue Moon over Oberon. Yeah, I said that. We're leaving before I get a lot of hate, but I'm just saying that. Be honest with you. So earlier, I talked about Jack's Abbey and about how they won me over. This beer, however, was very, very disappointing. It was another Framingham variant. It was their coconut rum barrel-aged Framingham. Now, if you watch the channel, you know that I love coconut. It's a running joke among friends of mine that, if it has coconut, Joe's going to love it, blah, blah, blah. And that's true. I usually love coconut. But in this instance, no. Coconut rum barrel-aged Framingham sounds awesome. You got Imperial Baltic Porter, you're barrel-aging it, and then you in rum barrels, and then you have addition of coconut. It fell so flat. I gave it a 3.35, which might be the lowest rating I ever gave a Framingham or a variant or the base or anything. Just not great. And it's a shame because I've had a lot of great Framingham variants, but over the past 2 or 3 years, there have been a lot of misses with Framingham, which is why they kind of won me back this year. This one, however, was definitely a miss. So I'm hoping that this year's Framingham will be better. I already had that chocolate cake one, or German chocolate cake, really good. Broad says American wheat beers usually fall in the mezz zone for me. I am 100% with you. If I want a wheat beer, I'm going to get a Belgian Wit beer, or I am going to get a German Hefeweizen. And they don't even have to be authentic. Give me Allagash White, Belgian style Wit beer. Just give me that, right? Or like earlier, Einger's Brauweiss. I don't need American Pale Wheat. I was like, it was like somebody that style to me is like somebody, like a brewer at some point was like, hey, what I'm going to do is I am going to take the best parts out of European wheat beers and just strip them down and make just a dull fucking flavorless wheat ale. That's what this style dictates for me. I fucking hate it. And I don't hate much in craft beer, but I hate American Pale Wheat ales. Probably bottom 3 styles for me. Not because my palate can't wrap the head around it. Like I'll give you an example. Smoked beers are really tough for me still. Even great ones like Schlenkerla, just because my brain says not great, right? But I want to like them because I like smoky things. However, sirens. Hang on. Fortunately, I think it's a fire truck. Anyway, yeah, he's Chad says it might be the worst style out there. I agree. Wheat beers and Hefeweizen are fantastic, though. I agree. And then, so we're all in agreement, basically, right? I mean, we're all in basic agreement. I would say, yeah. Fuck American Pale Wheat ales. Give me wheat beers. Give me Hefeweizens. That's where I come from. You're gonna see here a lot of sirens. Apparently, something's going on. All right, number 2 on this list is from a brewery that I never thought would be on this channel and in this for this list. From Treehouse. It's their Tree of Tranquility What is this beer exactly? Well, it's a barley wine aged in Madeira and sherry barrels, then conditioned on pineapple and vanilla. My only question to everybody out there is why? That would be my only question. Why? Don't need the pineapple. Vanilla's fine. But your Madeira and sherry barrels, why introduce pineapple? It was like you had a great barley, like barrel aged barley wine base, and then you just threw like toasted pineapple into it. I never asked for that. I thought it was going to be way better. But think about it. How many of you out there have had a barley wine or an English barley wine or a barrel aged barley wine and you get like a distinct pineapple? It just doesn't happen. Usually it's dark fruits, right? Caramelized sugars, things of that nature. Did not work. One of the worst treehouse beers I've had in a long time. And it just didn't. What the shit indeed. Like me reading that back, I just don't get it. So, and number one on the most disappointing overrated beers of 2023 list, it's from a brewery that I've enjoyed their stuff for many years. A Western New York brewery that I enjoy in general, but it's from the Southern Tier Brewing Company, and it's their peanut butter cup. Part of their Blackwater series, which used to be fantastic and isn't as fantastic. Here's my issue with a lot of Southern Tier stuff over the past 3 or 4 years. They have went from natural, not natural, but they went from actual natural or seemingly natural or more tasting natural ingredients in these Blackwater series beers and have went like the full-on artificial route, even though they call a lot of them natural. This tasted like butter popcorn to me. It did not taste like peanut butter. And after I had this was the worst beer, by the way, I had this year. I gave it a 2 out of 5. Absolutely fucking horrendous. I had it on draft at the Southern Tier location in Buffalo before a Sabres game. I wanted to confirm that I didn't love it. And guess what? Confirmation, I did not love it. It tasted like butter popcorn. Whatever natural or artificial flavor put in there ruined the peanut butter flavor, made it taste like butter popcorn to me, and I did not like it. And it wasn't butter popcorn as far as like diacetyl, because recently I just did a beer. You'll see the review later this week. I reviewed a beer from Urban Chestnut that was sent to me by a viewer of the channel, Curtis. And it was a Czech-style Pilsner that had some diacetyl to it. And I know as far as diacetyl being in Czech-style Pilsners, I know like Pilsner or Kel, some people get it in there. It's like in very low amounts, it's fine in that style. And like the finish had that like aftertaste of like buttered popcorn, right? This was straight on like burnt buttered popcorn. And it didn't taste like it was diacetyl more so than just the natural flavors. A lot of people said butterscotch. A lot of people disagreed with me. Some said, oh, it tasted like butterscotch. It's really good. Oh, I actually got like, peanut butter, or I got roasted peanuts. My palate could not get past that buttered popcorn. And to me, I fucking hated it. Then earlier this year, I had their Hazelnut Deluxe, which wasn't bad, but again, gave me that artificial kind of hazelnut character. And then I did their variety pack of their summer wheat ales where they did like blueberry sea and this and that. Southern Tier lost me a little bit this year, which is a very disheartening thing based on I got into craft beer drinking a bunch of Southern Tier variety packs and their beers in general. And they're moving in a direction in which is like that whole natural and artificial flavor thing, kind of like, a bunch of different breweries out there like New Belgium. I'm not for it. I'm just not here for it. I don't want anything to do with it. And very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. So this was my most disappointing and worst beer, overrated beer. I don't even think it's overrated. I don't know how many people out there enjoyed it. Let's look at the comments here. Let's see. Random Prairie said, I still go over Blue Moon, and I had Hoegaarden when it was sold in single bottles, and that was killer. That's right. But, Hoegaarden is what so true story. I've told this story before, but the first two like crafty or craft beers that I tried was because a buddy told me he think I might like them. Like I've had like up to that point, like Guinness and other stuff. It was Blue Moon. I bought a 6-pack of Blue Moon, had it both with and without an orange. Didn't care for it right when I first had it. Tried a Hoegaarden. I enjoyed it more than Blue Moon, obviously. Still didn't care for it. When I came back to those beers, I still don't hate Blue Moon. I think it's fine for a crafty, a Belgian-style Vit beer or whatever it's supposed to be. But Hoegaarden's definitely better. But I would think I'd take both of those beers over fucking Oberon. I don't know. I don't know where I am with my head, but Chaz says, I saw the Southern Tier peanut butter cup and French toast and passed on, but got the 2 Xmas. I'd rather have the 2 Xmas over The peanut butter cup. I like the French toast, but too sweet. Share that with somebody. Sure. Like entire 12-ounce bottle. No way. 2 Xmas I can drink. The spices break up the monotony of the sweetness and everything else going on in that beer. All right, so we are now done with the most disappointing and overrated beers of 2023 for me personally. I've caught up with comments, so we're just going to move on to the more positive side. Not the most disappointing and overrated beers of 2023, no, but the most surprising and underrated beers of 2023. Definitely more positive. And I said it before, I don't like being negative in my reviews. But sometimes you just got to be honest. And I love me some Southern Tier, but they have just missed the boat this year. They just missed the boat. Very disappointing from that ass. I just don't like it. Why don't we go back to their old school ways? Anyway, so the honorable mentions. Did I do honorable mentions for? I don't think I did for disappointing, did I? No, I did. Okay, so honorable mentions for surprising. Throw them here on the screen. So the first one, Two Villains Brewing plus Abomination Brewing Company. They are crawling out of the fog. So this was another release in the Fog series from Abomination, sent to me by Josh over at Last Beer. And I've never heard of Two Villains until Josh sent me this beer. Apparently, they're a small brewery. They're opening up their own shop, but right now they're brewing at the North Haven facility to 12% beer project. And this was a really good variant of Crawling Out of the Fog. Really good beer. I really enjoyed it. I think I gave it let's see if I gave it a 4.35. Just solid. So if I see any more Two Villains beers once they open up their brewery, I feel like once they open up a brewery, they're probably not going to have the relationship with Abomination and not brew there, so you probably won't see it in distribution. But we'll see. Next on the list, from Fifth Frame. This was probably the most unique, or definitely a fire truck or something. Most unique beer I had this year. One of them. From Fifth Frame Brewing Company and Blood Brothers Brewing. This is going to sound probably nasty for some of you, and I tried it because it sounded nasty, but this was a cherry vanilla cola sour. Heavily fruited sour. And it worked. It worked. They pretty much nailed what they were going for. I gave it a 4.15. I enjoyed it. But that is the definition of a one and done beer, period. Like, I liked that. I tried it once. I thought it was tasty. Don't ever want to try it again, right? If I want cherry vanilla cola, I'll just buy cherry vanilla Coke, right? That type of thing. Like, I don't need it in my beer. But man, I got to give them kudos. They pretty much hit the nail on the head. And Fifth Frame, I really enjoy Fifth Frame stuff. Had a couple misses from them, and they're heavily fruited. The 1 year I had their, what was it, one of their bath bombs, I think it was, or no, their Blizzies, where they try to mimic like a Dairy Queen Blizzard, and I couldn't even pour it out of the can. It was so thick and just gross. It was just not it. But for the most part, they make great beers. And then the last honorable mention comes from Scofflaw Brewing. I think they're out of Atlanta, Georgia, or in around Atlanta, Georgia, and it was their Basement IPA. This beer was sent to me by Wes. And this was the most orange forward. And when I mean orange forward, I'm not talking about orange in a beer. I've mentioned this before. Shout out to Kyle over at No Hype Beer Reviews. He is the guy that from many years has said, when I say fruits in the beer, like, oh, I say pineapples in this IPA, I'm talking about a hoppy pineapple or a hop character pineapple. I'm not talking about the actual fruit. Like, it doesn't smell or taste like exactly like the fruit. However, the Scofflaw IPA tasted like someone legit dumped orange juice into my IPA, but just orange juice. It was like the most simplistic beer, not complex whatsoever, but it was fucking really good. I gave it a high score because I was kind of dumbfounded. I gave it 4.2, but like a lot of people say it's a Shelfie IPA in Atlanta and in Georgia. Yeah, I'd buy the shit out of that. I thought it was fucking great for what it's supposed to be. So Scofflaw, their Basement IPA, really enjoyed it. I'd like to try more from them based on that one beer. Comments. We have Wings and Pizza says, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Now you say Wings and Pizza. I bought some pizza for dinner tonight. I had a piece earlier, and I'm going to have some more later. It was fucking delicious. Oh, I missed Broad's comment here. It says, Victory had a few fruit forward IPAs this year that tasted very natural. Yeah, I reviewed one of them. I don't think I hated it. But yeah, I mean, I get why they put natural and artificial, and I think some breweries put natural and artificial, even though they're using real ingredients. It's just much easier than them saying, hey, this is with whatever. But yeah, it was fruitful. I gave it a 3.5. I said, so this was the Untappd checked, and I'm sure with my review it's a little bit different. It said, new winter seasonal from Victory, and it's solid. I wish the fruit characteristics were less candied and more authentic. So I think for you, and we pretty much have the same opinion there. Yeah, I just want more natural flavor. Like if you're brewing it with fruit, just use natural fruit. Like I don't know. I guess we're two peas in a pod when it comes to that. Okay, so let's get into the top 10 for these most surprising / underrated brews. Number one is this beer. The only reason this beer is on the list, this is from Zool Beer Company, which I really like Zool stuff. We started getting distro other stuff here this year, and I picked this one up. This is their Heifer series where they kind of like do 2 different hops in a double IPA. And I picked this one up because of Enigma. If you watch the channel, you know that I don't like Enigma. If you don't watch the channel, then you don't know. But Enigma to me is one of those hops where I get straight on dirty trash flavor from Enigma. I can almost, taste, like I smell it and I'm like, that's Enigma. I just had an Enigma beer at a share, that Monday share at Brewed Bottle I was talking about. And there was Enigma beer and it just tasted, it didn't taste like it, but it smelled like just trash, like rotten trash. I don't know what it is about Enigma. There's something that doesn't work for me. This was the first Enigma beer that I can safely say I enjoyed. Now, how much Enigma are they using in comparison to the Citra? I don't know. But the fact that Enigma was one of the 2 hops and I gave it a 4.1, I think this qualifies for a surprising / underrated beer based on my perception going into the review of what I'm going to think about it and preconceived notions. It's a pretty good beer. Zool makes pretty good beer based on the small sample size. Broad says, hi to pizza and wings. Next, we have, so it was Chaz earlier who asked me about Tilted Barn. So this is the only beer I had this year from Tilted Barn. This is the only beer I've had, period, from Tilted Barn. I've heard so many good things about Tilted Barn going back 5, 6, 7 years ago. When they first opened, people were like, I remember like Trillium and I think Treehouse were like, top of the food chain in the New England area. And people were like, you hear about Tilted Barn? This showed up locally. I picked it up. It was relatively fresh. And it kind of, for lack of a better word, blew me away. I guess that's a phrase and not a word, but it blew me away. And it's hard to do nowadays when you're talking about, New England hazy IPAs, double IPAs, triple IPAs to kind of like blow me away. Like, man, I've had so many of them now. Like you got to really come out of left field and like bring something different to the table or a quality that is not easily matched by other breweries. And I think Cactus did that. Like, the mouthfeel was fucking upper echelon, top notch, like world class, in the running for like one of the best mouthfeels. Lots of juicy citrus and tropical fruits. Just a fucking fantastic beer. I want to try more from Tilted Barn. We got that one drop. It was that and another beer. That was the only one I picked up. Haven't seen Tilted Barn and that. When did I review this beer? Yeah, fucking 9 months ago. I reviewed this one back in March, and that showed up, I think. Yeah, it was just under 2 months old when I reviewed it. Showed up in January, or maybe it was February. I'd like some more Tilted Barn just to try it based on that one beer alone. Maybe I'll be let down. Maybe not. Who knows? Next, we have from the iconic Amagang Brewery here in New York, we have their triple fruited Tripel. So not a huge Belgian Tripel guy. Comes to Belgian beers. Give me Belgian strong darks. Give me Belgian quads. Anything darker based Belgian beers, they're my jam. However, the fruit addition in this Tripel from Amagang kind of won me over. They brewed this one with natural flavors, but I'll be honest with you, the natural flavors in this one actually tasted like authentic. What did they say? They were orange, peach, and mango. Yeah, definitely tasted like stone fruits with orange. One of the better Tripels I've had, although not authentic. For being honest, it's just not authentic, so it is what it is. I realized the entire thing I've been doing this instead of this. Does that matter? Like, what's better? I guess this is a little bigger. Am I a little smaller? Doesn't matter. I don't know if it matters. Just go back to what I was on. I'm not going to switch it now. So yeah, really good beer. I ended up giving that beer a 4.15. The Tilted Barn I gave a 4.4, by the way. Fucking fantastic beer. Chaz says, don't know how you got Tilted Barn West New York when it's not most liquor stores here. Fuck if I know, man. When we talk about distro, you and I, Chaz, like that's what I'm saying. I don't really know. It just showed up randomly and I grabbed it. Rodford says, I agree with the Victor comment. The Juicy Monkey IPA was one of the worst beers I tried this year. Yeah, I feel like I like Victory. I like Southern Tier. But like that whole operation they got going with 6 Point, it feels like a lot of their beers, they're geared towards, pretty much like the natural flavors thing. It's kind of very disappointing. I don't know. See if they continue. Rod says, I got to take off. I'll watch our site. Thanks for all the great informative reviews this past year, Joe. Cheers. Thank you for stopping by. As always, I always appreciate your comments. I always appreciate you stopping by the live reviews as well. The live reviews / live shows. the comments, I always say in my reviews, comment section, back and forth. That's what I enjoy. That's why when people don't post like comments and reviews and stuff, I get disheartened. It's disheartening, but I get kind of disappointed because it's like I like to chat. Like and I know people have had certain beers. And listen. I know the lurking lifestyle where like you'll watch a review and you're like, I don't feel like posting, or maybe you don't got time to post. It's fucking disappointing. That's why I think these live shows are more obviously interactive and what I enjoy, but I need to do more of them. But I appreciate you stopping by as always. Thank you. And Happy New Year. Hope you had a great holiday season. Chaz says, a Victory and Southern Tier, best days are behind them. They are from a different era of craft beer. I think that goes for a lot of breweries, unfortunately. It is what it is. I think they're trying different things. They're probably losing market share. So, with the national flavors, trying to win over a different market. I wish they stuck to their guns because they both made some really good beers in the past, and they just don't do it as much. Billy says, where are the FLX boys? Good question. I did ask Dan and Mike earlier in the month if they wanted to hang out. Nothing ever came of that. It's the holiday season. Mike and I were going to go to a hockey game, and I couldn't on Wednesday. But him and I have been chatting a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where any of those guys are. I don't know where most people are. It's the holiday seasons. Everyone's busy. So, I don't know. But wherever they are, I hope they're doing well. Anyway, next we have number 7. And this is so earlier I said that collaboration with North Park and Magnanimous, I kind of, wasn't a huge fan of. Well, guess what? They totally redeemed themselves with their Juice Lord Have Mercy. So this was just a regular, they call it 7.5% double dry hopped IPA and or hazy IPA. It was fucking phenomenal. And I knew nothing about Magnanimous other than they collabed with North Park, that beer I had earlier, Charlie Foo. Let me tell you, Magnanimous showed up here in Western New York. If you can get your hands on Magnanimous, if you see anything from them in your area, grab them. Sean earlier, who hooked me up with all the Canadian beers, good friend of mine. He went home with some Magnanimous when he came down to the Buffalo area and went back to Canada. And I think he picked up 2 different beers. He picked up the triple IPA version of this beer, and then I think he picked up something else from them, and he really enjoyed them too as well. So I'm going to have to grab more from them. We got another drop of their stuff, but really, really good. And again, it's very hard to impress nowadays when you're talking about hazies in New England's, IPAs, double IPAs, triple IPAs. It's hard to stand out. They just fucking great beer, Magnanimous. Wings Pete says, anyone seen the 2023 Goose Island Bourbon County variants in their area yet? Oh yeah. So on Black Friday, we had the regular, the Bananas Foster, and was it the Backyard Rye? Was it the Backyard Rye? I think the name of it, or am I thinking about the old one? I think it's called Backyard Rye. Am I incorrect on that? Let me look. Yeah, it's called Backyard Stout. Backyard Stout. Those 3 showed up. I think the Angel's Envy, which was the port wine finished one, and then the special one was the 2-year-old. Forget the other special one. That showed up only in a couple areas here. Gone quickly, unfortunately. But yeah, the base and the 2 variants that everyone got a chance to try. I mean, right now, if I go to my local Wegmans grocery store, I can literally grab a bottle of the Bananas Foster and the Backyard Stout, like easily, just like walk into Wegmans and just sitting there on the shelf. She says, do you think beer advocate is still relevant these days? I think for hardcore Uber beer nerds, and I say that as a hardcore Uber beer nerd, I think it's much more, I think that website is much more for people who really care. It's almost like YouTube on paper. You know what I mean? Like it's like people write, reviews, multiple paragraphs. I think it's for more of like the Uber hardcore nerds. I think Untappd is a great resource to be able to know where you can buy beers, what your friends are drinking and whatnot. I think anybody who, this is my own personal opinion. We're going to have a different opinion here, a lot of us. As far as like Untappd goes, I don't think you should ever use Untappd as a resource based on the ratings on that website. They're skewed heavily to about a half dozen different styles and also skewed heavily to a bunch of different hype breweries. I think Beer Advocate is more Uber beer nerds who understand beer as a whole and understand, stylistically speaking, what beer should be. I think it's a better website from that perspective. I also don't think it's all that relevant because we live in a world where it's much easier to just open up the Untappd app, which is why didn't they kind of partner with Untappd at some point? I feel like that's the thing. But I'm not sure. Chad says, I saw them. Yeah. I think a lot of us have you seen them, Wings of Pizza, or have they not shown up by you? Jeff says, enjoyed the Amagang Triple Fruited 2 and their granola stout. Gotta go now. It was great. Thanks. Take it easy, Jeff. Hope you have a happy holiday season, and hopefully you have a good one tomorrow. Happy New Year, buddy. Appreciate you stopping by as always. All right, so number 6 on the most surprising underrated beers of 2023. We have, listen, I know a lot of you are just going to probably click off the video. That's cool. No big deal. It happens. This is a local beer I did for West New York Wednesday. And it's a beer in which, K2 Brothers Brewing out of Rochester. Their dill pickle sour. I know. See you guys later. Yep. My viewer right now it's at 20 viewers. It's going to drop to like 15. Yeah, a dill pickle sour. Here's the thing. If you like dill pickles and you like dill pickle brine and you like sour beers, this is the beer for you. I liked it, but it's one of those beers where, again, it's one and done. It was fun to try. I would never buy it again just because when are you in the mood for a dill pickle sour? I don't know. Like, I love dill pickles. I legit, as a kid, like as a teenager, would drink dill pickle juice. I love it. I love marinating chicken in dill pickle juice. I love dill pickle juice in general. Beers like this are novelty beers, no doubt. I won't argue that. But kudos to K2 Brothers because they nailed it. Also, I drank a beer off camera, and I said I wasn't going to bring them to the table, but I just want to mention it was from Distill, and it was a spicy dill pickle sour, and it was better than this beer, and it was spicy, and it was fucking fantastic. So I like dill pickle beers. What the fuck you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't know. Fuck me. Wings Pizza says he has not seen the BCBS yet, just the base. You want to try the Bananas Foster? I'm sure they have to show up at some point. Chris Naughton said, just popping by for a bit after work, 1 a.m. UK time. He says, I am pleased I made it though. Wow. Thanks, Chris, for showing up. Do you change your name to Chris? I always call you Christopher because that's what your name is in YouTube. So I didn't want to be like, Chris. And then you're like, no, it's Christopher. So I'm going to call you Chris from going forward. But always appreciate the support, buddy. Even if you can just pop in for a second or two, that's awesome. 1 a.m. UK time, just getting off of work, I can relate. And hopefully you're having a happy holiday season, buddy. And everything's going quite well. So yeah, no comments on the dill pickle sour. Didn't think I'd get any. We're just moving on. So the next beer for me, we talked earlier about beers not living up to hype or beers maybe living up to hype. And this is, for me, a beer that literally lived up to the hype. And it's from Fiddlehead, who we mentioned earlier, and it is their Mastermind Double IPA. So if we go back to like the mid-2010s, like 2014, I think is the first time I heard of Fiddlehead. And I remember a little story time here because why not make this fucking 7 hours long? I went to, I don't know if any of you out there have heard of the Coonan Brewery in, I think it's Warren, Michigan. But they do a winter release of a barrel aged, of their 4D and barrel aged 4D, which is an old ale. And they do something called the Winter Solstice where they do like bottle releases. Well, one year I went with my buddy, Ewart, who used to review here on YouTube and, was kind of entrenched in the beer tubing scene. And we waited in line. This is 2014, so we're waiting in line to get a case of different mixed beers. And there was a guy in line that was just talking about, I went to Fiddlehead last week and it was fantastic and blah. Or if you had Mastermind, and he was just talking about all the Fiddlehead. I always thought about Mastermind and Mastermind and Mastermind. I think it was 2014. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was 2000. It might have been 2015 now I'm thinking about it. Regardless, I've never thought we'd see Mastermind just randomly show up in the Buffalo, New York area on the fucking shelf. But it sure did. And I was like, wow, I've liked Fiddlehead's, their IPA. I like their second fiddle. And I tried this beer, and it was one of the fucking best hop forward beers I had this year. It absolutely blew me away considering Fiddlehead's a Shelfie beer now. And this beer, from my memory and the hype from fucking 8 years ago, I was like, holy shit, this is great. Gave it a 4.6. And Fiddlehead is a Shelfie brewery. So technically, this could have been on the Shelfie beer list, but I also think this is one of those beers that probably didn't make it to every market because I didn't hear anybody be like, oh, yeah, Mastermind showed up. A lot of people were like, I can get the stovepipe, second fiddle in the IPA. That makes sense. So Garrett says, Spicy Pickle Monster by Prairie Artisan Ales was good, so you're not the only one. I take Garrett. Thank you. At least I'm not fucking, well, I am stupid, but at least I'm not by myself on that land. Listen, I won't say I don't like people who say like novelty beers shouldn't exist, because whatever, if a brewery wants to put out a novelty beer, I'm all for it. I'll try it once, it's fine. And that's where spicy pickle beers and regular pickle beers and whatever fall. I'll try it out once. That's cool. I don't know who's personally buying like 4-packs and 12-packs and cases of pickle beers, but why not fucking try it? And then the most random thing known to man, Rainier Parade says, I remember when Big Macs were $2 for $2 in 1992. And with that, we're going to get into the top 4 here with Fiddlehead's Mastermind at number 5. So the next one is from Hop Butcher. So you'll notice there haven't been many Hop Butcher beers on the list yet, because they don't brew a lot of low ABV or Shelfie beers. But this is one that, as you can see me screaming at the top of my lungs right here. Look at that beautiful just tongue right there. That's great. So this is their minted, the 2022 release. So I had the 21 release they sent my way, and it was too roasty and a little bit too bittering for what I'd want out of a chocolate mint, imperial stout. However, the 2022 version, I thought, was almost perfect for what I was looking for out of the beer. And I bought myself a box of the Frango mint chocolates to pair with the beer in the review. I actually had this idea to do in 2021 with the Valex boys, but I did not go to the only place that I know sells them around here, Macy's, before we hung out. Those guys also did it in their review for the 2022, and I did it as well. And then this year, Hop Butcher reached out and asked, any of us who they send beer mails to, if we would like to do that. I was one of probably the only to decline. I declined the beer mail. Most of you probably noticed that, like, I haven't reviewed a lot of Hop Butcher lately. The only reason I declined was I didn't want to do the same thing as I did last year with the mints. But this year, Hop Butcher actually sent out the mints and sent out the new minted 2023. I declined because I've already did it last year, and I don't like to re-review stuff. And I re-reviewed this beer twice. I reviewed this beer twice. I re-reviewed it. I didn't want to do a third review. But let me just tell you, if you can get minted from Hop Butcher, you're in Chicago, surrounding areas, if you're in the outskirts, whatever the case may be, try this beer with the Frango mint. With the Frango mints, it's just fucking, it's a completely different beer. It works so well with the mints. I think that's what was missing with the first year. And I think the first year, a little bit too roasty, a little bit too bitter. You can't be having an imperial chocolate milk stout that's like, like ashy almost. Like, it was a bit too much. All right, we got, oh my God, Aaron Doucette. What the fuck is this, 2013? I don't know what just happened. I have no idea what just happened. So Aaron Doucette, good old Canadian friend of mine, going to the back of the 2013s, 2014 beer tubing era. This is Happy Holidays, been a minute, but I was at a Wegmans the other day looking at all the shelf chairs and thought of you. Shit has changed on both sides of the border. He is not wrong. Number one, Aaron, I hope you, your wife and your daughter and everybody, your whole family's having a happy holiday season, and hopefully, Happy New Year tomorrow and everything. And you are not wrong. It is changed in a good and worse way. I feel like beer is in a pretty awesome state, but also not as awesome. Like, a lot of things have changed for the good, a lot of changes for the bad. But at the end of the day, it's changed, and not much we can do about it. But I do miss, the old school days of 10, 12 years ago of beer, because it was kind of different. But again, that's just nostalgia, I think, playing a role in my mind. What is Hop Butcher's distribution range, says Chaz? Chaz, I have no idea. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea when it comes to Hop Butcher. I know that a bunch of different places will get random drops. Like, I mean, there's places at one point, like in the last year, that like just random drop in Georgia, random drop out west, random drop in the Midwest. As far as I know, it depends on probably what distributors are picking them up in different states. Here in my area, we see a couple of their beers every like month or so, like their newest releases. You can buy them on different websites. I know they get on Tavor occasionally, but like outside of that, I have no idea. They don't have I don't think a beer finder on the website. They're too small for all that stuff. So I have no idea. It's not that big though, but it's probably, like a smaller, range hype craft brewery where you're not going to see it. And they're just expensive when they hit distro. In Chicago, it's not as expensive. In distro, it's expensive. Dr. Shump says HB represent. Yep. And they will represent a bit later as well. Spoilers. Rainier Parade says bacon cheeseburgers with pineapple, lettuce, tomato, and sriracha sauce. Totally rule. Is your goal right now, Rainier Parade, to just make me hungry? Because this is bullshit. And then he says some mayo, no mustard, no ketchup. All right, we're how do I block him? Can I just block him right now? Fuck him. I gotta. After this, I'm going to use the restroom and come back for the last two list because I can't wait. Chris says, must be great. We get multiple UK drops a year. Are you talking about Hop Butcher, Chris? So if you are, you guys get drops of everything all the time that we don't see. And then Matt from Massive Beers, what's up, Matt? He says, I see HB in Pennsylvania quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, if I travel from like here, like I was just in Ohio yesterday. Spoilers, I picked up some Jackie O's and some Mass Head stuff, so watch out for reviews of that. I don't know why, like, this is my voice. I don't, this is, I saw a couple Hop Butcher beers there. We get Hop Butcher beers here. Rochester, you'll get them. You go further downstate, you see them. Obviously, Matt's saying in PA. Thing is I don't know, like, if they're getting into like the Mid-Atlantic, range. Do they get, how far into do they get anything in New England? Do they get, a little bit further south, Midwest? Like, there's no, like, as far as I know, like strong distribution of them anywhere outside of Chicago or outside of Illinois. So I don't know. You want to find them, you can. And we got Brandon. He says, Happy New Year, drinking a best bitter from Art History of Brewing. Fucking best bitter sounds quite delicious right now. Dare I say, quite delicious. All right. So shout out, Brandon. Happy New Year, buddy. Hope you are doing well. Same thing with you, Matt. Hope everything's a lottie freaking da. All right. So to continue on with the most surprising underrated beers of 2023, number 3 is from Ferndale Project out of Ferndale, Michigan. This is their solo series batch number 9 Strata. So this was a New England double IPA focusing on Strata. Probably the best Strata beer I've had to date, like as far as like just strictly focusing on Strata. A lot of like juicy strawberries sent to me by a good friend of mine, Jeff, aka No Jinx. Ferndale, he sent me 4 Ferndale beers, and they kind of made a strong impression. We'll talk about that later when it comes to the best breweries, but Ferndale's making some good fucking hazies, good hazies. There's a lot of good breweries across the country, but like I was very impressed with their stuff. So this, and I think they just re-released this recently. So if you're in and around the Michigan area and you can get your hands on Ferndale stuff, check out this beer, because if you like Strata and you like that like strawberry all fucking day long, sons. And then Matt goes, text Jeremiah live on air. You'll get an answer live. Like I have his number. Like I've never asked for his number. I don't know his number. I contact Jeremiah like it's fucking 2010. I just send him emails and then he replies to me 3 weeks later because he's super busy. Why don't you text him? Tell him to watch this and then post in the comment section. We'll see if he does it. It's a fucking Saturday night. It's 7:17 where he lives. There's no way he gives a shit. If he does, kudos to him. Chris then says, yeah, Hop Butcher have a great partnership with Brew Export UK. We get them, Mortalis, and the Vale on the regular. Had a keg of Mortalis at work crazy times. Here's the thing. All these crazy breweries are getting better distro. Like Mortalis is all over the U.S. at this point. They're on all fucking, you give them, like I said, Tavor, a bunch of different websites. The Vale just shows, Vale is honestly shelf turns here. Like the Vale shows up like once every, I'd say like 3 or 4 weeks here. I can go to my couple local bottle shops cooler and they're just sitting there like 3-4 months old. It's fucking, I don't know. Like I said, never thought to see the day, but here we are. And then we have Stevie, Summertime Breezy, drinking Equilibrium's Lucid Dream Maybe right now. Cheers and Happy New Year all. What batch is that, Stevie? Because earlier when I was doing this one of the lists, I was doing the most disappointing and overrated beers. That beer was on the list. Not that it was a bad beer. It just disappointed me. But again, I had the one from early 2023. It was batch 3. So that probably batch 4, maybe batch 5. Josh says, wow, still going. I live less than an hour from the Vale Triple Crossing, way better. I've heard that for a very long time about Triple Crossing, them being like, top tier as far as breweries out of Virginia go. I've never had any, so I can't speak to that, but I know you have, and I would trust your opinion, Josh. All right, number 2 on the most surprising underrated beers of 2023. Yeah, no, we got a Dew Claw on this fucking list. I know it's time out, settle down, everyone rein it in. Yeah, no, let's not get crazy. Everyone post a comment section. Dew Claw, yeah. So again, a lot of us beer tubers will say don't go into reviews with preconceived notions, and sometimes it's hard because sometimes you have preconceived notions based on what you know about a brewery, a style, a beer, whatever the case may be, things you heard. When it comes to Dew Claw, I used to really like their stuff going back to like 2015. First time I ever had any of their beer was courtesy of a friend of mine and fellow beer tuber DJ over DJ's Brew Tube. Doesn't really post as much anymore. Very eccentric and over the top reviews, but DJ's a great guy. And we used to exchange some beer mails before I had a channel. And he sent me some Dew Claw stuff, and I really enjoyed it. But over the years, DuClaw has become like the epitome of Shelfie beers, and this whole unicorn farts. They have the sour one made with what is it? Fucking Fruity Pebble cereal, right? And it has the glitter in the actual beer. Well, this is the dark version of this one. It has, I think it's cinnamon. What is it? Brewed with lactose, cacao, cinnamon, edible gold glitter, and cinnamon cereal. They use French toast. I think is it French toast crunch or is it cinnamon toast crunch? It's one of those two. I think it's the cinnamon toast because it's not the maple one. It was fucking really good. Like really good. Like really good for a DuClaw. Like put it this way, really, really good for a DuClaw beer, but good for a beer. I gave it a 4.2, and I would fucking 100% drink that beer again. No questions asked. And it was cool to have the glitter in there. Did it do anything? No. But it was cool. I did like the whole flashlight thing in the review, and you could see the glitter, and everything was fine. Probably the best DuClaw beer I've had in a long time. But, it's DuClaw. And I'd imagine a lot of people didn't pick this one up because you think it's a novelty beer. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I fucking really enjoyed it. And it was very surprising to me to enjoy it. And last but not least is a beer that is only surprising and underrated because I do not really love the base beer. So many people do. I feel I'm going to get a couple comments when I say this, but it is from the Fatheads Brewery out of back from Middleburg Heights, Ohio. This beer right here was the most surprising beer to me in the year of 2023, and it was their wet hopped Headhunter IPA. So if you're in the Midwest, anywhere close to Cleveland, and you've been drinking beer for 10 plus years and you love West Coast IPAs or like old school American IPAs, you know about Fatheads, you know about their Headhunter, you know about the different variants probably of Headhunter. I never loved Headhunter only because I wasn't a huge West Coast IPA guy for a long time. The last time I had Headhunter on the first and last time I had Headhunter, I reviewed it on the channel, and I gave it, I think like a 3.85. Like that's where kind of Headhunter, maybe a 3.9. That's where it lands for me. I understand why people love the beer, but I never did until I had the wet hop version this year. This beer blew my dick off, and I have not recovered since. Like it's that type of beer, like fucking absolutely fantastic. It was everything I wanted out of a wet hopped beer. It was so good that, and this is rare for me, I considered going back and buying more of it at the store. But considering the beer at that time, what I had to drink and how I can't really drink a lot, I decided against it. But I kind of regret it. I wanted to go buy another a whole 4-pack of it. It was that good. Probably the best like wet hopped beer I've had in a long time. One of the best like West Coast IPAs I've had in a hot minute from a non-West Coast brewery. Just fucking fantastic. And guess what? Shelf turd. I don't know if it's a shelf turd, but definitely a Shelfie. It's Fatheads. Wherever they get distro, a lot of their seasonals on the shelf, you can pick them up. And that beer itself was fucking dynamite. Dynamite beer. So if they release that again next year, I cannot recommend it enough. I think this is kind of a trend is like, I feel like a lot of breweries now are kind of leaning in on whatever their flagship beer is and doing a bunch of variants. And I think that's where Fatheads is right now. I think they did a Simcoe only variant of Headhunter recently. They did an Imperial Headhunter. They did the wet hopped version. I think they did a double dry hopped version. There's a lot of breweries leaning into that whole, hey, I got a flagship IPA. Let's do a bunch of variants. I got a flagship beer like Oberon. I got a flagship beer in Oberon from Bell's. Let's do a bunch of different variants. In this case, I think it worked extremely well for the Fatheads Headhunter beer because so many people love that beer, and you could probably do a lot with that beer itself. So, yeah, it's fucking. Whew. Wings and Pizza says, you ever try Fathead's Dark Night Schwarz beer? It's pretty good. I have not. I've had a lot of beers from. I've been to the brewery in Middleburg Heights, or the brew pub, or is the North Olmsted is the brew pub? I forget, whatever one is the brew pub. I've been there multiple times, and then I actually went to the brewery that's in like the industrial park. I've been there once, and yeah, I love Fatheads. I've had probably like 50, 60 beers from them, and it's funny because I've never had that one. Wings and Pizza, never had that beer a single time. But I love Schwarz beers. I love German black lagers. So if I ever see that, I will definitely grab it. Did you buy it in like a can or a bottle, or did you have it on draft? Because I'd be very curious. So anyway. Probably going to lose some viewers. Got 19 now. I am going to take like a quick minute break. I have to use the restroom, and I'm going to be right back. But if I don't go now, then I'm going to have to go in the middle of the two. The next two lists are the last two lists. We have the top 10 breweries, and then we have the top 23 beers of 2023, and then we're going to shut it down. If you have any comments, post them right now in the comment section. and then I'll read them when I get back. But until then, I will see you momentarily. Okay. All right. Back up in this piece, sons, and feel a lot better. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing the screen for the next one because I don't really have like a playlist or anything. So we had one comment from Rainier Parade. He said, "Massive Matt for President 2024. I would definitely take him right now. Give him to me." Anyway, so what do we have? Well, next we have the top 10 breweries of 2023. Now, take into consideration a couple things on this list. Number one, to qualify for this list, I had to be able to review at least 5 beers from the breweries. Okay, at least 5 beers. If I didn't really review at least 5 beers, then they did not qualify. Also, another thing to keep in mind is as you see the scroll at the bottom when I started, I'm going to put the beers that I reviewed from the breweries, how many beers, and then the average score. The average score is not the end-all be-all for my top favorite breweries. It's personal opinion, what I feel, maybe the variety of beers I reviewed from them, the whole nine. And I think I have it pretty well set right now. So let's get right into it. I'll read this last comment here. Let's see what we got. Gregory C. says, beer drinking in America falls to the lowest level in a generation. What just happened? Yeah? Did it? Did that just happen in the 2 minutes I went to go to the bathroom and come back? What happened? Gregory, what happened? Anyway, so top 10 breweries of 2023. First, the honorable mentions. Here we go. Number 1, aforementioned, Ferndale Project. I reviewed 4 beers from them, 4.34. As I said, they do not count because I only reviewed 4 beers, but all 4 beers, I was very impressed. To average a 4.34 score for me, yeah. And they were all hop forward beers, all quite delicious. Shout out to Ferndale Project. Shout out to Jeff who sent me those beers. Number 2, Schilling Beer Company. I only reviewed 4 beers from them, 4.30 average. I think most people out there who drink low ABV beers and lagers in the New England area, you know about Schilling. You know Schilling does great stuff. They probably would have been on the top 10 beer list if I reviewed at least one more beer from them. But I feel like 5 is a good base number to be like, hey, if I couldn't review at least 5 beers in a calendar year from the brewery, then they probably should be on the list. So they're not, but they're an honorable mention. Now, the rest of the breweries on this honorable mention list, I had reviewed more than 5 beers. They just didn't make the cut. Number 1, Holmes Brewery out of Michigan. 8 beers from them, 4.28. Reason they're not on the list, simply put, without question, most of the beers sent to me from Jeff were older fruited sours that were like, some of them were like 9 months old, some were like a year old, and they were mostly fruited sours. So I feel like the variety of what I was reviewing from them, but also the age of them played a factor. That said, they were all most of them were delicious, but it's just I can't put them, on the top 10 list when the variety isn't there, and also their average of the beers weren't all that great based on the fact that it was one style. So I mean, 4.28 is still great, but you know what I mean. So they're not on the list. Next, shout out to Rick, who, if he watches this on the playback, really cool to be able to revisit New England Brewing Company stuff. But they are on honorable mention. 7 beers, 4.24 average. My favorite beer from them was a barrel-aged version of the Imperial Stout Trooper. Fantastic beer. But I also got a chance to try like the Sea Hag again, Gandhi Bot, now known as G Bot. Really fun to be able to do that. And New England Beer Company definitely gets some praise. Next on the list, Sierra Nevada. We got to go with Sierra Nevada on the honorable mention list. 7 beers I reviewed from them today, 4.21. Probably the highest average from a brewery that's a shelf brewery outside of the ones that are going to be in like the top 5 on my list. Sierra Nevada just makes some bangers. I mean, they're year-round lineup, they're seasonals, they're limited releases. They're all pretty good. They definitely belong on the honorable mention list, especially for as far as like a Shelfie beer goes. And one of my favorite Shelfie breweries just didn't make the cut, but still got to be an honorable mention, right? Like I feel like you have to be an honorable mention at that point. And then the last 2 breweries, I'm giving them a shout out because they're local breweries, and I really didn't do it. I should have done like a top 10 favorite local beers. Maybe I'll do that next year and replace something else. But Big Dish Brewing Company, 6 beers, 4.23 average. Probably my favorite Buffalo brewery, just from Buffalo itself. They usually do everything quite well. A couple of really great beers from them this year. Nothing really underwhelming from them. Just good beer. And then the Grow Brewing Company, a relatively new nomadic brewery. They're out of the Finger Lake region. And I ended up reviewing 6, or was it 6 or 5? I can't remember what I reviewed from them here on this list here. 5 beers from them, 4.22 average. Really good stuff, but I did only try I think it was 3 different styles from them. So once I get a chance to try more styles from them and get a better understanding, they might make the top list next year. I don't really know, but pretty fucking good brewery, and cool because they're a nomadic brewery. He said more for us. Nice, talking about the beer drinking into the lowest level in a generation. Definitely more beer for us. All right, so let's get into the top 10 breweries. So number 10 on the list, How Much for the World. I reviewed 21 beers from them, which is the highest based on one brewery, but obviously they send me beer, and they sent a couple big packages this year. And I reviewed some on my own that I picked up here for an average of 4.20. Now, that average, lower than every single brewery in the honorable mention list. Why did I put them number 10? The main reason is the variety of their beers. I reviewed so many different beers from them this year. I think they did like a hoppy blonde. They had like an extra English extra pale ale. Then they had, their typical IPAs, double IPAs, triple IPAs. They had like old school IPAs. I reviewed that minted. It was a wide variety of different stuff. I think I even reviewed, was it like a Hefeweizen from them? Bunch of different beers. If you're putting a lot of those beers into the rotation for reviewing purposes, and they still come out averaging a 4.20, that means they're doing a fucking good job. And Hop Butcher's doing a good job. Again, I probably didn't review this many or as many beers this year as I did the prior couple of years. Still, 21 beers, a lot of beers, and they're still one of my favorite breweries. Plain and simple, they make fantastic, hop forward beers, and their beer making in general is really good. So I can't recommend them enough. And they're number 10 on the list over a couple other breweries. I could easily put Sierra Nevada here. I could have put Holmes or New England or whatever, but I put Hop Butcher. I just think 21 beers and a 4.2 average is pretty fucking fantastic. Look at the comments, and then we'll go to number 9. Chris says, let's go. Let's fucking go. Number 9 on the list is a brewery that I got to really know this year, courtesy of the aforementioned Rick. It's New Park Brewing out of Connecticut. 5 beers, 4.36 average. I've heard nothing but great things about New Park in the past. I only got to try like 1 beer from them. And then this year he hooked me up with a couple different IPAs, a couple different fruited Berliner Weisses. Thing about New Park is all the beers are fucking delicious. And the 2 Berliner Weisses, that's their blender series. If you like fruited sours, but you don't like heavily fruited sours, but you still want like the intensity of the fruit, but also be able to taste the base, their blender series is fucking, it's up here. It's off the fucking chart, right? It's top tier. So New Park deserves to be on this list. I wish I had a couple more beers to really, really justify it, but they're number 9 on the list. Number 8, Monkish Brewing Company, 7 beers, 4.35 average. Now, I talked about variety earlier, the reason why Holmes isn't on the list. Monkish, I pretty much just drank hop forward beers, but let me tell you, Monkish makes some fucking delicious beers. My thing with Monkish is why I like their beers, as far as like IPAs, double IPAs, and triple IPAs go, they have a nice bitterness on the finish, which is what I'd like to see from more breweries producing hazies New England styles. I know the New England style for the most part doesn't really invoke bitterness. It's not like part of the style. But for me, where I am in my own drinking experience and how my palate, what my palate wants from beers, I want bitterness in hazies. I want bitterness in New England IPAs. Monkish does it right. So 4.35 out of 7 beers, fucking phenomenal score, especially for a brewery that, again, gets a lot of hype. And to me, they live up to the hype. I know there's a lot of people, a lot of East Coast folks. Maybe it's the whole East Coast, West Coast. We back in the mid-90s, Tupac, Biggie, I don't know. But a lot of people will be like, I don't really see the big deal about, Monkish or North Park or this and that. And then, these people out West being like, I don't understand about Other Half and Treehouse and, Fidens and this and that. And it's like, I don't know. I don't play that game. I just like put a beer in front of me. If I drink it and I enjoy it, I don't give a shit who's brewing it. So Monkish makes some fucking top-notch beers, at least in my experience. Number 7 on the list. All these beers were sent to me by Wes, so thank you, Wes. If you watch this on the replay, I know you're not here right now, but Two Tides Brewing Company out of Georgia. 5 beers, 4.37. I got a pastry stout, a couple fruited sours, an IPA, and something else. All fucking top-notch. I did not think that when he sent me these Two Tides beers that like I'd be sitting here going, oh yeah, the number 7 brewery on my favorite beers or my top 10 breweries of 2023. Didn't think that. And I know Ryan over at Ryan's Beer Reviews, who I mentioned earlier, he has really come to love Two Tides. I think when he was in the area for work, he went to the brewery and he had a great experience there. He loves it. And they make some fucking phenomenal beer. I'd love to try more from them. Obviously, we can't get them here in Buffalo. So Wes was the hookup, and I can't thank you, Wes, enough. Really cool. Number 6, Green Cheek Beer Company out of California. I think it's Orange, California. 8 beers, 4.36 average. And the cool thing about Green Cheek is I didn't just have hop forward beers like you'd expect. I actually had a Helles Lager from them and a Belgian Vit beer. Both of them extremely well made. And on top of that, they do hop forward hazy shit like you wouldn't believe. But they also do fantastic like West Coast IPAs, both classic and like the new West Coast IPAs. The clear beer, as people like to say, Joe over Joe's Arcade. Green Cheek up there for me. Absolutely phenomenal breweries. And out in California, this is one of my favorite, at least from what I had in 2023. Number 5 on the list, and if Matt's still here, I don't know if Matt's still here, but if not, Fox Farm Brewery. 6 beers, 4.32 average. I think they probably would have got higher on the list if I had more beers from them. 6 beers, 4.32. The beauty about Fox Farm and why they're one of my favorite breweries and the top 5 brewery for me this year, they brew so many styles extremely well. Like they'll knock out a Munich style Dunkel. They'll come over here with a Nitro English mild. They'll come over here with a Czech style dark lager, and then they'll fucking melt your face off with a blended barrel aged English barley wine. And you're just like, what the fuck just happened? Like from beginning to end, they just fucking nail what they're doing. And again, one of the biggest regrets I had in 2023 as far as the channel goes is not going to Beer Tuber Palooza and not being able to go to the brewery like Matt did, like the Nerd Sense guys did, Tanner over at East Coast LQ Reviews. I'm very jealous of those guys. Luckily, Rick was kind enough to send me a lot of their beers. I think Steven sent me 1 or 2. Just really nice guys from that aspect to be able to try Fox Farm stuff properly. And I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm fucking super thrilled to be able to try their stuff. And they're definitely top 5 brewery for me this year. Number 4, probably not a surprise to a lot of people watch the channel, especially out west. North Park Beer Company, 8 beers, 4.36 or 4.39, almost a 4.4 average. I think as far as hazies go, and as far as like true to style hazies, not a ton of bitterness, just extremely well done. And as far as like triple dry hop, double dry hop, like triple IPAs, North Park's up there for me, along with Green Cheek. Just phenomenal beers. And I got a chance to try a lot via Sierra Hotel and Bud this year. One of my favorite breweries. They do collaborations quite well. North Park is just killing it. Definitely a hype brewery. I'd say if you like the hazies and everything, get in on them. Now the top 3 beers have nothing to do with hazies, which is great. North Park, yes. Hazies, Green Cheek, yes. Monkish, yes. New Park, yeah. Hop Butcher, sure. Top 3 breweries for me, no. Really no hazies to speak of. And we'll get okay. So I'm looking at. So I saw Josh says I think Shroom will be number one. No, and Wings P says Joe, do you have a favorite macro beer? I think it counts, but yeah, Genesee Cream Ale is my favorite macro beer. Honestly, if I had to go something outside like a bigger line, it'd be probably either Miller High Life. Coors Banquet's good. Hams, if I could get Hams regularly, that would be a good one. Narragansett Lager, although I guess is that technically macro? I don't know. Something in that realm. One of those would definitely fit the bill. So the number 3 brewery for me this year, without question, you probably guess they would be in the top 10 based on the love I've been showing them over the past couple weeks, but it's the fucking Boulevard Brewing Company. Yeah, I know. You're sitting there going, what do you mean Boulevard? You mean like Tank 7? Yeah, that's what I mean. So they recently came out in the last month and a half with a barrel-aged mixed six-pack. Included 3 different barrel-aged beers. You get 2 of each. And the price point's anywhere between like $20 to $25, depending on where you live. I've reviewed 2 of them already. I still got the rye on rye. Fucking just amazing beers. I reviewed their Proper Pour earlier this year. Amazing beer. Their Churro Grande, fucking delicious. You know, people can, talk about all kinds of different barrel programs from, Firestone Walker to Revolution to Half Acre to Bourbon County to ones I'm not even Side Project, all these fucking hype breweries. Boulevard Brewing Company is a Shelfie beer company at this point. That barrel-aged mixed six-pack is just sitting on the shelves probably in a bunch of different states. And you are missing out if you don't pick those up. Plain and simple. They are fucking great for what they are price point. Like you cannot beat the value on those beers. You're talking all of them are like 12.8% or higher. All of them are aged in either crazy barrels or with adjuncts and barrels. And you're paying anywhere between like, what, fucking $3.50 to $5, or $3.50 to like $4.50 for a fucking 12-ounce bottle. Like it's fucking stupid. It's stupid to me that people are not fucking drinking Boulevard more. And I will beat that drum until they get the proper respect they deserve for the Barrel Life program. And then you take into account Tank 7, American Saison, classic beer, fucking great beer, just great beers in general. Even going to like their barrel-aged Bourbon Barrel Quad or like their Bourbon Barrel Whiskey Stout. Those are pretty good, especially for the availability and the price point. But yeah, I mean, fuck, man. I'm telling you, man, Boulevard, without question. And Ray Priest says, thanks for all the reviews. You're a guiding light in a world of crazy, beer, drunken zombies, professionalism at its finest. Cheers. Well, thank you, Ray Parade. I don't know if any of that is correct, but I will take the compliment. And Josh says he put Drownlands in his top 10. I have not had enough Drownlands, but here's the thing, Josh. A couple Drownlands just showed up. I'm almost tempted on Tuesday to go and grab 1 or 2 of them just because I haven't had any of their beer in a hot minute. And every time they show up, I don't know if they're fresh, and I know these are fresh, so I might go grab a couple. I think like they're Terra Mosaic or Mosaic Terra, and then another thing showed up. So a lot of people have said they like Drownland, so I might have to give it a go. All right, number 2 on the list. This might be a bit of a homer pick, so it is what it is. But this brewery is, to me, by far my favorite when it comes to the heavily fruited sours, the fruited sours, the smoothie sours, the slushy sours. Mortalis Brewing Company. 12 beers, 4.45 average. They just kill it for me. Their new brewery / tap room opened up here in Buffalo a couple months ago. I went to it. Fucking nice location. The place that they wanted was the old Resurgence Brewing Company on Niagara Street. There was a seltzer company that is now, unfortunately, closing. So I don't know if they're going to take over that area. If they do, they're going to have a pretty big area. But when it comes to fruited sours, like nowadays, I still review them. I still enjoy them, but so many of them are too sweet or too acidic or too over the top. Mortalis seems to blend everything together perfectly. It's usually not too acidic, not too sour. It's not too tart. It's not too sweet. They just do a great job. And I reviewed 12 beers from them, 4.45. But on top of that, I reviewed some other beers. I reviewed an IPA on the FLX channel. I reviewed a couple Imperial Stouts. And they do have their new 8-bit brewery the last couple of years where they're doing regular beers. But Mortalis to me is just one of my favorite and one of my favorite this year. Josh says, I picked up one of their barrel-aged Imperial Stouts non-adjunct. Got to do a parabola review. What when you say this, Josh, what do you mean? Are you talking about Drownlands or Mortalis? Either or. All right. So my number one brewery for 2023 is a brewery that I put in the top 10 because of the sheer variety of beers that were sent to me, but also because I was blown away by the quality of all the beers. And a couple of them just absolutely just surprised me beyond belief. So, number one brewery for the Beer Patrol 2023, the Russian River Brewing Company, out of both Santa Rosa and Windsor, California. 8 beers, 4.36 average. Now, if I go back down here and show you Mortalis 4.45, or Mortalis, as Matt likes to say, Boulevard 4.45. The reason why Russian River is in the number one spot for me personally, despite the lower average, is because I reviewed a bunch of shit from them this year. I reviewed a Helles Lager. I reviewed their STS Pils, which is basically like American Pilsner. I reviewed their American Porter. I had a Simcoe Pale Ale. I had Pliny. Did I have Pliny this year or last? I think it might have been last. Let me actually go. I'll tell you right now what I had from them. And but I had that Mind Circus Hazy. There was a bunch of different styles I tried from them. So I had the Velvet Glow, which was their Helles Lager, Apical Dominance, which was like a hoppy blonde ale. Okay, I had their STS Pils. I had their Happy Hops, which is like American IPA or West Coast IPA. I had the Row 2 Hill 56, which was Simcoe Pale Ale. I had their Mind Circus, which is a hazy IPA. I had their Mosaic Stack, which was a Mosaic IPA. I had their Porter, which is an American Porter. I mean, a lot of different beers this year from them. And the quality of Russian River's beers. Everybody always said, we were talking earlier about like Pliny, right? Everyone knows about Pliny. A lot of people know about Blind Pig. People know about the the Pliny variants. People know about like the Consecration, Damnation. But it was cool to just be able to try their year-round regular offerings at the brewery. Like their porter was fucking delicious. That Row 2 Hill 56 Simcoe Pale Ale was the best pale ale I've had in a couple years. It was so fucking good. And that made a mark on me as far as like just remembering, like off the top of my head, when I started doing these lists, I'm like, man, Russian River has to be up there. They have to. And then I started going through, I'm like, yeah, no, they're definitely up there. So I can't thank Billy enough. I can't thank, I think it was also Sierra Hotel sent me one. I don't know if Bud sent me one, but Billy mostly came through with the vast majority of those. And let me just tell you that like it was really just fucking fun, for lack of a better word, fun to go through the Russian River kind of year-round / rotating offerings and just drink something that wasn't just straight Pliny or Blind Pig or some kind of variant of them. And they are without question my favorite brewery of 2023, without question. Hands down. All right, so Josh says, Drownlands. I didn't even know they did like Imperial Stouts. Sunshine Bro says, Drownlands is a brewery I've been meaning to check out. Had a couple beers from them this year and found them really enjoyable. Yeah, no, I've had a couple beers from them. Good stuff. It's just the one issue I have with Drownlands, but this can apply to a lot of breweries nowadays. A lot of them don't date their cans and bottles, especially Drownlands. Like I remember going to AJ's Beer Warehouse in Rochester, New York, and they had like 4 or 5 different Drownlands. None of them had a can on date. And I tried to look, on Instagram, and I was getting kind of like a couple of them were like rotating offerings. I couldn't find it, and I was just like, I'm not going to pay $5-6 for a can of something that like could be like 6 months old. I have no idea. So outside of that, though, I've heard nothing but good things, and the couple beers I had were really good. So I got to try some more Drownlands out and actually review their stuff. And like I said, those 2 that showed up, I'm looking forward to it. So, all right, we're going to take a sip of water. Going to relax for a second. We're at the 2:48 mark. This is going to be like probably like a 3.5 hour stream. I told you at the beginning, 2, 3, 4 hours could be definitely on the higher end of that. But we have one list left, and that is the list that probably everybody came for. Probably should have done at the beginning, but then probably everyone just leaves the channel, and I have like 3 viewers. We're doing the top 23 beers of 2023. So again, the criteria is the same as it has been for every single other list except for the Shelfies. I had to review the beer in some form or fashion on YouTube. All the beers on this list, they could not be 2023. The review I did on them had to be the first time I've ever had the beer. So no repeat beers from prior years. And I tried my best to kind of make every beer unique as far as a brewery goes. So I don't have any repeat breweries on this list. There are some repeat beers from earlier, but there are no repeat beers. And that's it. I think that's it as far as like the criteria. So anyway, let me open up the banner over here. Go to the beers. And we are going to start with the honorable mentions. Let me do first comments here. So comments, we have Josh who says, picked up 3 Hop Butcher beers yesterday and had one last night. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, they make great stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree. Billy says, a couple of my friends say Russian River is overrated. And I say, listen, some folks, have their own opinion, and I'm fine with that. We all have different opinions. I think until you try kind of like the beers you gave me, like off the beaten path, like I don't know anybody who's ever said, man, I want to try Russian River's porter, their American porter. I want to try their Velvet Glow Helles lager. Everyone's looking for Pliny and Blind Pig and all the crazy shit. I think when you start trying out all these breweries like regular offerings, you get the better understanding of how good they are as brewers. And I understood after trying all those beers how good Russian River is. That Simcoe Pale Ale and that STS Pils, 2 styles that nobody probably gives a shit about at this point, blew me away. And right there and then I was just like, yeah, no, Russian River makes good beer. I don't give a shit about the main beers that people go nuts about them. I know what they can do based on what you sent me, and I can't thank you enough. So Chris says, had Telehopic last night, got Value of Midnight in the Way of Daylight. So yeah, Value of Midnight showed up. I did not grab it. The other 2 I've not seen, but I've had Telehopic, and I think I had the Way of Daylight, or one of the Daylight ones. Rainier Prairie says, EQ for the win, double IPA, triple IPA. When they're not oxidized, right? Right? King of the triples when they're fucking not brown. Sunshine Bro says, I agree about the not dating cans, bottle shenanigans, very fair pet peeve. I also missed Chris's here. He says, something that pissed me off is to keep cold drink fresh, but no can on date. Yeah, dude. Chris, I made that comment at least a half dozen times this year. I would be like, on the can, it says, right here, keep cold drink fresh. And I'm like, okay, well, let me tell you something. This beer wasn't kept cold and there's no date on the fucking can. What are we doing? If you're telling me to do that, but I have here's the thing. You're telling me to do that, or you're telling the store to do that? Or you're telling the distributor to do that? Because I have no say in if the beer is kept cold and I drink it fresh if I don't know what the fuck when it was canned or bottled, and I also have no idea if it was kept cold. So I feel like they're telling me that, and I'm getting upset because I'm like, that's not how it is. Dr. Shep says, I'd die happy if I could just try the younger. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd love to try Pliny the Younger. It was double dry hop Pliny I wanted to try, and then I wanted to try Pliny for President. And as I mentioned earlier, Sierra Hotel hooked it up, and that review will be out later this week. I never thought in a million years I'd be able to try that one, so that was cool to try. But yeah, I do think Pliny the Younger would be something that if I don't really have a bucket list, but if I did sit down with a bucket list, that would be on it. And then Josh says, had the new Midnight Snack Peppermint Mocha by Abomination, not bad. Yeah, the peppermint beers are weird. I feel like Abomination will probably do a good job because that series is pretty good, though, for sure. Okay, so let's get into the top 23 beers of 2023. First, we got to start with you guys know we're doing some banners here, and we're doing some honorable mentions. So first honorable mention for the top 23 beers of 2023, Evergreen Brewing Company, their Sorbetto number 57. So this was a heavily fruited sour, lemon blueberry cheesecake, simplistic, to the point. If you like blueberry cheesecake or lemon blueberry cheesecake, I don't understand how you're going to not enjoy that beer. Evergreen has done some other beers that I've really enjoyed, and in 2022 I reviewed some of their stuff. We get some slight distribution of their stuff here, but that was one of the better heavily fruited sours I had this year, so I had to throw it on the list. Number 2 on the honorable mentions, Half Acre Beer Company, their Benthic, the 2021 release. I know a lot of people love this series, Benthic in general, and I know a lot of my Chicago area folks have told me that like they like that more than like the Revolutions lineup, like the what's the Revolution Imperial Stout? Somebody in the comments will remind me. I always forget. Death Star, right? Or Death Tar, because it gets so sued. Like they say they like Benthic better than that lineup. They like it better than Bourbon County. And I could see how you would say that. This was an aged can, so it didn't pop as much as probably a fresh one would, but there's potential there. Not that I'll probably ever get a chance to try like a relatively fresh Benthic or anything else from them in that lineup anytime soon. But that was really good. It was a really good beer. It was a really good barrel aged beer. And I forget what adjuncts were in there. And I think that was maybe my main concern was that the adjuncts had fallen out. I think, it was coconut and coffee. The coffee faded, coconut was there, but it was a little disappointing I didn't get both, I guess is the way to put it. So, and then last on the list, Sammy probably fell asleep, or maybe he's on one of 700 other streams happening. I have no idea. I haven't refreshed anything. I'm not looking at anything. I'm just doing this. But Parish Brewing Company, they're Ghost in the Machine. So this did not enter my top 23, but I will say this. It lived up to the hype. And that's hard for beers to do nowadays. So props to Ghost in the Machine to still be a fantastic beer. We talked earlier about Pliny and like Heady and a lot of people drinking them and not living up to the hype. Ghost in the Machine lived up to the hype. It was extremely well done, delicious beer. I get why people enjoy it. I'd love to try like their Ghost Prime just came out. They do a double dry hop version. What's the other one, Josh? If you're still in the comment section, you drink like another one, or you tried to get another one from them. They have a bunch of different variants, but the base beer lived up to the hype. I gave it a 4.6. Fucking fantastic beer. Just to me, it didn't resonate just because, while it's one of the better hazy double IPAs I had this year, just not as good as some of the other ones in the top 23, plain and simple. But, nothing bad to say about Ghost in the Machine. It's fucking delicious. So, it's still getting an honorable mention. It's just not in the top 23. We got, Billy says, hopefully I can check out the second half of the Cowboys Lions. Yeah, I have Dak Prescott going, and I haven't even looked because I've been doing this, but hopefully he's not terrible, but he's Dak Prescott, so he probably is at this point. Josh had a bottle of Pliny Young gifted me a few years back. How was it? Was it good, Josh? Gregory says, Parish makes great beer. From what I've had, yeah, except for Okra. Okra, you might have been gone, Gregory Eaton, but like they were on my most disappointed / overrated. I did not like Okra, the collab they did with Other Half. Yeah, just not my jam. Too boozy. Infinite Ghost, Holy Ghost. Yeah. Both of those. Like they make so many fucking crazy variants and different versions of it that it's kind of insane. Sam says, I'm still here, dude, listening in the background doing chores. You know what? You're like the 8th person that told me they like wash dishes, vacuum, fucking do other things while watching. Am I just good background fodder? I am, right? That's what I expect. It'd be like the tagline on my channel should be the Beer Patrol, great background fodder. Like it's just like it's ambient noise. Like it's like white noise. Listen to me when you go to bed. That's it. You'll fall asleep real quick. All right. So yeah, top 23 beers. We are about to get into it. So maybe a little bit controversial, but the number 23 beer on my list is from the hop butcher for the world. And it is without question their Green Moss. So let me do the whole share screen here again and pick up where the headhunter layered off. Let me share this, and I'm going to bring up the playlist here. Do something like that. All right, so Green Moss. So as I mentioned earlier, Hop Butcher's been supporting the channel for about 4 years now, and I've tried a lot of their main beers. Okay. Green Moss was the last double IPA from them that had a bunch of check-ins or very well known that I never got a chance to review. And the reason why I didn't get a chance to review a lot of them that other people have had before, Green Moss and others, is because of the hiatuses that from late 2020 to late 2021. Channel's on hiatus for like 10.5 months. So whatever they sent out then, I didn't get a chance to try. I finally got a chance to try Green Moss courtesy of Hop Butcher this year. I had the Greener Moss multiple times before I had Green Moss, and this lived up to the hype. Like, I understand why. Let me actually go to Untappd right now and see where this rates as like how many check-ins Green Moss has, like what number it is as far as check-ins go. They've 387 beers on Untappd, and as far as check-ins go, Green Moss is number 3. The number 1 beer checked in on Untappd that people drink the most of, Double Grid. Number 2 is Blazed Orange Milkshake, and number 3 is Green Moss. Of their top, 20 beers, there's only a couple I still haven't had. I haven't had Dun Dun Dun, and I haven't had, where's the other one? There's one other one, Galaxy Bowl. Those are like the only 2 that I haven't had in like their top 25. So to be able to try Green Moss, And Green Moss is just, I mean, it's Citra and Simcoe, but it's done so incredibly well. And the fact that I never tried it, and I already knew what to kind of expect because of greener moss, yeah, really happy. So Green Moss, definitely number 23 and got to be in the top 23 for me without question. I had to put a Hot Butcher beer in there, and that was the one. Josh says Pliny the Younger was good. Honestly, wasn't blown away. I could see that. Gregory C says just had a collab Animal in the Machine Triple M's Parish. That sounds good. Garrett says if you ever visit Michigan, try Kickstand Brewing or Frankenmuth. I've had some from Frankenmuth. So Garrett, I went to the 2024 and 2025 Detroit beer festival. And I tried a bunch of different beers, and I've been to Michigan multiple times. I've tried a bunch of different beers. Like the Kickstand I've not had, but Frankenmuth I've had a couple at the beer fest, but I don't think I've reviewed any. Paul says, cheers, brother. Just got home, just cracked open a Nugget Nectar. I talked about how Double Nugget Nectar was one of my favorite Shelfies of the year, or would have been one of my favorite Shelfies of the year, Paul, if not for Nimble Giant. I thought Nimble Giant was one of my favorite Shelfies, especially from Trogs. And Billy says, what's the name of the bridge on your thumbnail? It is the Peace Bridge. Billy, this goes from Buffalo to basically Fort Erie, Ontario, across the Niagara River. So that is the bridge. All right, back to the top 23 beers. Number 22, got a sour in here, but not a heavily fruited one, just one that was kind of fun. From Prairie, it was their Patches treat. So this was a Sour Patch Kids Sour Ale. Here, let me fast forward to show you the gross color of this beer, because it was fucking horrendous. This looks like an oxidized EQ. Look at this fucking color. Look at the color of that beer. Look how gross that is, right? That doesn't look like a sour of any sort. Looks fucking horrendous. But Prairie does a great job with the novelty beers, and they fucking nailed this. I think it was Garrett who said earlier, Spicy Pickle Monster from Prairie was it was good. This is another one. It was a Sour Patch Kids Sour Ale. It wasn't a heavily fruited, over the top fucking smoothie sour. It was just, it tastes like Sour Patch Kids. It had a firm tartness into a low sourness, and it was fucking divine. And listen, it does dawn on me that like this beer being in the top 23 is kind of weird, but let me tell you, it fucking resonated with me. It really did. I'm fat. I like Sour Patch Kids. What do you want from me? It is what it is, but 100% definitely deserved to be in the top 23 based on my memory alone. But when I was going through like what I rated beers, it was definitely in the top 23. Josh says I've been liking stuff from Two Villains out of New Jersey. Yeah, I was talking about them earlier about how that Crawling Out of the Fog you sent my way was an honorable mention from one of my most surprising beers of the year. Like, I know you really liked it, but I never heard of Two Villains, so like it kind of surprised me. I remember you really enjoying that beer. So, and it had some age on it when I drank it too, and it was still really good. All right, number 21 on the list. This one comes from the Two Tides Brewing Company. As I mentioned earlier, they're in the top 10 breweries of 2023. And this is their How Much Cheese is Too Much Cheese mint chocolate cheesecake. So this is, without question, my favorite chocolate mint beer, chocolate mint imperial stout, whatever you want to call it, period. This was fucking absolutely out of this world. It wasn't too sweet. It wasn't over the top, but it was still rich and decadent. And this is what kind of made me have to put them on the top brewery list. Like a beer like this, doing a mint chocolate stout or mint chocolate beer of any sort is really fucking tough. And they nailed this beer. And I remember when I sent him, he's like, I'm really curious what you think about that one. And I was like, dude, it's fucking so good. And honestly, as much as I love Hot Butcher and appreciate their support and everything, you always got to be honest, I like this beer more than Minted from Hot Butcher by a significant margin. I think they just did a better job with it. And, it is what it is. Sam says chalk and mint for the win. Yeah, when it's done well, that is. Rampray says, PA Breweries, you're looking a bit thin. Better drink some beer. Cheers. Yeah, how dare you lose weight, Paul? What are you doing? Jesus, man. We like it when you're big and burly, right? All right, number 20 on the list. Another heavily fruited sour, which there isn't that many, and most of them are at the tail end of the list, if I'm being honest. But, go on ratings. This is the one I reviewed with that Felix boys, Dan and Mike. And let me see if I can fast forward to... look at that beer. Look at how fucking right. That's not. And by beer, let me hang on, guys. Look at that beer. So as far as like a heavily fruited sour, smoothie sour, this nailed it. It was a blueberry pie in heavily fruited sour form. Had to put it on the list. I remember when we drank it, we were kind of blown away. But again, we're sharing this beer, right? I don't want 16 ounces of that, and that goes for most heavily fruited sours. I don't want 16 ounces of that. I want what I was in my glass with 5.5 ounces. That's all I want. But as far as like a heavily fruited sour kind of, novelty beer, it's got to be up there. Like, it's fucking delicious. Josh says, debating on cracking this coconut barley wine for Bottle Logic. I'm like, fuck sakes, Josh. You know, I hate you. I'm leaving. Yeah, Rana Prairie has it right. He says send that coconut barley wine to Joe. I'd fucking probably shit my pants. I don't know. I don't need. I might have my valve might get out of whack or something. We don't need that. All right, next, number 19. This one is from the New England background of the company, and this is their. I did a side by side of their Imperial Stout Trooper, the base and the bourbon barrel aged versions, both 2022 releases. This was sent to me by Rick. Who is not watching live. Rick, if you watch this back, fuck you. I love you. I love everybody on my channel, by the way, just if you comment, you watch, you chat, I love you guys. Like, that's what this is all about. Rick sent me an awesome beer mail, and I appreciate it. Sierra Hotel, Billy, all these people, right? Wes, I just love the interaction. The interaction is the best part. I don't know why I'm going on this rant now, but, like, it's so fucking fun. What I'm doing right now, having 18 people, it's been fluctuating between 15 to like 25. Having you just sit here, listen to me ramble. And I don't know if you guys know how, I'm not saying that I'm good at this, because I'm not, but it's really tough to sit here and talk for fucking 3+ hours. I've been doing this now for 4 hours. Okay. My throat's sore. It is what it is, but it's so fucking fun. And I will tell you right now, we'll talk about more at the end if you're still here, but I will say, going forward, at the end of each month, I'm going to do something similar to this. It's not going to be 4 hours long or 3 hours long, but I'm going to do like a monthly recap where we talk about the beers I reviewed over the course of the month, what I liked, what I didn't like, kind of like beer releases. I'm going to have a guest or two every single time I do it. So be on the lookout for that starting in January. I kind of want to see how this went, but that's what we're going to do. Anyway, back to the comments, and then we'll talk about this one. We have Josh who says, Joe said he doesn't have any more room for beer. I really don't. I really don't. But I had like 4 people reach out in the past week wanting to send me beer. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, to go back to this fucking, I always want to point to this review. I've had Imperial Stout Trooper before and I loved it. I didn't like it as much this time around, but the bourbon barrel aged version blew me away. It's fucking just, man, immaculate. It was so good. One of the better base bourbon barrel aged Imperial Stouts I had this year. Again, it's just core 4 in a barrel, no adjuncts as far as I know, and you could just tell the quality through and through. And it was fun to be able to revisit these beers. Like, again, Rick sent me all the New England stuff for the most part. I think I got maybe one from Steven. Oh no, with these two, I think Steven's. Wait, who sent me the barrel aged version? I think maybe Steven sent me the barrel aged version, and then Rick sent me the regular. I don't know. Shout out to both Steven and Rick. I forget. I know one sent me one and one sent me the other. So whatever. Both of them fucking kings of Connecticut as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, the barrel aged version, superior to the base. And I didn't think that was going to be the case because I remember the base just being phenomenal. And it wasn't as good as I remember. But man, that bourbon barrel aged. Here's the thing. If you're in the New England area and you can get your hands on New England Brewing Company stuff, do so. They make some really good beers. A lot of their stuff is Shelfie driven, like their Sea Hag, their G-Bot. They have one other one that I'm forgetting right now, but they're all pretty much Shelfies. Definitely worth grabbing. So what else we got comment wise? Oh, geez, we got a lot. Gregory says that man needs a beer. Yeah. The best 7 beer I had each month. Well, I'm probably going to end up reviewing 30 a month. So I'll probably like top 3 beers, worst, my least favorite beers, and then just kind of like, just have a discussion about like what was fun to review, what we review, what to look forward to next month, and then like beer news. You can't bring up the word coconut in front of Joe or we start crying. It depends on how it's used. Maybe it'll be crying in a good or bad way. Billy says, if I was going to do a list of beers, I drink this year's Sierra Nevada Dank Little Thing. So Billy, I tried to look for Dank Little Thing at 3 different stores and didn't see it anywhere. I was going to pick it up for January's Shelfie beers and nope. So if I can find a can of it relatively fresh, I will just throw it in as an extra review in January because I want to try it. Because I like the Little Thing series and I like Sierra Nevada stuff. So I've had another couple of people say it's really good. So we'll see. All right, number 18. Another heavily fruited sour. I think this might be like one of this and like one other. I think is like kind of it's a couple more. So this is you guys know I like doing my 10 days of pumpkin, which I haven't mentioned at all in the top 23 beers or in this live stream at all. So this was from Energy City Brewing. It was their Bistro Pumpkin Cobbler. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this at number 18. I'll just say this. if you like pumpkin pie and you like heavily fruited sours, I don't see how you would find a better beer than this, because this was fucking basically a pumpkin pie liquefied in a sour beer form, and it was fucking divine. It was the best beer I drank for the 10 Days of Pumpkin this year, and I didn't think I would love it, and I ended up loving it. So it is what it is. Next, we have from Other Half, the only Other Half beer on this list, and that's, you want me to tell you why this is the only Other Half beer on the list? Tell you right now why it is. I did not drink that many Other Half beers this year. In fact, let me tell you, as far as Other Half beers go on my channel this year, I think I drank, like, again, I've reviewed like over, let me see here. I reviewed quite a few. And yeah, I think I only reviewed like 5 or 6 Other Half beers this year. And typically, when it comes to Other Half, I would, review a lot more. So I haven't reviewed them this year. But this beer right here, Double Dry Hop Vapor Rings, it's a beer that has been around for a while. I just never got around to drinking it. And as far as like an Imperial Oak Cream IPA goes, fantastic. Citra, Galaxy, and Nelson, fucking just a beautiful combination of beers, of hops. And this one was fucking so good. My favorite Other Half of the year. And it's kind of a Shelfie, like a lot of Other Half beers. So not too surprising. All right, so we have another comment here from Josh. Says, have you got the new Willetize yet? So earlier, Josh, I think you might have missed it, but Willetize was on my list for the 2022 version was on my 2023 Shelfie beer reviews. My favorite, right? I think it was number 2 on the list, or maybe 3. I actually asked anybody if they had Willetize this year, because a lot of people have been saying it's not as good as prior years. So I have no idea. I've not picked it up yet. I have not seen it yet. He said Joe's number 1 beer will be a dark beer by Side Project, Assassin Series or Anchorage. Gonna mortgage the future for 3 beers is what's happening. All right, so let me just double check. I think this next beer might be the second. Hang on. So just for you fruit smoothie sour beer fans, let it be known this next one from Mortalis is the second to last fruited sour beer on this list, and it was their 4th anniversary beer. It was their Mind Flayer. Nothing too crazy, just Alfonso mango, pineapple, peach, banana, and coconut. No big deal. My favorite beer from them this year that I have had for the first time. I also reviewed some other beers like their Above So Below, which was their Imperial Coffee Stout, fucking fantastic. But I've had it before. Same thing with their Milk of the Gods Milkshake IPA Key Lime Pie, 4.75 out of 5. Had it before. And even their Orange Cream Saver Swirl, which tasted like an orange cream saver. But that did not reach the Mind Flayer level. So Mortalis, Mind Flayer, all day. And Gregory says, Willetize has not made it to Florida yet. Okay. I don't think it's made it here yet. Next, my favorite beer from Monkish is number 15. So it's Conscience Be Free. And this was a beer that was sent to me, I think, by Bud. Yeah, it was by Bud. This one was Galaxy, Nelson Sauvin, and Simcoe hops, double IPA 8.5%, and it was that Monkish goodness, fucking juicy, hazy, very tropical fruit-esque, stone fruit-esque, but moderate bitterness. Really good shit. My favorite from Monkish this year, hands down. Shout out to another beer I had from them, which was their double dry hopped Hang My Boots. That was another good one. But Conscience Be Free was my favorite beer from them in the 2023 calendar year. Next, the number 3 favorite brewery from me in 2023 has a beer in the top 14 here. And it comes from Boulevard, and it is their Proper Pour. So this was a part of their 2023 limited release. And this one was a double barrel aged Imperial Stout, aged in whiskey barrels, then finished in Cabernet wine barrels. 12.6%, 30 IBUs, and absolutely fucking divine. You could also throw in the mix, if you wanted to, their Vietnamese coffee inspired Imperial Porter. You could throw in their Spice Imperial Stout. You could throw in their Churro Grande. Again, Boulevard was top 3 for a brewery this year because of these types of beers. They just fucking killed it this year. And Proper Pour was one of my favorite of 2023. Josh says, I still have that Mortalis Sour at the fridge, melted gelato. That was in my top 5 for beers of 2022, Josh. What the fuck? And then Rainer Price says, no dank little thing in Maine yet. Maybe they just didn't brew any at the fucking North Carolina facility yet, which is why we didn't get any. Gregory C says, nice, love that beer. A proper pour is fucking proper. See what I did there? I'll never do it again. Next, Billy, turn away. Billy, I'm going to need you to just turn away for a second, buddy, if you're still watching. From the Dogfish Head Craft Brewery, we have their Utopia.
What's up, everyone?
Barrel-aged 120-minute. So I'm not going to sit here and say this beer surprised me because it didn't, but it did. But it didn't, but it did. But kind of, but not really. Their Danger Cat beers usually are pretty awesome. Some of them go sideways, some of them don't. I went into this beer thinking, all right, look, it's Utopia's barrel age. Why are they wasting that 120-minute? I'm sure we have all had like Imperial IPAs barrel aged at some point in the past, like Sierra Nevada, right? They did, was it Torpedo barrel age? And it's like, it doesn't always work. This beer fucking worked. This beer didn't even taste like 120-minute to me. It tastes like, I don't know, like a fucking old ale or a barley wine in like sherry barrels. Like it was fucking, there was brown sugar, there's maple syrup. It was the best Dogfish Head beer I've probably had in like 5 years. It was so fucking good. I'm trying to look around for more to send out, a couple bottles to Billy, and I don't see it anymore. So I'd imagine a lot of people bought it up to age, and also a lot of people bought it up because it's fucking awesome. But I don't know. It was so good. Ring Iron Praise says, hearing great things about the new Lagunitas double IPA, 8%, a West Coast, East Coast, and look great in the glass. What's the name of it? So I can keep my eye out for it. Josh says, I really enjoyed that 120 Utopias. Yep. And then Stevie Summer says, the Lucid Dream is batch I'm drinking. It's a bit disappointing despite the good ratings it got. Watch you. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's basically what I thought. I mean, it's probably the batch 3, but it's also probably a newer release of it. They probably just re-released it because I reviewed it like 9-10 months ago. I doubt you're drinking a 1-year-old can of it, right? I just didn't. I mean, both breweries are good. EQ when they're not oxidized, fantastic. Other half in general, fantastic. That beer, all right. That's what I thought. So at least I'm not alone. Josh says, have one bottle left to age of the Utopias. Yeah, oxidized EQ, very uncommon. Never seen it. A oxidized EQ in my life. Let me finish up this fucking Great Lakes Barrel Aged Blackout Stout 2023 from fucking 7 years ago. I mean, it was in my glass for 7 years, not that it's a 7-year-old bottle. All right. We're entering the top 12. And the first beer in top 12 from North Park, one of my favorite breweries of 2023, their Inversion of Time. So as I said earlier, when it comes to North Park, they do fantastic triple dry hopped hazy triple IPAs. And this would be case in point. Sent to me by Bud. This one was brewed with Citra Cryo, Freestyle Motueka, Sub-Zero Hop Key for Waka, Nectaron, and Freestyle Nelson Salven. Basically, outside of Citra, bunch of New Zealand hops. And again, they just fucking killed it. North Park just, I would say if I see a triple dry hopped hazy IPA from North Park, I'm picking it up. Plain and simple. I don't love double dry hop and triple dry hop beers because the aroma usually is misleading for me. Most of the time it's fantastic and then the taste isn't as good. Don't have that issue with a lot of North Park triple dry hop beers. Fucking fantastic. So there's that. Josh letting that 15% coconut barley wine warm up, then mayhem will ensue. He's taking down the bottle logic. Yeah, I got to know how that is because I love coconut. And I love when barrels, like barrel-aged English barley wines, incorporate like say a toasted coconut barrel presence. So actually having coconut in, like real coconut in the barley wine, yeah, fucking sign me up. Next, we have a beer in which Paul, I don't know if Paul's still watching for PA Brew News, but this is a beer that he disagreed with the FLX Boys and myself, which is fine. I mean, that's what this is all about. But this is from Weldworks, and this is their Old Rip Medianoche. So this is a huge, absolutely huge barrel-aged Imperial Stout, aged in old Rip Van Winkle barrels. Pretty sure it's like 14%. Yeah, if you look at the thing here, it's 14%. And again, it's on a black screen. Where do you want to see it? Let's see if we see the pour. Oh, the pour is already happening. Let's see if we can show like swirling around like what it looks like in the glass. No? All right, here we go. All right, so to me, this is the thickest Imperial Stout I've ever had, okay? Go over to Paul. Paul did a review of this, and he said it was like medium full. It was like we were drinking two completely different beers based on the body of mouthfeel and the beer in general. Again, we all have different palates and different, tastes and everything. To me, though, this was the thickest beer I've ever had from an Imperial Stout. It was one of the best beers I had this year as an Imperial Stout, and absolutely loved every second of it. The one downside of this is in my neck of the woods, anywhere between $40 to $45 for a bottle. I would never pay that for that. It's just too much, too rich. And I think that's a 500 mil slash, 16.9 fluid ounce bottle. I'm not paying, $2.5, $3 an ounce. It was good. Wasn't that good. Not at all. Caleb, what's up, buddy? Cheers, buddy. Hope all is well with you. Always follow the check-ins on Untappd. You're always drinking some cool shit. So appreciate you swinging by and saying hi, buddy. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Hope everything's good. All right, so we're going to get in the top 10. And the number 10 beer for 2023 is Carton. Carton Brewing Company's regular coffee. Now, listen, I've said this like 20 times tonight. Don't go into reviews with preconceived notions. And this is the beer I think this beer is a perfect example why you don't do that. I like Carton stuff. I've had, a handful of their beers in the past. I saw this. It's basically Imperial Coffee Cream Ale, okay? Didn't think much of it. I was just like, yo, it's a 12% Imperial Coffee Cream Ale. I'm going to grab it. Sounds good. Good is an understatement. This was one of the best, non-barrel aged, non-fruited sour, non-hoppy beer. This is just like Imperial Coffee Cream Ale, and it fucking was divine. It's 12%, tasted like it was about 7 from an alcohol perspective. I want to drink more Carton stuff. We only see stuff randomly here, and this was one of them. It was fucking just phenomenal. I cannot recommend this beer enough, especially if you can get Carton stuff and you're in the tri-state area or the mid-Atlantic, and you get any of the Carton stuff and you've never had this beer. I posted this review and I had 3 people be like, that's one of my favorite beers of all time. And I'm like, okay, I kind of understand why that is the case. So yeah, it's Carton and they do great stuff. Next, number 10 on the top 23 beers of 2023. We have a beer that I mentioned earlier, but I had to make the top 10 list. I said, I'm not trying to do repeats. This beer deserves it. Russian River, STS Pils. You can fight me if you want on this. That's cool. Josh says, after party on my channel after this. Could be doable, Josh. Could be doable. Yeah, so I've already said a bunch about STS Pils. End of the day, I gave this a 4.75. I think a 4.75, right? Or what did I give this? No, I gave this a 4.8. I gave this a 4.8. Now, I also want to shout out, and I didn't put it on the list because I didn't, again, want to do repeat of breweries, but the Row 2 Hill 56 Simcoe Pale Ale from Russian River also goes on the list, but it doesn't. It's like a tie, okay? 2 of the best low ABV beers I had in all of 2023, but also 2 of the best beers, period, I've had. STS Pils, shout out to Rain Air Parade, shout out to Billy for sending this one my way. Shout out to anybody who loved this beer as much as I did. Yeah, I still can't believe how good this beer is. Fuck me. Anyway, number 8. So Bud came in, popped in for a second, and he was drinking this beer. They just released a new batch of it. It's from Green Cheek. It's their hazy triple IPA, double dry hopped swim test. So Bud sent this to me. This is Citra and Nelson Sauvin hops. That's it. And guess what? Fucking phenomenal. And I think on this list, this is the second best hop forward beer I had of all year was this beer. It's hard to explain how good this beer is other than just saying it's a great beer. And Green Cheek, North Park, knock it out of the ballpark with their double dry hop, triple dry hop, triple IPAs. And kind of surprising how good this beer was, but maybe not. I don't know. I thought it was pretty fucking fantastic. However, my favorite hop forward beer, that was the third. This is the second, but this is my favorite hop forward beer that I reviewed on my channel. It's going to be the second as a whole, and it's the next one. And this is the one we discussed earlier when we were talking about Alpine and breweries of that nature. It's from the McElhenney Brewing Company, and it is their months. So this is a New Zealand rye IPA, and if you didn't hear us talk about it earlier, hear me talk about it earlier, this is so if you remember Alpine Beer Company, they used to be very popular back in the early 2010s. Then they were bought up by Green Flash. They kind of went, national with a lot of their releases. A lot of people said the beers didn't taste the same. Then at some point, like Green Flash went out of business. Then they were bought by a big conglomerate that also bought Sweetwater. To make a long story short, the original owners of Alpine came back, started this new brewery, McElhenney Brewing Company, and they decided to brew this beer, which is a take on their Nelson, which was a Nelson rye IPA or a New Zealand rye IPA with Nelson hops. They couldn't do the exact recipe because it was, I think, they sold that when they originally sold their brewery to, I think, Green Flash, or they didn't own the recipe anymore, so they had to tweak it a little bit. So I don't know if I put it in the things here, but yeah, they threw nectar on hops. Do they throw a single hop in there, 3 hops, whatever? But they changed it up very slightly. It's not the exact same, but it's close enough, and it is fucking absurd. I've pounded the table, I've pounded the desk for the last year and a half. We need more rye IPAs, and the fact that this one came back and I got a chance to try it courtesy of Bud. Bud hooked me up with some fucking fantastic beer. Bud and Billy and Sierra Hotel just fucking crushed it with the West Coast stuff. Jesse as well. Just amazing stuff coming from the West Coast. And I was very lucky to get a chance to try all this stuff. And yeah, the months just fucking, yeah. I still think about that beer, honestly. And yeah, it's a damn shame that, yeah, it is what it is. You know what? I could have done hop of the year. You know what, Josh? At some point, I think I'm going to do a live stream and probably maybe invite like 3 or 4 people, probably like actually 2 or 3 people. And we're just going to do like a hop tier list, like a group hop tier list, and see what happens. I think that'd be fun. And Bud is in the comment section as top hop. Nelson, hands down. Nelson's definitely up there for me. This beer, this might be like the best use of Nelson, like as far as like what I want out of it. Josh says top 23 adjuncts. Fuck no. Let's do top 27 adjuncts. And then he says, Bud, oh yeah. And it says, trying to get Joe to pick up that diesel. Dude, I got it once. You guys and your diesel. Like, I would love to just, here's the thing though. When you say diesel, does it actually smell like diesel gas? Like, because I don't know if I'd actually want that in the nose. Like, I don't know. The one time I picked it up, it had like that little like diesel like gas like note, but it wasn't substantial. Like, it wasn't substantial. With Nelson, for me, I usually get huge white grape, white wine, gooseberry, like fruitier things. When it's fresh, like that one beer was fresh, I got super diesel. Like, yeah, not super diesel, slight diesel. But I kind of understood where you guys are coming from, but I never got like an intense version of it. Anyway, number 6 on the list. Shout out to Rick one more time for not being able to hang out, but watching this hopefully. What's up, everyone, on the replay? So remember I talked about Fox Farm doing fantastic things. So I could have easily put, their Helmhold and their Pip and their phone on like my favorite low ABV beers of 2023. I did put Helmhold because it was great. But then you flip the script and you go to this beer. This is their Copestone, the 2022 release. What is this beer? Well, this is an English barley wine that is aged in both bourbon and port wine barrels, 14.5%. They used Barton 1792 and Buffalo Trace. And then it says the blended right here, the blended average age for this beer was 17 months in oak. So this beer on average spent 1.5 years in oak barrels, and it was fucking great. Not the best beer of the year, but 100% in the top 6 and number 6 overall. So it is what it is. Where's hops? Josh says Enigma and Idaho 7. I don't have a hate for Idaho 7 like some people, but Enigma can get fucked 7 ways to Sunday, okay? Fuck that hop. I'm good. And this is the last heavily fruited sour of the list, and it comes from Heavy Reel out of New Jersey, and it is their love the key lime pie variant. So I'm not going to waste my time really breaking this one down. It's a heavily fruited sour. It tastes like key lime pie that was blended into a fruited sour, and it's fucking fantastic. As somebody who ranks key lime pie probably as a top 5 dessert, if not top 3, it was everything I wanted it to be. And the beautiful thing about it was it wasn't overly sweet, and it was, pretty well balanced. And it was my favorite fruited sour of the year. I need to try more from Heavy Reel when it comes to these heavily fruited sours, but I don't buy as many as I used to. I usually review a couple, like probably like 2 or 3, maybe 4 a month, no more than 1 a week. And a lot of them I haven't even been buying lately. Like right now, I think in my fridge I have like 2 heavily fruited sour, and they're both from Mortalis. So do with that what you will. But I'm kind of winding down on them. I only when something sounds really good, I grab it. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I mean, they taste like beer. A lot of times, no, it tastes like some kind of like fruited smoothie. But they're delicious. So fuck me. Okay, so we got some yeah. So Aaron Perry says Legany is beast of both worlds. Okay, I'll have to look for that then. I appreciate that information. Garrett says I think Sabro is an underrated hop. Yes. If we did if right now off the top of my dome piece, I did like a top 5 favorite hops, Sabro's number 1. Hands down. Sabro is number 1 on my list. I don't know who would be 2 through 5, but Sabro's number 1. When it's done right and has that coconut character, I love it. And a lot of people say that's done incorrectly, and I hate that coconut character. It's a very divisive hop because of that coconut character. If you hate coconut, you're probably not going to like that hop. You like coconut, you probably are. And I just love it. And I want more of it, and I need it all. And anytime I see a Sabro hop beer, I grab it. So, yeah. All right. Number 4 is the best hop forward beer of 2023. And it was a beer that I reviewed over on the FLX Boys channel. Now, this beer was sent to me as well as the FLX Boys. It was from the Electric Brewing Company, and it was their Paths of Wisdom Hazy Triple New England IPA. 10% brewed with oats, cashmere, and citra. Now, if you would have asked me, Joe, what would be your favorite hop forward beer of 2023, and what do you think the hop bill would be? I would have never said in a million fucking years it'd be Citra and Cashmere. Never would have said that in a million years. And here we are. The beer was phenomenal. Electric makes fantastic beer. Tougher to get their stuff. Pretty sure they're brewery only. Sierra Nevada sent me 4 different beers. Because of the hiatus, I only reviewed this one. The other 3 I drank off camera. And guess what? Most of them still held up pretty well at about 3.5 months old. But Electric, I've reviewed beers from them in the past. They just are a great company. You don't really see too much of them because they're harder to get. And I don't think they release as much. So I do like them. Sam says, I've had a few Nelson beers where I've gotten diesel character, one being very substantial, but most it's all about the white grape, white or green berry and grass along with tropical citrus. Yeah, that's pretty much what I get. Josh says, have a beer Green Dreams by Triple Cross, and this hop variant is a hop variant, bill is a Sabro, Talus, and Strata. Pink grapefruit finished with coconut mist. That is, I love Talus. I always get like a nice sweeter cherry from Talus, which if you like search Talus on Google and like look for like the characteristics, I don't think I've ever seen somebody mention cherry. Maybe like 1 or 2 places. Like mostly it's not that. But Sabro, Talus, and Strata sounds real fucking good. Wings of Pizza says, you ever had Cocino? Cococino? I'd say it's Cococino from Hitchhiker Brewing. No, Wings of Pizza, we don't really get Hitchhiker Brewing. The only time I've ever had Hitchhiker is when people are nice enough to send them my way. I've had some. My one buddy went to, the aforementioned Sean, my Canadian friend, he went to Pittsburgh one year and he brought me back some stuff, and that's where I had most of the Hitchhiker stuff. I also had a viewer of the channel last year, Dan, he sent a fruited sour from them, I believe, that I had. But outside of that, I don't really. Bud Rhodes says, I'll get you more months, buddy. Yeah, dude, I fucking hammer out some months. Trevor Harris says, I drank a Heine yesterday, staying next to Chase Frazier and Josh Byrne. Well, Josh Byrne, those are old school lacrosse players, right? Not old school. I mean, does Josh Byrne still play for the Bandits? Trevor? Both of them? Are they both still on? Are they both? Because I remember Josh Byrne. Chase Frazier. Like, I don't watch a ton of Bandit stuff. I do enjoy it. Oh, they were both at Cobblestone. Nice. Okay, so he says, ever try the Sour Monkey Triple? Yeah, I've reviewed that, Trevor. And he goes, Bandits player at Cobblestone. Yes, they do. Nice. So yeah, I knew Josh Byrne. I just wasn't familiar with Josh Frazier. Nice. You drank a Heineken with them or just standing next to them? Did they also have a Heineken? Josh says, had Hams for the first time this year. Hams is good. Hams is good for like a cheaper beer, for sure. Definitely. Okay. So we're going to get into the top 3 here. So this was the first beer that I rated a 5. So to be fair, the only 5 out of 5 beers I gave this year were this one. The Key Lime Pie from Heavy Reel got a 5. The Paths of Wisdom got a 5. And then the top 3 beers all got a 5 out of 5. So number 3 on this list comes from Puhala out of Estonia, and it's their Chateau Noir. So this beer kind of blew me away when I had it. I think I reviewed it was it early January? Yeah, it was January 9th. It was like one of the first beers I reviewed in 2023. So this is aged in Bordeaux red wine barrels and Pedro Ximénez sherry cask. 12%, 45 IBUs, and it's Imperial Baltic Porter. And guess what? It was fucking so good. I've actually reviewed 2 beers from Puhala this year. Both were delicious. This was the superior beer, and highly recommend to anybody who wants to try out some Puhala. They're drinking Miller's or Miller High Life or Miller Lights. Probably Miller Lights. They're bandits players. They're not trying to not get crazy with the calories, although they'll burn those off pretty quickly. So, yeah, this Puhala Chateau Noir. Holy shit, man. It was so fucking good. Like, I need to drink more Puhala. There is one, I think there's a Puhala beer right now at Premier Gourmet, one of my favorite local bottle shops that has, I think it's a Imperial Stout, and I think it's aged in port wine barrels. So I think I'm going to grab that and review that at some point in the next couple months. Just fucking fantastic. Jesus Christ, Sam. So Sam comes in. Keep in mind, anyone who doesn't know who Sam is, he's Australian. And he says, I can't wait to visit the States and go to Outback Steakhouse and drink numerous pours of cold, fresh Foster's Lager. Now, keep in mind that Sam does not, get Foster's very regularly. Just a little known fact, Foster's is totally not Australian for beer, despite what the American media might tell you. The commercials are a lie. But he does have wild blooming onions all over his backyard, like 100%. He goes out there, and it's crazy because he just pulls the wild blooming onions off of the stalk. And I don't know where he gets the bloomin' onion sauce to dip it in, but like it's magical. Like it's magical that happens in Australia, and we have to pay an arm and a leg to get him at Outback, and he just fucking wild blooming onions growing, fucking insane. Sam says we just got a huge Puhala drop. Oh, and Caleb says all their beers are so good. Puhala, yeah, man, they're so good. I will say I did review. I want to try something else from them. And so I got like I think it was Imperial Berliner Weiss, like with cherries or berries or something. And it was good. It was solid. It was all right. But I think you got to stick to their like big barrel aged beers because those are fucking all top notch. I've had like 4 or 5 beers from them, and they've all just been fucking amazing. Recently saw Puhala in cans. Strange. Yeah, I think that's what I got. I got a can, and it was like an Imperial Berliner Weiss. It was kind of weird, Gregory. It was pretty weird. Josh says, I actually went to Outback tonight, huh? Did you drink a nice cold mug of Foster's Lager, Josh? He says, Puhala is great. I agree. Oh, Jesus Christ, Sam. Unbelievable, dude. That's gross. That's gross. Cycle makes some good stuff. Yeah, unless we're randomly in like the outskirts of Richmond, Virginia, Josh, we just don't get Cycle drops randomly at our bottle shops. Fucking Jesus. Anyway, number 2 on the list, a brewery that is widely regarded, I think, as one of the better barrel programs in the States, and that is Revolution Brewing out of Chicago, Illinois, as some folks would say, even though it's completely wrong, it's Illinois. I do like when people say Illinois, though. It's fun. So this one was sent to me by Ross, and this is their Rye Way to Heaven, the 2022 release. So I think you see a theme with some of my top beers, rye, right? Whether it's actual rye or rye whiskey. So this is basically an Imperial like rye beer, right? And they age it in rye bourbon barrels, and it's 15%, and it's fucking amazing is what it is. I don't know if they do this every single year, if they do different variants of it, but it's a fucking rye beer. It's a rye barrel aged beer, and it's everything I want. I just want all the rye. Give me all the rye. That's all I want is all the rye. But all honesty, it's Revolution. They fucking kill the barrel age game, and you put a rye beer into a rye barrel, and then you fucking give it to me, and it gets a 5 out of 5. Yeah, that's how that works. That's how that works. Illinois, indeed. Josh says, had a pour of Assassin Series variant at my bottle shop yesterday. Oh boy, how was it? Was it like totally like a 4.1 out of 5? Josh says, Sam says, sweet. Gregory says, my sister got me some for Christmas. Haven't opened it yet. High hopes. Got you some what, Gregory? Got you some what? Some Rye Way to Heaven? Some Rye Way to Heaven? And then Josh says, my top beer this year has been lip service from Fast Fashion. Thanks to Sam. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway. Doctor shut up. Feel the Illinois. I just love when people say Illinois. Like, hey guys, we're going to Illinois. I don't know. I just feel like you got to say it like that. Gregory says, dude, it's so good. It's, you know what's crazy is like, even in like Michigan and Ohio, like some of the Revolution beers will just show up as shelf turds, like some of the barrel aged shit, like some of the Death Star and I don't know if like Rye to Heaven, but like the non like brewery only stuff will just show up, and I'm like, I would love to have Revolution just on the fucking shelves. Kidding me? He said, I have 3 Revolution beers and tap takeover queue on at one time, and I have no idea what they were. Sam, how fucking hammered were you? High barrel stuff. Yeah, you were hammered then. All right. Time to close out this fucking live stream. It's been 3 hours and 40 minutes of me losing my voice by tomorrow. I'd take another sip of water, and then we will get the number 1 beer of 2023 for me on the Beer Patrol. Yeah. All right. So, number 1 beer, 2023 here on the channel. It's a beer that I actually reviewed on Black Friday of this year, while everybody's out there enjoying the Bourbon County brand stouts, whether they were aged, vintage with vintages of them or prior variants or the new variants or whatever. I was like, fuck that noise. You know why? Everyone's doing it. Why don't we review something that I saw absolutely nobody review? And this beer was sent to me by Chris Sheldon, viewer of the channel, great dude. He gets his hands on some great Illinois beer. And I saw him drinking this beer on Untappd. I saw the check-in, and he said something to, he referenced Bourbon County. He was like, Bourbon County who? Just give me this. And I was like, what the fuck is this beer? I was like, who, what? And I started looking at him like, wow, this sounds fucking gnarly. And I was like, oh man, that would be awesome to try. And he's like, oh, if I can find an extra one, it's yours. And he did. And he sent it to me. And it's the number 1 beer of 2023 for the Beer Patrol. It is from the Goose Island Beer Company. It is their 35th anniversary Cuvée, aka the Cuvée, barrel aged.
What's up, everyone?
So, listen, I love me some Bourbon County style, okay? Base, variants, they're all fun to try every year and to grab them. Wings and Pizza asked earlier, did anybody try? I picked up, the 3 variants, and I haven't tried any of them just because, whatever, I'll probably try them sometime in 2024. This was better than 90% of the Bourbon County beers that I've had in my lifetime. So, for the 35th anniversary, they took a big, they basically blended 35 different barrel-aged beers. And I think they said it was something like, it was 35 different barrel-aged beers, but there was only maybe like 5 or 6 different, styles. So there was like, barley wine, old ale, imperial stout. I think they said there was a Belgian quad in there, something else. I guess it's down here. Yeah, here we go. Jesus Christ, Joe. Reading comprehension. The blend consists of 48% English-style barley wine, 28% oatmeal stout, 13% rye stout, 8% American imperial stout, and 3% Belgian-style quad, aged in a mixture of bourbon, rum, and cognac barrels for 18 to 36 months. Listen, when I say it's the best fucking beer I've had in 2023, and it's not even close, it's not even close. Like, as much as I like that Chateau Noir from Puhala, as much as I like the Rye Way to Heaven, and I'm a rye fucking fanatic, this beer had the complexity and the deliciousness that I would love out of all all barrel-aged beers. And the fact that it's the Cuvée, I just like saying Cuvée, all right? Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say about it. And the shame about this beer is that not many people apparently got a chance to try it, but also not a lot of people, I didn't see anything about this beer. Like, absolutely zero fucking anything about this beer. And here we are. So, yeah, I mean, if you ever see a bottle of this hanging out on a random shelf in Chicago, Illinois, pick it up. If you ever see a bottle of this hanging out in a shelf near you, pick it up. But I don't think this got outside of the brewery. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's phenomenal. Josh says, yeah, Sam said he's doing a vertical of Deal with the Devil from Anchorage. He's not planning on paying any of his bills this month, or what's going on? Bourbon County brand start. Yeah, BCBS. Sam says, yeah, they just got dropped off by a helicopter. Yeah, I mean, clearly he got his hand on Pliny and now he's rich. I slipped the driver a case of VB for troubles. He's going to drop a 6-pack off in Hawaii on the way back. Oh boy. And then Wings and Pizza says, what that costs? What's that? Well, Chris sent it to me for free because he's a maniac. But I think he said, hold on to your shorts. Everyone's out there paying $12-13 for a bottle, 16.9 fluid ounce bottle of Bourbon County, and everyone's paying $25 for the Bananas Foster. I think let me just see if I actually say it in the fucking background of barrel age American. I don't know if you got another bottle or two or those soda pops, but kind of like the all right, shut up, show. I don't know if can you guys hear me talk? That sound terrible. 5 out of 5. Price point availability, I have no idea. I'd assume. All right, so I said no idea. Let's go down here. I could have swore somebody said the price point. I guess no one said the price point. I thought he did. Oh, so Dave here, who's great. He's from Chicago, Illinois. So he's from Chicago. He says, whoa, bringing out the rare big boys, Joe. I had this when it was released, and I thought this was one of the best non-Bourbon County Stout Goose Island releases ever. So about left. Crazy thing was that it was only $24 a 4-pack. So you could get an entire 4-pack when this was released, 12-ounce bottles for $20, or you could go buy a Bananas Foster Bourbon County fucking variant for $25. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. That's insane. That is insane. Okay. Garrett says, I tried an 8-year-old barrel-aged IPA recently. Very interesting, but Worldwide Stout Utopias has a special place in my heart. Oh, dude, Worldwide Stout Utopias, I still have a bottle of that. Have not tried it, but I'd imagine if it's anything like the 120 minute, I totally get it. CBS, I haven't had in many years, but I always enjoyed that one. Definitely better than KBS. Bud says, Happy New Year, buddy. Great list. Thanks, Bud. I appreciate you stopping by and dropping knowledge as always, and putting down your foot for the Nelson. You love the Nelson, but also just being a great dude in general. But I always appreciate the love and the great beers. I mean, there's like 3 beers that you sent me on the fucking list. Like, yeah, you obviously know what you're doing. You drink some fucking crazy shit, so doesn't surprise me. And Sam says, I threw up my mouth a little when I hear the term Bananas Foster, simply due to the name. Bananas Foster is fucking delicious. I mean, you basically puree bananas and then you mix it with Foster's Lager. Like, what are you talking about, Sam? That sounds delicious, dude. And Wingspeed says, get the fuck out. That's crazy. Dude, listen. If I could buy that for $20 a 4-pack, I would have bought like a case of that, knowing what I know now. Like, I would have been like, Chris, get like a case. I will PayPal you or Venmo or whatever the fuck you need. And yes. So, oh my God. Okay. So Billy comes in with some news here that breaks my heart, which is already somewhat broken. He says, my friend got a can. They did cans of Anchor Christmas Ale 2023. It was only available at the brewery in August. Oh man. That would have been really cool to try the last batch of Christmas Ale. Fuck, man. That's damn it. Well, tell your friend that he is extremely lucky, and let me know if he tells you what what he thought about it. I'd be curious. I don't know anybody else who got the fucking thing. Okay, yeah, I mean, fucking Josh, happy. My man said happy birthday. Oh my God, Josh, you're such a fucking guy. That's gonna start a. Pretty sure you're starting a live stream. Did you not say that? All right, so. All right, so I did an almost 1 hour live beer review on this beer. Took me about 4 hours to finish it. I now did my fucking 2023 year in review. Took 3 hours and 45 minutes. I said it was going to be long. So what I want to say here is at the end, you got 90 people watching. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart that, I appreciate everybody that has supported the channel in any way. That's if you watch the content, if you like the content, I feel like a douchebag. If you watch the videos, if you like the videos, if you comment on the videos is a big thing. However you support the channel, if you've sent beer, if we've traded beer, if you can pop it, like you don't have to watch it. If you just watch a couple seconds of a video, or just fucking fast forward to what I give a rating, or you pop in a live stream like this, I appreciate that. This is a very niche category on YouTube, is beer reviews, and the fact that I've met so many cool people doing this is the best part about it. Honestly, like, so many friends and folks showed up in the chat tonight, and to have consistently around like 20 viewers for the vast majority of the night on a Saturday at 6 p.m. When people are out doing shit, eating dinner with family, it's the day before New Year's Eve, probably maybe last minute shopping or getting shit together, whatever. That's pretty damn cool. What I will say, and we'll see if I'm able to keep the promise, but I'm going to try to do more live stuff. Like I said, I'm going to try to do a monthly live show at the end of the month, where we're going to, probably do like a monthly recap, and just, talk about beer news, some other stuff, invite a couple panel members on, so I don't have to talk myself the entire fucking show. I'm going to do some more live beer reviews, try to introduce potentially some new, series too. Viewer's Choice Cellar Sunday, maybe do some of those NCAA basketball tournaments where head-to-heads with different beers within the same style, Mexican lagers, American porters, things of that nature. But yeah, we're going to try to do a little bit more in 2024. Again, I don't want to get to the point where I'm overwhelmed and I have to do a bunch of shit, because that's how stuff like this fails. And I've done a pretty good job to this point, I think, with consistency for the most part. Outside of the big hiatuses, we're under my control. So yeah, we're going to keep it going, and hopefully everybody enjoys the reviews. If you have any feedback, negative, positive, whatever, let me know. I might look into getting a new camera and maybe some audio stuff to take on the road, but also to do at home. I'm using my phone that's fucking super old now, and the quality's fine, but it could be better. But if you have any feedback, positive or negative, and it's constructive, I'm all for it. I know I don't have a great quality to my videos. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's so much about the quality of your videos. It's more about the quality of the content within the videos. And that's who I'm, when I watch somebody, I want to hear what they think. Like, when I watch a beer review, I want to hear what the person thinks about it. The bells and whistles, to me, I don't give a shit. Sit down, open up that beer, tell me what you think about it. And that's kind of how my channel is. I don't think you're going to ever get, crazy editing effects and fucking this and that. It's just not who I am. So, I have almost 3,500 subscribers, so I got to be doing something pretty decent. I have a lot of self-deprecating humor, and I say my channel sucks and stuff, and trust me, it's not the best, but I have fun with it, and I think at the end of the day, that's kind of what this channel is all about, is having fun. So read the last couple comments, and we will shut it down. Hope everybody out there has a fantastic, happy New Year, but a fantastic New Year's Eve. Hopefully you do it safe and responsibly. We don't need anything bad happening to anybody out there, because you're doing things you shouldn't be doing. And hopefully we kick off 2024 this upcoming week with some good beers here on the channel. I put it this way. I don't want to lie to you, but I already have some reviews in the backlog through next weekend. And so I don't know if I'm going to drink tomorrow. Tomorrow might be the last day I drink for the next couple days, probably for the rest of the week, maybe. I do have a little bit of backlog, so that's good. Anyway, last comments here. We got Gregory says, great list. Happy New Year. Thanks for the hard work you do. I appreciate it, Gregory. It's not really hard work. It's just, it's time consuming. It's editing videos and rendering and uploading and editing them. I like doing this part of it, which was why I get why a lot of people do live reviews. It's much easier to just fucking turn it on and just do stuff, right? So, but I don't have to edit that much, so that's why the channel goes as strong as it does. Lecter Record says, cheers, thanks. Thank you, man, for showing up. Sam Smalley says, New Year's Eve is so overrated. It is. That's why I almost never go out for it. It's just whatever. It's a new year. They do. Hopefully the new year's better. Garrett says, Happy New Year's and cheers. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Garrett. And Sam says, I've got plenty of positive feedback for your channel setup. However, it's all negativity and criticism for you as a person and your character. I think that's like the perfect way to shut down this stream, is just, Sam being a huge piece of shit. Which I will say, you know what? I'm going to let this go. I want to go to the 4-minute mark, so I'm going to talk for 6.5 minutes. Everyone else is, leaving. 13 people now. Sam, let me just say this, Sam. I am so happy that you finally decided to start reviewing beers, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I don't know if you're going to continue doing so, or if that was just a test run and now you're done, because I haven't been able to watch more than a couple minutes of it. But keep it going, buddy. We got to do some collabs and stuff. I'll pop on your stream, you pop on mine. 1 week or something. We'll carve out a Saturday and do so, and I'm here for it. All the encouragement, positive reinforcement. Also, Josh, if you do start a live stream, I will probably join for a little bit. I am kind of tired talking wise right now, considering I've been talking for almost 5 hours. So, if you want to start something up, and if people want to hop over, if Josh does a live stream, go check out Last Beer. This is the man right here, Last Beer. You just type in Last Beer, and if you do Last Beer into the Google search, you got to search by like channel name, because otherwise the generic term Last Beer is just fucking. There's a lot of shit, a lot of channels out there. So yeah, check that out. And Gregory says, out with the negative, in with the positive. Yeah, you got to be positive. I try to be positive. Sometimes it's tough for everyone, I think, at times to be positive, but you got to do what you got to do. Garrett says, I thought about doing beer reviews instead of spicy challenges. Listen, Garrett, I would say this, Garrett. It depends on, at the end of the day, what you want out of your channel on YouTube. I think anybody who steps into the beer tubing fray and wants to make it like a potential, I know it sounds stupid, like a potential career thing. Like, people start YouTube channels, get popular, and that becomes their day-to-day job, and they actually make a lot of money, and it's fun. You're more likely to do that with spicy challenges than you are with beer reviews. Beer reviews, you're alienating the vast majority of the people who watch YouTube, aka the people under the age of 21. And it's such a niche thing, right? I do it for the camaraderie, the friendship, and the fact that I like it as a hobby. I like craft beer. So, turning on the camera and reviewing it, very simple. If you want something more out of it than that, then like spicy challenges, hot sauces, peppers, whatever, you're going to have more of a following doing that without question, especially if your content's good. So, doing beer reviews, if you had a channel, you just sprinkle in. I mean, there's big channels will sprinkle in beer reviews with whatever their day-to-day channel is, and nothing wrong with that, not at all. I mean, so I only got 14 people here, but I don't know if anybody here cares about it, but I was thinking about maybe sprinkling in 2024 some reviews of like ciders and seltzers. I don't love hard seltzers, but I thought it'd be fun to maybe try some out. Same thing with ciders. I drank ciders before beer, so I was thinking maybe review some ciders at some point. And I don't know why I still have to stop the fucking screen. I don't know if anybody out there, drinks both ciders and beers, or seltzers and beers, or maybe all three of them. I was thinking maybe doing something like that. Maybe doing a little bit of different, just non-beer reviews. I do not know, but I will say this. It's something I've been thinking about, and we'll see if if it comes to fruition, or if I care enough to do it. Of course, I would not pay, $17 for a Truly or White Claw seltzer, black cherry, but it is what it is. I think Josh fell asleep. I don't know if Josh is doing a live stream, but whatever. Sam says it's all about the community with beer, friendship, banter, and good times. I agree. Totally agree. I mean, that's what it's about. Like, I don't have this channel for any other reason than I enjoy it, and I like hanging out with my friends and just enjoying that. Like, it's again, that's a hobby. It's fun. I don't make that much on this channel to justify anything other than that. Like, I'll tell you, on a monthly basis, I make enough to maybe pay for like 3-4 packs of like 2.5, 3-4 packs of like a Hype Breweries beer. That's what I make. And guess what? I'm spending a lot more than that over the course of a month if I'm buying. So like the Shelfie beer reviews that I bought were like $40 or $45, and that's almost breaking even based on what I make. It's not like you make a lot on here, and I didn't expect to, but I'm like, damn, if YouTube's taking that, you know what I mean? Billy says, go Lions, Dak will not get Cowboys. I agree. I would not have a lot of faith in Dak in general if I was a Cowboys fan. Garrett says, I'll be all for ciders, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think I would do ciders probably before seltzers, but sprinkling them in maybe like once a month or something might be fun to break up the monotony of all the beers, right? And then Wings Pizza says, just poured a 2023 base bourbon. I can't wait to get my hands on the Bananas Foster. Well, I hope you find it at some point here in the near future. I'm sure the base bourbon counties. I've heard this year, some people say it's amazing. Some people it's the same every year. I've always found the base really good, depending on year to year. The variation is very subtle for me. Like some years is more chocolate and fudgy, other years a little bit more barrel, but it's still fucking really good. So You too, Sam. So, Sam, are you hopping on any live streams or are you going to bed? Or no, you're fucking going to bed. You're just fucking what is it, like noon there? It's like noon, right? Is it noon Sunday right now? You hopping on any live streams? We got anything going on? Josh forsaking us? You want to go live on your fucking channel? Let's do it. What? I don't know. Let me know. Because I'm down. I'm down for a little bit. I'll probably be on for like another hour and a half. Yeah, you like the coffee, and a lot of people said they didn't like the coffee variant. I know, like everybody, it's all subjective, right? It really is. When I think like at the end of the day, it's very simple to just say, beer's subjective, and it's fun watching reviews and kind of seeing what people think. But at the end of the day, you like what you like, and I'm glad that you liked last year's coffee variant, and hopefully you like this year's base and whatever else. Says, I even crack beer, just about Sarah. I dare say Jess should go live. Well, if he does, that's cool. All right. I think I'm going to shut this down. So, once again, tomorrow, New Year's Eve review, bourbon barrel gingerbread stout from Hardywood Park. And on Monday, we are going to have the Mad Elf from Trogs to kick off the new year. And then on Tuesday, it starts Shelfie beer reviews, but I also have an awesome beer mail from Sierra Hotel. So, I kind of blew me away. I got a little bit emotional in my feel. So anyway, I'm going to shut this down. Thanks everybody for all the comments. Thanks to everybody. If I missed you shouting you out, I'm sorry, but I got to shout it down to the next one. Do I do that? I can't do the cheers because I gotta, but cheers? Is this Ryan's thing? I think this is Ryan's. Cheers, everybody. Thanks.